Welcome. Welcome to a new day. Welcome to our live studio in Linz. We are streaming a fantastic program to you, and today we start with this topic of digital humanity, which is something that is of course part of every day of every program. We have prepared some very special sessions for you, starting with a rather complex setup. That's why you see all those cables on my laptop. So fingers crossed that everything will work out. We go live to Tokyo to talk to some robots in a very special coffee place, but later more about this. We'll have also very special guest just in some minutes here, Michelle Thorne and Chris Adams, who are actually the editors of the Branch magazine and who are hosting today's theme exhibition, theme conference with us. And here it's very much the question of how can we create a sustainable internet, a sustainable and a just internet for all of us, as our daily lives are already interwoven with the digital. I mean, sometimes you cannot even distinguish it anymore. Sometimes we don't know the difference anymore. So therefore, it's not so much the question anymore, how can we avoid technology, but much more, how can we try to fix it in a way that it serves us, that we move a little bit away from being so centered on us, on humanity, but much more taking care of our environment, of the organisms, of the other living beings and entities that are surrounding us. Today on the channel, just afterwards, we have a session called Global Challenges with a very special guest, Jillian York, who is an American activist and author, followed by the session called Transformation, Gender and Diversity, where we have another guest called Adriana Knuf. She is actually a Prix Ars Electronica winner, and that leads us immediately to the highlight of today. It's the Prix Award ceremony that is taking place in Linz, and we're gonna stream it live to you. But I'm not alone today. I have some very special guests with me, and I'm more than excited to see you actually, because I haven't seen you the whole day yesterday, more or less. Martin Honzig, the director of the festival, and Veronika Liebel, the managing director and the responsible person for everything that's happening around Europe, all of our European projects. So they are with us, and I would love to hear a bit from dear Martin. How did the festival for you go yesterday? Because I think I never really saw you besides sitting on that channel together in the morning. What did you experience?
Yeah. Thank you, Crystal. Indeed, it was quite an energized and intensive day yesterday. And actually, in our time zone, it was the kickoff. Everything before was due to you guys starting in your time zone earlier and kicking off our festival and making programs and openings. Yesterday, let me think, how did it start? Yeah, I was at the info desk, and our colleagues there were expecting the flood of visitors. What was not the case, because still here in Linz we are on a working day. And that means that a festival is always here in Linz a little fade in, and we prepare ourselves slowly for the big wave, and we expect that already coming today, and for sure and indeed then tomorrow on the weekend. Yesterday, the entire day was under the flag of Starts. I think I don't have to explain now, but Starts as a ideology, as a umbrella program from the European Union, is represented in our program spheres as the Starts Prize. But there are also many other initiatives, many other sub-programs, and we sum them all up here. And we bring them all together online and on-site, and we had a conference yesterday. We had conferences yesterday. I had a brief talk with Veronika, how her day was yesterday, and she was like entirely in some Zoom talk. So she was digital, she was in the stream. But on-site, I can say wonderful weather, wonderful projects, artists in good mood. Hugging mood. I know I'm not allowed to say that. I repeat myself. Yeah, and then we had many tours, many camera teams, and with our sponsors, with our guests. And at the evening, we had our Future Lab party. And parallel to the Starts Day, there was also a Future Lab Day, which is 2 different bulbs, 2 different vessels, but they are crossing themselves in many, many ways, and there's a lot of relations to Starts what Future Lab in general is doing. I was landing about 10 o'clock at our museum, and their Future Lab dedicated all their performance program to their legacy, and they did shows in deep space, and I saw Makina Mikabe playing a wonderful piece of Phil Glass with visuals from Coriolan. I saw some funky performances from Future Lab members. And yes, I mean, those dudes and dudettes are pretty diverse. And when you bring a diverse group of people together on the stage, it's a lot of fun. And I think it was a lot of fun. I haven't seen Horst and the other Future Lab members. I couldn't look directly into their eyes, how tired and wasted they are, but I assume it took quite long. And there was also some very important event for us. There was a network meeting, and there was some roundtables about the relationship, about actually media arts in Latin America and Central America. And that was like a holy round of curators coming from the Latin area. And they were rolling out in wonderful and deep diving presentations that media art is nothing new, as Raphael said yesterday in that hemisphere. Media art was parallel developed. They said and presented that most of, or let's say a lot of the pioneers were actually coming from the Latin American area and then spread themselves all over the world. Yeah, that and many, many, many more activities, for sure. The entire online program and the many, many garden presentations. Our moderators here presenting the huge and vast diversity of the program. That was the day yesterday, but today is today.
But before we go into today, let's have a look at what actually happened yesterday. Yes. Let's see some images.
Yes.
What a fantastic day yesterday, and we are already in the middle of today's program, to be honest. Already more than an hour ago we started with the today's theme conference, and we've invited, to be honest, this year the winners of the Digital Award for Digital Humanity, the Branch magazine, to curate together with us also the conference program of this year's theme conference. It's a very first award for us this year. It's a collaboration also from Ars Electronica and the Austrian Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs. And we award this prize for outstanding examples of collaborative practice between also individuals from different nationalities, but also, of course, from different sectors. And on the other side, we also want to highlight really the role of artists as cultural ambassadors and their excellence also in identifying the potentials and, of course, on the other side, also the pitfalls of the digital transformation. The jury was absolutely amazed, obviously. They are the winner of the Branch magazine. I want to just quickly jump into their statement because I think it describes in an excellent way what the Branch magazine is about. At the first glance, Branch magazine, with its large international team of authors and headed by the dedicated managing editor Michelle Thorne, seems predestined for the new Ars Electronica Award for Digital Humanity. This is a prize for which the jury was above all searching for cultural projects devoted to the unifying quality of culture and the necessity of placing the central issues of our time in the forefront. The online magazine Branch is a project that impresses in equal measure with its thematic focus, high information quality, and the inspiring commitment of an international and very diverse community of contributors. The project is also convincing for its unpretentious but effective graphic appearance, in which several jury members also dedicated a strong statement for a new design ecology of digital spaces. Branch curated several panels today. Their co-curators are Michelle Thorne, Chris Adams, Christine Larivière, Andres Colomares, and Alex Deschamps-Sonsinon. Let's look into a video. They were describing how the panel set up and a bit more details also on the Branch magazine.
Hey everyone, my name is Michelle Thorne, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about the upcoming Branch Magazine Symposium taking place at the Ars Electronica. Yeah, we invite you to join us at the Branch Magazine Symposium. We are really dedicated to making sure that the internet is serving our collective liberation and ecological sustainability. And we'll be putting together a really great set of discussions looking at this topic from different aspects, inspired by our work that we've been doing with our online magazine. Some of the provocations we're going to be looking at as a group include solar punk imaginations and other ways of building worlds. We have an amazing miniature museum called the Museum of the Fossilized Internet, which looks at the major polluters of the internet today, everything from ads to spam to training AI, VR, streaming, Bitcoin mining, and more. We'll also be talking about what it might look like to build an energy-aware internet. Often when people start talking about the carbon footprint of the internet, they go into a binary mode. Either, there's nothing we can do, the inevitable datification of everything, or they go into kind of a monkish response and want to withdraw from everything. And we think there's other ways. And so we want to explore, as we've done in our magazine, how we might be building tools in the internet and an internet that allows us to respond to the resources that are available. For example, serving up richer websites when your internet connection is running on renewables, or shifting to more text-based internet experiences when you're running on fossil fuels. In our symposium, we're also going to be talking about internets for solidarity and care. And this is going to be brought together by the amazing Billion Seconds Institute, who've been really bringing together a lot of interesting voices and talking about the political aspect of a sustainable internet. And lastly, we also want to talk about low carbon design and education. We know that we need to change the way not only that we build, but also how we teach. And that'll be a really great discussion in terms of pedagogy that we need. And yeah, we really look forward to seeing you there at the symposium. And you can also check out our magazine. And thank you for inviting us, and see you soon. Bye.
Check out this magazine and check out on our live channels on Swapcard the parallel going theme symposia of the Ars Electronica. We are so happy and proud that we have this wonderful people with a wonderful critical minds, and we will not let them escape. I think that's the start of a longer going collaboration. But my honor and duty now is to talk about the other program points of today. And for some reasons, it's the evening. The evening is coined by our former gala. It's the prize ceremony. It's that moment where we give the Ars Electronica prizes, the golden knickers, to the award winners. For all of us, one of the most important momentums in the entire year, and especially also for the artists. It is, wonderful moment, wonderful prize. and great people. After this, the long concert night starts. I will not go deeper, but join us if you are in Linz. It's going to be a hybrid event between classical musics and pure Ars Electronica attitude. For those who don't know what the Ars Electronica attitude is, join us. And then a little jump to tomorrow, because it's directly related to the ceremony. Today evening, the winners of the pre-Ars Electronica, including also our youth category, the U19. So they will be on stage today, but separately and exclusively, we always have in the middle of the day on our most public stage the ceremony for the U19 winners. Connie Lee, you know her from this channel, will moderate this, and it is always an extremely overwhelming and sympathetic and wonderful moment to see these kids receiving their prizes with the projects that they have. I mean, the projects, they are entirely working on their future, also on our future. So also, this is a format that I highly recommend.
Yes, and especially working on our future is also project partners that are coming from the Johannes Kepler University. We have developed a collaboration with them. It's already the second year, and we're more than excited. It's called LIT, Linz Institute of Technology, and they annually submit projects that the scientific institutes develop together with invited artists to then show at the Ars Electronica Festival. And here we have a rather huge range of diverse topics, such as, for example, Demystifying AI by Martina Mara. You possibly have heard her already speak on the channel yesterday about this project. Or a virtual court discussing what it might mean for the law system, for the legal system, to advance into digital technologies and to use them for actually preparing court suits, lawsuits in a way that others can also be a part of that might not be on site. And we have now one very special project. It's called Growing Colors, and it looks at the circular economy of textile industry, of fashion industry, as they are one of the largest polluters in this field. And they found a new way of actually dyeing textiles with bacteria, as some of them have colors embedded in them. But I stop talking now. Let's have a look at their project.
Nature knows how to produce color. There's no need for chemicals or harmful ingredients. And even some bacteria can produce colors for various reasons. They can be colorful, beautiful, and found everywhere. In nature, you don't always see them, but they are there and show their pigments under the right conditions. We collected the bacteria from the area of the Johannes Kepler University in Linz and brought them into our laboratory. That's where they are growing in different colors and shapes. When characterized, we use them and other bacteria from databases to dye textiles. In addition, we color yarns to produce our own woven textiles. We combine colors of different bacterial strains and use various technologies to achieve intentional pattern designs. There's endless potential in this dyeing method that doesn't use harmful chemicals and almost no water. In the end, it is our decision in which direction our researches lead. But our decisions of today will create the future of tomorrow.
It's now my pleasure to actually give some highlight recommendations for the online program today. And I start with the first one. And the reason why I'm sitting here alone on the couch, because Martin had to jump out. He will start in less than 7 minutes, actually, an online guided tour through the theme exhibition. He's preparing, he's jumping right into the venue for this year's theme exhibition, and please join. It will be a fantastic guided tour. You can still register online for this and make sure to be part of this guided tour. Then we also have a workshop from Forensic Architecture on open source investigation for human rights prepared for you. As you for sure know, Forensic Architecture is a research agency that uses architecture and media analysis to investigate human rights violations. And in this workshop, where it is an introduction to investigatory techniques and principles used by forensic architecture, including open source research, spatial analysis, geolocation, verification, and media analysis through a series of tutorials. The workshop will be conducted by Omari Fervati. He is a researcher and he's using spatial analysis for human rights investigations. Then we have also a session at 2 p.m. from our dear colleagues Roland Haring from the Future Lab and Martina Mara from the Johannes Kepler University on the Cobot Studio. This session will explore also the challenges in future work environments and how we can trust and also build acceptance in the workplaces of the future and build also human-robot work environments. Then an absolute highlight, the keynote conversations here on the channel, on the Ars Electronica channel at 2 p.m. as well, between Joe Davis and Gerfried Stocker. And after such a long day, yeah, we all need a rave, I would say. So feel welcome, feel invited to enter the rave space tonight. In addition to their ongoing exhibition, the Garden Berlin is presenting a hybrid rave night tonight. People from all over the world are invited to join the Rave Space Berlin's first virtual 3D club. DJs will actually perform live sets, and visitors can join either virtually via the web platform ravespace.club or in person at the exhibition space in Berlin. Yeah, get in touch. It will be a fantastic opportunity for ending this night. And one last recommendation from my side, of course, the partner channel is also running in parallel to this Ars Electronica channel, and we will have 3 gardens today also presenting highlights of their own programs. It will be the garden in Barcelona, the garden on hybrid times. Then we will have also the garden in New York presenting some exciting programs. They are part of Ars Electronica for the first time, so we are extremely excited to have them and are already curious on their program. And last but not least, also the European Media Art Platform will actually present a focus on ecosphere, and many artists who we do know here at Ars Electronica will be part of these specific sessions. Yes, that's the highlights, and there's so much more going on, so please check out also all the programs on Swapcard. There is a lot to explore today.
Thank you so much for this insight, although I really wish you would stay with us now because we have a very special session planned. We are jumping over to Tokyo, to our garden partners there, and we will have a live view, a live conversation within a coffee that is called the Avatar Robot Coffee. And there actually it is not just a robot coffee, but a cafe, but it is actually a place where you have the robots, the avatars, so that people with physical disabilities can, through those robots, actually work in that coffee and can have live interaction, live discussions, live meeting with the customers there. As in Japan, the unemployment rate of people with disabilities is at the employment rate, is at 5%, which is really, really low. And therefore, the founder created this coffee a couple of years ago. And we'll see now a short introduction video, and then we jump over there live. So have a look.
まあ、レースのうちに、まあこれからだから多分できないだろうなって諦めてたっていうか。
迷惑ばっかりかけて人のために何もできていないなっていう気持ちがすごく強かったです。
自分の体を自由に動かすことができない方々はかなり大勢いるし、我々とてね、高齢になってくれば立つことも難しくなるかもしれないし、歩くこともできなくなるかもしれない、社会の荷物になっているかも、あるいはもう家族とかが自分の介護とかで苦しんでしまうかもしれないというふうに思うと本当に辛くなってしまう。それをどうやったら解消できるかってことに我々はね、人生を使いたいと思っているし、それが我々の役目であると。
こっち側から話してる時はあんまりこうその違いというか普通にその場に見えるっていうかいるように感じられますね。
私は所沢から来ました。所沢。はい。はい。
お仕事する前より随分明るくなったねって言われるようにはなりました。
辛いこともあるけどそうやって生きてきたことが無駄にならないっていう感じる瞬間っていっぱいあると思うんですよね。でそうやってその誰かの 役に立ったり、使用にされたり、すごく楽しいですね。
寝たきりの先はあると思ってますね。諦めてしまうとね、本当に何もできなくなってしまうかもしれないけれども、テクノロジーとそして先人たちのロールモデルによってね、新しい人類のね生き方を作っていけると、そう思ってます。
So, welcome back. Now you've had already a quick insight into what this robot cafe is looking like and also what purpose they have, and I'm more than excited to have them as part of this year's festival. They won the award of social distinction at the Japanese Media Arts Festival, and it's a great honor of having now with me dear Asako Tomura-san, who is the director. I have a feedback somehow, who is the director of the garden in Japan and who is now gonna introduce us to a very special protagonist that we can meet now. Dear Asako, the word is yours.
Okay. Hi, Crystal.
Hello.
You see my Hi.
We can hear you, please.
Yes, I can hear. So thank you so much for visiting our Tokyo named the Dawn Cafe. So I would like to introduce the Nene-san. Nene-san is a very beautiful name. She is juggling this avatar robot Orihime from the very south part of this Japan. So this is Crystal and Nene-san.
Hello, Nene-san. So nice to meet you. And for our audiences, you see this little avatar of the robot on the screen. And on the right, you see the menu of how I actually can control this robot.
Hello?
Nene-san, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Can you hear me? You're flying. I can fly back. It's a real pleasure of meeting you. I would love to hear a little bit more about your job. I've heard that you have been involved there from the very beginning. So how has it been for you?
最初から参加したって聞いておりまして、どうですか、トーンカフェ。
Nene-san?
Can she just an introduction from Nene?
Sorry, can you hear me?
ねねちゃん、自己紹介やって。
Hi, my name is I'm a university student. Major in total area. I'm Metropolitan. I want a cognitive spinal muscular atrophy. Known as SMA.
I'm sorry, the audio connection is really bad. We hardly can hear Nene-san. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about her.
ねねちゃん、ごめん、聞こえないので、私を通じてでお願いしてるので、大丈夫？
大丈夫です。
Okay. So Nene says her name is Nene Nakashima. Please call her Nene. And she is bedridden with a condition called spinal muscular atrophy, better known as SMA. Currently, she's a university student majoring in social welfare. Go ahead and ask.
Okay,
something.
Thank you so much. I would love to hear how long you already work at the coffee and whether you had the chance of already making some friends while talking to the customers there.
ねねちゃん、ドンカフェでどれぐらい働いてますか？
2年ほど働いています。
2年？
は
2
い。
years。で、新しい友達できたんですか、その間に？
はい。たくさんいま
I've
した。
made a lot of friends here.
That's fantastic to hear. So, what made you start to work at that coffee? I think it's a really fantastic project, and I love seeing you, even not live, but at least through the robot, on being able to talk to you. I think that's a one-in-a-lifetime project. And what are your plans? Are you going to stay there and keep working for the Avatar Robot Coffee?
ねねちゃん、ここで働いてるの何が好きで、この機会でねねちゃんのお会いすることはすごく嬉しいね、素晴らしいことだと思います。生じゃなくてもロボット通じ合ってねねちゃんの知り合いになって嬉しい。それとも今から未来的にそのままドンカフェで働きたいんですか？
そうですね。
さっきの最初の質問が何が好きですか、ここドンカフェ。
はい。ここでは、活動したり、オーダーをする中で、お客様とお話をすることが楽しいです。
So being able to work and being able to be outside and work and talking with customers is something I really enjoy.
Thank you so much for telling this. I'm sorry, now I looked a little bit around in the coffee, and it's a rather huge and actually really nice place. But unfortunately, we have to get back to our studio and continue with our program. I hope I can visit you in the near future and experience this wonderful project live and actually meet you through the avatar in person.
今度今はもう時間なので、また今度日本でお会いできたら感動です。ぜひ頑張ってください。カフェものすごい広いんで素晴らしいですね。
So thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for spending your time, and we'll jump back to Linz. It was great meeting you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Thank you for visiting us for Linz.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
And we are back. Back from Tokyo, back from a very, very special project. And if you are in Tokyo, don't miss it. If not, make sure you come by during your next day, because I think it's something that I've never experienced before. It's something that I've never heard before. And it gives such a wonderful opportunity to those people that have difficulties of directly interacting or finding a place to work. It engages them, it takes them out of their loneliness, it gives them a purpose and something that they feel comfortable about, sharing their daily lives with others and being able to go in conversation, to meet others, to make friendships, and to really work and earn their own money. I think that's rather important. So congrats to this wonderful project. We have some more gardens that I would like to introduce, and we actually start with Moscow. Moscow is a long-term partner, and obviously not the city, but the partners that are organizing the garden. It's Helena Nikonole and Oksana Chivakina, and they are actually artists. And every year they put all their strength, all their empathy and everything together in order to put together a real physical program within Moscow. The exhibition that they are organizing is called Uncanny Dreams. And they do this in collaboration with the Electromuseum and the foundation of Vladimir Smirnov and Konstantin Sorokin. And the exhibition is focusing very much on young Russian artists, on the digital natives that are exploring the impact of new technologies, that especially go out of what they have experienced last year during the pandemic, in lockdowns, in this uncertainty of not knowing how the world is currently changing and what it actually means for them. And they have discussed this topic of AI biases, of different forms of biopolitics, and put this in a rather deep dream kind of state project that we are now having a look at. But before, it's really a physical exhibition on site, and they always manage to add those rather beautiful layers of being able to explore it also from the online world. So wherever you are, have a look. And now let's catch some images of the project.
La cultura se manifiesta principalmente a través de dos puntos importantes, en el lenguaje y a través de nuestra geografía. Todos los seres humanos habitamos un planeta con una naturaleza que es también nuestra naturaleza. Ella se comunica con nosotros a través del clima, del movimiento terrestre y su traslación. Sí, la idea es de alguna forma esto, ¿no? O sea, trabajar así, o sea, recibir los impulsos de la Tierra, ¿no? Y a su vez, esos impulsos, o sea, todo nuestro cuerpo se convierte en un gran sensor, en una interfase. Cómo tener una conexión con esa Tierra más allá de esa parte tradicional, o cómo conectar esa parte tradicional, como es la Pachamama. La manera en que los humanos habitamos la Tierra es la manera en la que nos comunicamos con ella. Esto es el verbo y claro, ella va a responder.
A lo largo de la historia hemos querido nombrar lo que no vemos, pero que sí sentimos. Queremos nombrar lo que percibimos, aquello que nos asusta, que nos da esperanza, lo que nos nutre, lo que nos une. Pachamama, Atabey, conocemos a la naturaleza por muchos nombres, pero la reconocemos cuando comemos, cuando caminamos descalzos, cuando después de un desastre descubrimos una comunidad. Cada vez que la tierra pulsa en Puerto Rico, Pachamama lo siente en Argentina y en toda Latinoamérica. Ya es hora de trazarnos la unión sin barreras, geográficas o lingüísticas, para conocer e inspirar al futuro. Esto es Ars Electronica Garden Puerto Rico.
Garden Puerto Rico les da la bienvenida al festival Ars Electronica 2021. Con un programa holístico al tema de este año, New Digital Deal, les invitamos a presenciar el proyecto Pulsar la Tierra, un proyecto conjunto con el artista Joaquín Fargas y el Fideicomiso para Ciencia, Tecnología e Investigación de Puerto Rico. Nuestra propuesta enfrenta el reto del área digital como un reto humano, fruto del pasado, del presente y del futuro.
Hello, hello. This is Victoria Vesna. I am talking to you from Los Angeles, from the UCLA Artside Center. We're creating a garden for Ars Electronica, and this year we're focused on atmosphere of sound, sonic art in the times of climate disruption. This is co-curated with Anuradha Vikram, a curator who also works at UCLA, And we're presenting to you our most recent sound artist in residence for the 2024 Getty Foundation grant we received, Pacific Standard Time, Art times Science times LA.
I interviewed my mother about her first sonic memory of an earthquake that struck Seattle in 1965. A child of 15 at that time, she was alone in the family's home when the low rumble began. The only other sound she remembers were her parents' wind chimes sounding from their backyard.
Welcome back from this wonderful sound atmosphere meditation. And you've noticed from Moscow we already traveled to Puerto Rico. We saw this beautiful landscape that the garden has prepared for us. And it's actually about this project Pulsa de la Tierra between Buenos Aires and San Juan in Puerto Rico. So don't miss this performance by Joaquin Vargas. And the last stop that we just made on our journey was in Los Angeles with Victoria Vesna, a dear old friend whom you probably have seen on the channel already just before, in the days before. And she is preparing sound journeys on site for the artistic community within the UCLA campus, but also beyond. And you can experience this program also online in a diverse sound meditation that she has specifically, together with her collaborators, created for that. But I am not going to waste the time of my dear guests now that, well, thank you for spending your break with me instead of having maybe some food or drinks. So we've introduced you before just in our morning session. I'm thrilled and more than happy that the ones that you just saw just before online are now with me in our studio. It's Michelle Thorne and Chris Adams. They are the makers of this little piece, not so much what I actually have in hand, but much more what you can find online. It's the Branch magazine. It's the winner of the Digital Humanity Awards that we initiated this year for the very first time. And we couldn't be more happy and excited. And actually, a little bit about our guests. So Michelle is interested in climate justice and especially in the fossil-free internet, right, if I remembered correctly. And you are working as a program officer as the Mozilla Foundation. And Chris, you're here with us coming from this climate action and tech side much more. You're the co-founder of the Greening Digital consulting agency, right?
Yes.
And helping teams to build up a cleaner and more sustainable internet. But without any further ado, I would really like to know, how did this whole project come to life? What triggered it? What kind of ideas? What kind of mission behind it? And why did you start it now? I'm sure that those ideas have been circling around with you for quite some time, probably. But please, who wants to start from you? Maybe Michelle? Yes.
Yeah,
please.
sure. I'll start. So, yeah, we actually met each other in this community called Climate Action Tech, which is a bunch of technologists who are going, you know, the planet is on fire, and what can I do to connect my skills and expertise and maybe the power I have being in the tech sector with actually taking climate action. And so we were meeting and discussing this in this basically a Slack group, and said, you know, one of the things that we should really look at is not just committing to our own education, our own transformation, but helping to like curate and uplift voices who are exploring how to have a more sustainable internet and how we could do that technically, aesthetically, and politically. And that was the kind of the kernel of the idea to make Branch Magazine. And maybe I'll pass to Chris to build on that.
Yeah, I can say that one of the key ideas we were looking to do was, I guess the phrase we used was like shift the aesthetic, because we realized that it's really important to actually have some of these narratives to enable essentially the decisions that you might be seeing made at a kind of policy level, or even within the organizations we work at. And we figured if we're able to essentially maybe shift the things that people aspire to, or what they actually want to work towards and what they value, then you are able to embed those values in pretty much the rest of the work that we do. We do. And this is based on essentially what a lot of the stuff that we've read about applying psychology to think about some of the ways that we respond as humans to the climate crisis and the implications of that stuff. So part of the idea behind Branch was to make this and create that space to explore this. And this is probably the thing I might hand over to Michelle about, because we were very much trying to create this space to allow people who weren't just us to talk about this. And yeah, here I am doing exactly that.
And I think one of the things to mention about this is that we know that whatever we're going to try to do is going to be incomplete, that we need collaboration, we need collective efforts, and we, you know, taking a step to try to think about these things, think out loud with others, is part of transforming ourselves and our practice. And so, you know, this is it's a work, all of this is like work in progress in that regard. And we really wanted to also be real about our own sense of climate grief, our own sense of sometimes not knowing, but also sometimes also the paths that we're starting to see and how to, you know, uplift those. So I think it kind of came from this place of also quite, you know, I think genuine emotion of trying to grapple with the sense of crisis, and also and really trying to come to reckon with like, what can we do about it?
Yeah, I think it perfectly fits, I mean, with this new digital deal that we have as this festival topic ongoing already now for some days, and is this need that the new digital deal cannot exist without a new Green Deal in a way, and vice versa, obviously. And the idea, what we initiated with the festival, this kind of call to action that went out to the communities around the world, asking them to go into their communities themselves, to talk to the individuals, to talk to initiatives around them, to get on a public stage of what is happening already everywhere. And I mean, we're going into the jungles in Bangkok, like around Bangkok. We're going into Puerto Rico. I mean, we just saw it. And everywhere you speak to people, they are so concerned about what's happening. And I think the difficult point is that we are aware of the problems. We are aware of the climate crisis. It is much more this taking action, this step to, you know, how can we trigger that it needs a change? How can we trigger that we need to change? And creating this awareness somehow. And therefore, I really admire the community that you created around this project. And I would love to hear a bit more about this co-creation process, because bringing a community together is rather complicated and definitely not an easy thing to do, especially if it is about keeping it together. And how did this happen? Are those all your friends that you usually hang out with in bars, or did you really specifically try to find them, talk to them, make new connections, bring them together? Please.
Yeah, okay. There's some things we can say that we. All right. There's. I mean, we're both based in Berlin, and I'm someone who came from London to live in Berlin, and we do have people who are based in Western Europe, but we made a real deliberate effort to not just have the kind of people who might work for Microsoft and Amazon, but we made a real effort to basically have the people from the Amazon as well to be talking about this, because you have kind of these complex problems, and in many cases, a point of view from just essentially in the global north is going to be missing. It's going to be missing all these perspectives and all these details and all these things that are really, really necessary to actually face this. So we did try to kind of open this up to a wider group of people. And we did actually get a bit of funding from the European Commission to help get some of this off the ground, which made some of this possible to have that kind of throw the net wider than we otherwise would have been able to do. So that was one thing that we were looking at. Michelle, is there anything else we want to add on that one?
Yeah, I would say maybe one of the ideas with the magazine is also to uplift things that are already happening. So we are by no means the only place where people are talking about these issues, but we were, through introductions or our own browsing of the web, or, the larger networks came across some really amazing projects of people who are already grappling with these issues. And so it was also like a sense of invitation. And I think this is also how, I think became almost like a expanding conversation. There are other events where people are talking about this, other publications, other communities, and more about, rather than it being centering on branch as a thing, it's more how do we center on the change we want to see, right? How do we center on a sustainable and just internet for all, on a fossil-free internet, and all the ways that we can work towards climate justice. And I think those are the things that actually brought people together and held them together, and maybe. That might be the anchor. Wanting to see that change might actually help us stay together.
To do it together, yes.
This might be one worth talking about, like the justice angle, which was very important to us, because there's often like a kind of cycle or a process that lots of us might go through when we think about like the implications of the climate crisis. Like you start with ignorance, you don't know too much about it, and then you start to hear a little bit more, then you feel a little bit, you're going into like denial. Like this is a model that was initially shared by Kimberly Rayworth, Kimberly Worth, I forgot her name, damn it, this is so embarrassing. But the model I find extremely useful, where you basically start with ignorance, you move to denial, and then this is kind of like doom phase, which is really, really unhelpful, and really it's understandable, but it's not great, and it basically, in many cases, only certain people get this luxury of doom, whereas other people already have to deal with it. And then you move into this other stage, which is like all the feelings, all the feels, and then you finally end up with this sense of purpose. And I'm sharing this process because we're all at different stages of this, and some parts of the world are further along through this because they've been forced to do this. So we talk about, say, climate change being a thing which is, oh my God, it's in the near future, it's happening now. There have been people who've been dealing with it for ages, and this was some of the stuff that was being discussed on the symposium we just had. We had people from Brazil saying, yeah, this is essentially been the norm for us. And I think it's really important to be aware of that and mindful there's a process, and there are people who are further along on this, and to basically make sure there's space for their voices in this. Because otherwise we will default to a very, very destructive default that is currently what a lot of us feel comfortable with, because we're currently in that ignorance and denial phase because it feels so scary. But we do need to get through, and in many ways, things like art and the kind of creative works make it easier to kind of follow through on that journey, really.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you're talking about. And I mean, I think this summer especially was a rather bad example for, the climate crisis ending up right in front of our doors. I mean, you guys living in Germany, I'm from Germany originally. So it's been like, yeah, of course, it's happening. We all know about it, but it's in Brazil. Yeah. It's at the Seychelles or wherever. But realizing this on a completely different level, that it actually really needs to so badly concern us all, and that it's no longer just on different places around the world, but it really is happening in front of our door. I think that changed quite a bit in the mindset of people. And I hope that this real unfortunate experience, hopefully creates something positive out there, then that the discussions, and I mean, we have elections in Germany, and it's not going great at the moment. So we'll see what is coming out of there. But yes, you're absolutely right in that context. And you mentioned already that the panel is in full swing at the moment. You're just taking a break to be with us here, but you had already the introduction plenary, and they are going on about the different topics that you have prepared. And I'm specifically interested in a term that is called solar punk. Please, would you care to explain it a bit to me?
So I'd really like, there's a solar punk manifesto which was collectively written, and in it says solar punks are optimists because optimism had been taken from them and they're claiming it back.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that this idea of reclaiming hopeful imaginaries is really part of the solar punk movement. And it's also about writing your own future or collectively writing hopeful futures. And so I think this, more than anything else, like people call it, maybe it's like a hashtag or an aesthetic movement of like, you know, the future is ours to write, like harnessing our own power and questioning also some of that power, while also saying we need to create the healthy, just, sustainable world, you know, and we got to start now. And so that's, I think, maybe from my understanding, the essence of the solar punk movement.
So there's one thing that is worth being aware of, like, I mean, there was a really nice term by, I think, Jay Springer. He mentioned that, like, solar punk is this container for people's aspirations to kind of test out various ideas. And I found this really nice because it's a kind of, it's like there's a notion of iterativeness. There's an idea that it's no one person or one man's idea of what this would be. That was really, really nice. But it's also worth considering what it's what other kind of forms of punk you might think of, right? Because a lot of us kind of might default to thinking about cyberpunk as a kind of future where you think about like dystopia, like glass, internet, all digital, everything like that. And I think the idea, it's very much not about that. It's the idea of saying, no, that's not a manual, that's a warning. We don't want that. Whereas solar punk is much more about, no, let's rethink of some of these structural things and say, well, do we need to have this kind of specific late-stage neoliberal kind of frame immediately? It kind of says, no, there's other ways and there's other perspectives, and we should look at those ideas. And this is one of the key things that, again, came out of the panel, was this idea, like, yeah, solar punk is quite interesting in the sense that from the very beginning, there was this idea of essentially doing a lot of translation of ideas from that weren't in English to actually get them to a kind of more to an audience like us. And that's kind of an inversion of very much the kind of framing that we might see, where there's very much global north have these ideas and then you kind of bestow them to fix stuff. And I think that's quite encouraging. And it's still early days, but it's this is what we're kind of exploring right now. And I think I'm a fan myself, basically.
I'm so happy to hear that, and especially this rather positive approach, if I can say so, because that's exactly what we're always trying to do since 40 years with the festival, that people don't jump in the Danube after visiting the exhibitions or the conference. So we don't want to create doomsday here or paint this kind of scenario here, even if we have manifold types of problems, even if there is a lot of things to do. The intention of why we want people to visit the festival and the messages that we want to create is always, there is not much time, but there is still a little time, and we can change things ourselves. And we still have time to do this. There is, it's not done yet. We're not over with yet. And that's also the approach of what I'm so much getting when looking at the magazine, of reading through the different articles. And it's so interesting that you bring also this huge diversity of people in there. It's artists that you ask to write about their researchers, it's scientists, it's researchers, it's social activists, and this huge diversity that also, talks to so many different people, because it's not about that we educate an elite. It's not about that we provide information for the ones that are already deep into those topics, but it's, I think, the essence that we need to talk to the others, like to everyone that lives on this planet, that has a responsibility for us, for the planet, for the species here, for everything that is living here. And so you want to add something to that?
Yeah, there was so the thing that I guess we're kind of really aware of is that we don't know that much about this ourselves, but like if we were in a position to like maybe put some other people who have thought about this longer than we have, maybe we should do that, right? And like there is I think there is this kind of default to like pessimism and we haven't got much time left. Again, there was a really nice phrase that came out of just this last session, was like, we don't have enough time to be pessimistic. You have to be kind of like quite almost like rebelliously optimistic about this. And like there are some phrases that also for what other writers have used. I just remember I still forgot the name, the author's name, but I wanted to like mention her book because it's really, really useful. It's Under the Skies We Make is the name of the book. I found it really, really helpful. And it also does address some of these ideas. It's not so much solar punk, but it is much more about, as a human, addressing this stuff and coming through and being not just entirely technocratic about this. God, where was I? Yeah, we were talking about this idea of it being too late to be pessimistic. There is, I think, one thing that I find interesting in that kind of like punk idea of this is that you're prepared to explore and look at all these other ideas which are not kind of in the current frame. And there's a phrase by Kim Stanley Robinson. He says, there's like angry optimism, like you should be outraged at this sense of injustice and be prepared to question these things that might have typically been comfortable that you wouldn't. And I think that, we don't have time to just stay in this very particular set. We need to have ways of opening up the discussion. And it's not going to get it from just speaking like to two techies here. We're not going to know that, but hopefully we can create some space for other people to
come in there. Exactly. And I think that is exactly the cue. You should probably get back to your panel. And maybe in one sentence before you guys leave, is there going to be a third edition, a third issue of the Branch magazine that we can look forward to?
Yes, we hope so. Yeah, we'd love to publish one in November and again in May. And we'd welcome also people's contributions. Are you writing solar punk, hopeful futures, or have ideas? Like also we're open for submissions and other ways for people to support the magazine. So
go for that. Please, we want to see your articles in there. It's going to be great. And thanks so much, and join the conference that is happening now. Sorry.
Okay, and if you don't know where it is, you go to branch.climateaction.tech, and that's where the website is to learn more.
Yes, we'll put the website in the chat so you can directly have a look. And stay with me for a second because we actually have another project that we introduced to you now. It is a project coming from Chile. We have a long-lasting collaboration with the Chilean Cultural and Foreign Ministry, and for some years now they are supporting artists in Chile to be part of the festival. And this year we have a rather special project by Celeste. It's called Aridity Exercises, and she went into the desert of the Atacama because there was an article, a journalist that wrote about a rather huge drawing, a 2-kilometer long drawing that actually no one knows of where it came from and to what it exactly is related. What you can see there is actually a certain type of knife, a Corvo knife, that was used during the dictatorship to hand over to kind of the guards of the dictator, and Pinochet, sorry. And this drawing of the knife is in the desert. You only can see it if you kind of move away, if you go a little bit outside, if you have this bird's type perspective. And no one knows who put it there. It's really in the desert. There's nothing around. There are small villages in a rather distant area, and there's usually not a reason why you would even go there. And Celeste, she explored this drawing, and she tries now to find linkages of who could have done this for what type of purpose. And so it's kind of an artistic, journalistic project and linking her own past with her family to that time in Chile. Have a look now at this wonderful project that we are super excited about.
En el año 2011, una mujer, parte de una agrupación de familiares de ejecutados políticos en Calama, Chile, recibió información sobre la existencia de un cuchillo corvo de 2 kilómetros de extensión, trazado con cal sobre el suelo del desierto de Atacama. En la cima del cuchillo y a cada costado de la empuñadura se habían trazado los números 11, 73 y 78, y un círculo perfecto de aproximadamente 600 metros de diámetro. El corvo es un emblema histórico de las Fuerzas Armadas en la región. Fue incorporado como arma de combate por el ejército chileno en la Guerra del Pacífico, a fines del siglo XIX. Y durante la más reciente dictadura cívico-militar, el arma fue empleada para la ejecución de miles de personas en el marco de una política sistemática de exterminio y desaparición. Las referencias numéricas que contiene el dibujo parecieran señalar el año del golpe de Estado y diversos planes de ejecución y desaparición forzada, algunos de ellos encomendados por Pinochet a los regimientos del país a través de mensajes encriptados, con el objetivo de remover los cuerpos de miles de ejecutados políticos y lanzarlos hacia lo profundo del mar. De la autoría de este monumental dibujo no hay certeza. Sin embargo, la imagen hace visible lo deliberado del gesto y la persistencia del territorio físico que la alberga. Un corvo permanece incrustado en la tierra más seca del mundo.
Yeah, I mean, don't miss this project. It's in Linz in our exhibition. It's in Santiago de Chile in an exhibition, and you have the interactive website where you can further explore the researches that Celeste went through. And if you happen to know something about this project, if you happen to know something about this drawing, contact us, contact her, because she really is looking for information. And we move on. There is no call to action without Paolo Tirio. Paolo is an Italian artist that is based in New York, and in 2014 he already received the Golden Nika for the research that went into discovering the true identities of 200,000 anonymous offshore letterboxes in the Caribbean. This year he also received an honorary mention in the Prix Ars Electronica for his new work, Capture, where he's very concerned about the misuse of facial recognition and artificial intelligence, especially related to the asymmetry of power at play. And what he actually did is he collected more than 1,000 images of police officers in France during the protest, and he put them on a public website before actually kind of having them go through a certain database. And this public website, he asks people to join him, to tell him what the identities, what the name of those officers are, and really wants to look deeper into how the technology that we are already daily using turns against the authorities that use them on a daily level. And I think, I mean, for me, it creates also a rather nice linkage to the day of the election in the US, when the Trumpists stormed the Capitol, and just not even hours later, because everything was documented by phones, by images, by videos, not even hours later, you had literally all their faces, all their identities displayed in the web. And this is a really critical issue. I mean, do we really want, you know, we're private persons just knowing identities of people walking around the streets, of doing something wrong or right? I mean, no matter from what perspective you look at it. And what Paolo did is actually that he collected 50,000 signatures for a campaign that he ran this year. It's called #BanFacialRecognitionEU, and he delivered this package to the European Commission, asking to acknowledge how the legal restrictions are lacking, actually, especially regarding AI and facial recognitions. Paolo is now telling us a little bit more about the project in a short video.
I collected 1,000 public photos of police officers taken during protests in France. I then processed them with facial recognition software to profile 4,000 faces of officers that now can be identified by name. I don't have anything against the police. I just want to demonstrate that facial recognition is above them. Police officers are just people, but they can use violent tools. So the police need to be accountable if they use those tools against citizens. At the moment, there is an asymmetry of power, where citizens are surveilled while the police is not accountable and they can hide. I want to show that this asymmetry of power is not fair. After all, this is not about technology, nor about the police. It is about democracy. The police want to use facial recognition on protesters, minorities, and civilians, while they make themselves unidentifiable. The paradigm of the powerful watching and the powerless being watched is reversed. I question the boundaries of this act. Beyond this provocation, I work for regulations and debates on power balances. The ethics, politics, and aesthetics of this project aim to resolve the perplexity around the notion of privacy, transparency, and autonomy of citizens and authorities.
Yes, now we are starting again. And I have with me a guest I've been looking forward to introduce to you for the whole day. It's Glacia Kwong. Glacia comes to us from Hamburg directly, but originally she is from Hong Kong. But you've been living in Europe, in Germany for quite some years now. And Glacia actually is a digital rights activist, having been still are rather active in the Hong Kong movement that started in 2019 and taking there up actually a really leading role in that. And we yesterday had already quite a nice conversation about what we're going to talk now. And I would love to hear a little bit more. I mean, yesterday you mentioned that you started being interested in data surveillance, data misusage already at the age of 15, which is really early. I mean, if I think about myself, what I did at 15, definitely not thinking about data misuse. I mean, it might relate to that I grew up in Germany and you grew up in Hong Kong, and there it has a different perspective. But please give us an insight of how was yourself at 15?
I am a rather weird 15-year-old, to be very honest. Like, no normal 15-year-old should be interested in these kind of things, but I live in Hong Kong, so that's why. I started to be a digital rights activist at the age of 15 in Hong Kong. At the time, my organization and I were leading a campaign against a copyright amendment bill in Hong Kong. The bill was being proposed by the government that we thought would hinder free speech online. So we decided to campaign against it. And we were successful. We successfully forced the government to retreat the bill because it didn't provide enough exemptions for memes, basically, because Hong Kongers use a lot of memes to express their political viewpoints. And after that campaign that was successful in 2016, I decided, oh, maybe we should do more in terms of in regulations on issues that are related to the internet, related to technology, because these things are so underrated in Hong Kong. People don't see how it's related to civil liberties that we enjoy, or how did it help to organize movements, protests, and different things. So I kind of like dive in headfirst into the topic since then, and I decided to do a master in European law in 2018 in Hamburg to understand more about GDPR, which was the biggest like data protection law at the time, and it still is, I think. And now I'm doing a PhD in Hamburg as well, doing research related to like data protection, like how does this world of commercial surveillance require us to re-examine the framework of data protection in Europe, especially when it comes to the consent model, because I am guilty of not looking into where my data goes before I click consent. I think we all do it, just consent in order to use the service quickly. And this is a huge problem because the burden is now on us, but it shouldn't be solely on us. So I do feel like there is a lot of things to look into in that topic, and that's why I'm doing a PhD on that.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you're fully right. It should not be on us. It is very much on us, though, at this point at least. But maybe we'll take a step back and hear a little bit more about the involvement also in the Hong Kong movement. Maybe you care. I think there's no one out there that did not see the images, especially from 2019, that didn't follow at least what happened there in the last year. And possibly you're also not even surprised, but how quiet it is currently around this movement. I mean, due to the even more restricted situation in Hong Kong, due to the danger of what the activists are actually imposed to. But how did it start? How did your involvement start in this movement?
In 2019, a movement broke out in Hong Kong. It's initiated by the government proposing a bill again, but this time it's called an anti-extradition bill. This bill would allow the government to arrest people in Hong Kong who violate Chinese law so that they will be extradited to China for trial and even imprisonment. And we saw that as a huge problem, so we started protesting against it. Nobody actually expected it to turn out into the huge movement that we all saw in the news, the clashes, police brutality, and so on. So my involvement in the movement, I went back to Hong Kong for the protest for sure, and I also went back for the election that was supposed to take place in 2020, but which was canceled right now. And the whole thing, the whole movement is actually leaderless, and it only happens because we have technology, because it wouldn't be possible to organize so many people on the street without the help of technology. Basically, there is no leader in the movement. There are a lot of faces of the movement, but none of us make the decision and say, oh, let's do this and let's do that. People come up with their own ideas. So people would get along on the Hong Kong version of Reddit, and they would discuss, oh, maybe we should do advertisement on global newspapers on the same day so that everybody will see that shocking imagery of having many, many Hong Kong things around them. And they organize themselves online on the forum, and then they exchange contact. And they organize themselves on Telegram groups because then you can stay anonymous, and so that would minimize the risk. And at the same time, when people organize protests on the street, it's very difficult for people to spread the word because it will be immediately made illegal. So people would do that really amazing thing that if you were on the subway and you're using an iPhone, suddenly you would receive an airdrop request. Someone would try to airdrop you something. And sometimes it is information about a protest, sometimes it is reminding you to please take care of yourself so that we can fight on, and sometimes it's about political ideas and so on. So this is like a glimpse of how do we organize ourselves in the movement in order to achieve this leaderless structure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I need to mention in that context that actually in last year every year we have the Ars Electronica. Last year we had the category called Digital Communities, and we had a submission actually from two, I don't want to call them representatives now because that's exactly what you just said, that there is no leader of the movement. Their names are Eric Su and Joel Kwong. And we know them, so they submitted details about the movement, especially about the technology that is used in order to connect the different participants, the different protesters. And for us here, we have an independent jury. So it was not Ars Electronica making that decision, it was the independent jury making the decision to award the Golden Nika in digital communities to actually this movement, to the Hong Kongers, to a decentralized movement that is where there is no representatives, so to say. And that created quite a huge wave around the world, especially obviously in China, as we have a lot of connections there. But it was rather interesting to see how technology actually is used still and has been used at that time to kind of have this being water, kind of free-flowing way of connecting with each other, of rather quickly informing others of where to go and what to do, and quickly getting out if necessary. And I think that's so interesting how that evolved kind of, and how did that even happen? I mean, how did you organize yourself? How did you start with those ideas? Was it really always so decentralized, or is there a group of people, not in the lead per se, but that kind of came up with those ideas, that started initiating those ones, and then it kind of took off and went to everyone so that they could use it?
I'd say the reason why we were able to become so decentralized this time is because we learned from past events. Like in 2014, there was another huge protest that happened in Hong Kong, which is called the Umbrella Movement. And there is still leaders. We still have like main groups that are making the decisions. And that did create the representation problem among the groups that are there and among the participants that are there. And then as technology evolves, we realize there are actually more ways than we thought that can be used to organize movements and so on. So we kind of know how do we adjust in 2019. And it has been really amazing to see what happened in 2019 for me, especially as someone who is very interested in the digital realm, because I never expected Telegram channels can serve the purpose of warning people that where are the police or what is happening maybe 2 blocks away, and there will be people voluntarily taking up this kind of responsibility. It's basically like the prototype of crowdsource is the ideal type of crowdsourcing, basically. Like people would voluntarily take up the responsibility or the task to like document data and then spread it out and make it into like useful information. And there are a lot of other open data initiatives that comes from it. For example, because we know that the police are using facial recognition to target protesters. So there are people who would voluntarily walk around the like heat protest area to like actually look at where are the cameras and then make a point, like make it into a Google map that everybody can see and use so that they know, oh, if you want to get change, if you want to take off your mask, don't do it around these areas because that would be dangerous and so on.
I mean, we just saw the video before by Paolo Cirio, and him taking mugshots, taking images of the police officers that, you know, is always this weird display of power using facial recognition especially. You mentioned now, speaking about the police, that in Hong Kong it's of course a completely different thing. Facial recognition is used in order to identify the protesters, but vice versa, it's like, I think, in every other country of the world forbidden. So how about the friend that you just said before that introduced this artificial intelligence or this algorithms around it?
In Hong Kong, someone created a database with public data of police officers, and with the technology of facial recognition, being able to identify police officers with their badge number. Because in Hong Kong, by law, police have to display their like badge number on them, no matter where they are. But in the protest, we have seen police hiding that to avoid responsibility, because we don't have an independent investigation panel for police brutality. There should be, but there's not. And the only way to complain against a police officer abuse of power is to go to the police and said, oh, this police officer with this badge number did something. But without the badge number, none of this is possible. So out of like anger and the feel like that we have to hold the police accountable for what they've done in the protest, like a friend of mine developed this system. Sadly, he was quickly arrested for other crimes, but we know that he's targeted because he did that. And so he's now behind bars and in jail. But I do feel like this power imbalance of what kind of technology civilians or activists or ordinary citizens have access to and what do the government have access to is usually like there is a huge power imbalance, especially when you don't live in a democratic like system like Hong Kong or China. And this is something that other countries that are more democratic and more free should be considering when they sell technologies to different people in different places. Like, if you are selling technologies like that to Hong Kong police, then you are basically part of the accomplices of hindering freedom and democracy and human rights in Hong Kong.
Yeah, but it's such a nice, the other part of it is such a nice example how technology can also be used to create something very meaningful, to actually empower people to talk to each other, finding subversive ways of connecting and actually fooling in a way all the others. And while doing that, of course, you create a lot of data, you create a huge network, a huge archive, whether it's interviews, whether it's kind of news channels, whether it's you know, all those meeting informations, all those details. So usually we, you know, thinking about the civil society, thinking about all the data collections, I mean, the intention is to be aware of what we create and where it goes and where we save it and where we store it. But for you, there is actually this importance of making sure that the data stays there, to make sure that everything is documented, to make sure that everything that happened doesn't simply disappear, because of course that is the intention of the government. So how do you do this? How do you make sure that you can save those data, that you can keep it?
In Hong Kong, the situation became so bad that the government is trying to take down documentaries about the movement, taking down news records, and closing down newspapers. So we encounter a problem that we have to keep all the historical records of what happened in the past. And these records cannot be safe in Hong Kong, or else you risk like those who are keeping the data will be arrested, or websites could be taken down in Hong Kong and so on. So it became part of my job to store data and to keep things safe and think about ways so that people have access to these records and so on. And one of the things that I learned very recently is the use of blockchain to document different things, because blockchain is a decentralized platform that people can store things, and once it's stored, it's very, very extremely difficult to alter the things that you have been like putting it online. So we have been using blockchain to store those documentaries that I spoke of that was being like taken down. And there are a lot of different efforts to try to archive the newspaper that was being closed down. That is Apple Daily, the only pro-democratic newspaper in Hong Kong that was being closed down under the national security law by the government. And we're doing a lot of these things, making sure that we know what we're doing and how do we keep the data safe, and at the same time, like training activists and organizers on the ground so that they have adequate tools and adequate knowledge to defend themselves against the threats that they're facing. For example, like digital security basic stuff, use a long password, use two-step authentications, and so on and so forth, and encrypt all your files, and don't keep unnecessary details about different projects that you have been working on. If you need something, send it overseas, send it to me, send it to people that you know that are trustworthy, and so on. So this is how technology is being used against us, but at the same time, we can use it to defend ourselves as well.
Exactly. I mean, you mentioned it now already. You're living overseas by now, in the so-called diaspora. How do you make sure, I mean, how do you connect? I mean, you said it already a little bit, that you can help others to empower themselves, to support them, to keep things, to store things. But how do you also, because it's obviously not just you that is not living in Hong Kong anymore, quite a lot of people actually fled, needed to go because of threat to their lives. And how do you organize now those rather diverse groups? Because it gets more complicated once you're no longer in the same location, and especially now that the situation itself is getting more difficult and more threatening, actually. So how do you make sure to keep it alive?
I say like technology, again, does play a huge role in the whole thing, because if I don't have Signal, if I don't have Jitsi, those kind of like open source safe like channels to communicate, then it wouldn't be possible for me to stay in contact with the friends that are outside of Hong Kong or even inside of Hong Kong. But the thing that technology cannot really solve is the trust issue. We are very lucky because the activist circle is quite small and we all know each other and grew up together. So we kind of have that trust already, and the only thing we need is technology to kind of sustain that trust and keep it going. And there are a lot of attempts to try to organize the diaspora community and also with the local community, because it's very difficult for us to voice support towards each other. Like if the locals do it, then they're in trouble. But if we say anything about them, they're in trouble too. So this is that very delicate situation in Hong Kong that we're trying to figure out how we can resolve that. And technology, again, do play a huge role in all the organizing, trying to figure out what to do, thinking about what are the campaigns that we're going to do next, and how do we keep each other safe in the process of coming up with new things to do. But I'd say like trust is the biggest thing, and technology can help it, but it can also like destroys it very easily as well. So this is always that, the tool is neutral. It depends highly on how do you use it.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And I think that is a general thing with not just technology, but also the decisions we daily make. I mean, in what perspective do we trust ourselves in order to make the right decisions? And I mean, you know, how do you implement then in the near future what is happening then afterwards? But how is the situation now? I mean, in Hong Kong, since the last amendment, kind of since the last threat, I said it before, it's at least in the European news rather quiet after this huge outburst once it happened. But how are your colleagues doing now at the moment?
They are personally okay, but the situation is really bad right now. Just this morning, a lawyer that was supposed to be repping a dear colleague of mine is being arrested, and her bail application was denied. And so my colleague lose her lawyer, and her lawyer is in jail, and like there's a lot of these things happening on a daily basis. It's true that there is not a lot of visible protests that are happening in Hong Kong. That's why you don't see it on the news, because of COVID, because of the newly implemented national security law that basically calls all protests on the ground local terrorism, and any campaigns trying to fight for democracy and freedom, subversion of the state. And if you are trying to raise global awareness, like sitting here, like talking to all of you, it's colluding with foreign forces. So it makes it very difficult to actually do anything that's highly visible. It's normal that we are all afraid. Even I'm afraid too. Like I am still thinking about, oh, what can I say, what can I not say, and so on. But there are still a lot of colleagues of mine in Hong Kong that are very willing to stand up against those threats. They, I think it's just yesterday, the colleague that I spoke of, her name is Gwyneth Ho. She was a journalist before. She was applying for bail, but at the same time insisting that the court has to lift the media reporting ban. The judge refused and give really bad reasoning behind that. And she said, oh, never mind, then I'm going to withdraw my application. This is for sure against her best legal interest, because her best legal interest would be reducing the terms that she's serving behind bars. But for her, the right to free press and the freedom of speech is more important than her own personal legal interest. This is her best interest in her mind. And there are still a lot of activists and campaigners like that, like her. And so there are a lot of struggling still going on, that they're not as highly visible as it was before. But I still hope that there will be more reporting and people will be paying more attention to what's happening in Hong Kong, because it's quite important, because the threat coming from China is not only affecting Hong Kong, it's affecting the world, especially when democracy is globally deteriorating and we're complaining about it. And so the best way to deal with it is not to give up our freedom and give up our attention to injustice all over the place voluntarily.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, we said it yesterday already, there is no time for depression, right? I mean, I cannot even imagine what kind of situation your friends, your colleagues are in Hong Kong, because it is a decision whether you go against your own best interest in the end to fight for something that you don't know is whether it's happening or not, and what you're getting yourself into. And I think that making that decision of going into this activistic path without being aware of what might happen to you, how was that for you in the very beginning? Was that a decision, or did that simply happen?
At the beginning, I thought it was either recklessness or being at the right place at the right time. I accidentally chose to go down that path of being an activist because I thought it's going to be fun. Like I said, because Hong Kong was much freer and much vibrant civil society back then. And recklessness is because I'm always those person that feels like I have to act when I feel things are wrong. I'm very impatient, so I have to change it, that kind of person. And so I still cannot tell if it's a decision that I make, but now I think, thinking about every decision that I make that, for example, cost me not being able to go back to Hong Kong, I think I made all of those decisions out of recklessness, feeling that that's right, and that's why I'm doing it, and I'm going to go without actually thinking through the consequences. But I didn't regret any of those decisions. There are things I wished I did better, but in general, I feel yeah, I would make the same choices again if I have the choice right now again. So I had it coming, more or less, as a choice, but it's also being very reckless at the same time. Yes.
I cannot even tell you how much I admire this now, to be honest. And as we need to slowly finish our session here, unfortunately, I think we could go on forever now. But one positive thought, I mean, the situation looks really bad, but you feel confident that at some point it will change again, that you might be able to go back to Hong Kong again?
Yes, I do feel like I can go back to Hong Kong someday. From history books, people, in history, dictatorship always fall and freedoms and human rights will always prevail. And that's the only thing that I'm holding on to. And eventually things will get better and I will be able to go back to Hong Kong for my favorite
food in Hong Kong. That's my biggest
That's a
wish.
good ending,
Yes.
especially as we should go to lunch at some point now.
Yes.
But actually, thank you so much for spending some time with us.
Thank you for having me.
Really follow the panel tomorrow. Glacia is part of the Civil Society and AI panel that is part of the AI Lab conference tomorrow. And we have, besides her, some really wonderful speakers that are joining us to talk exactly about this. What is the role, what is the right of civil society in our world, and how we can use technology to empower all of us. Thank you so much for being with us. And we are continuing our program on the channel, and we have some of our community projects that I would like to introduce now again. It is the Taste Your Soil. We've asked our partners around the world to tell us how the soil, the ground they are standing on, is tasting. And I mean, this is of course relating to many of, well, the physical implications of possibly a chemical factory next to them, or actually the nicest soil in the woods. And this is linking to the Museum of Edible Earth that we have exhibited in our exhibitions here in Linz. And many of those partners submitted nice videos showing us of how their soil tasted. And today we see one coming directly in from Barcelona. And the second community project that we have here is the Expert of the Future. Again, we've asked all of our partners around the world to talk to their children, to talk to children in the age between 5 and 12 and tell us how they imagine their planet to look like. And those answers that we get, those diverse topics that they address, depending on, of course, where they are, whether they're in Abuja, in Nigeria, in Tokyo, in Los Angeles, in Buenos Aires, give us a glimpse of what responsibility we all have and what we need to take care of for the next generation in order to make sure that we preserve the planet so that they can have, you know, a sustainable and a good life. Have a look of what they have to say now.
It's good. It's strange, it feels sugary. I was not expecting any creamy and sugary.
我现在最喜欢做的事情是画画、阅读跟制作动画短片。
我的兴趣是读书，最喜爱做的事情是拉小提琴。
我的兴趣是观看舞台剧。
我的兴趣是看芭蕾舞剧，
寻找达鲁马克的文化，跟家人和朋友一起唱歌跳舞，
玩乐高，因为能拼成自己想要的样子。
我最喜欢打电动。
我最喜欢陪弟弟玩，因为只要他笑起来，我整个人也会跟着开心起来了。
因为被小号华丽的音色所吸引，让我未来想成为一名职业小号演奏家。
我想成为管弦乐团的一员。
我未来想要成为一个透过音乐传播爱心的小提琴家。
我想要成为歌手，用我的歌声带给人们快乐。
我想要成为一个开朗的人，因为只要心情好， 每天开开心心，做事情也都会比较顺利一点。
我想要成为画画老师，因为可以带小朋友创作。建筑师，因为能盖成自己想要的房子。想要成为勇敢又有智慧的人，在遇到困难的时候能用智慧去解决问题。我爸说这就是人生，这是我要面对的人生课题。台湾有很多大自然，台湾很漂亮，有很多的树跟可爱的小动物。台湾是水果王国，而且台湾人很温柔，有很多好吃又好玩的地方。
台湾对我来说就像是个藏宝箱。
台湾是很安全、自由也很快乐的一个地方。
它是融合多元文化族群，也很热情。不同的族群都有好听的歌谣让我们传唱。娱乐不是你不鲁古那西妈咪的阿勒那罗么。
如果我们没有爱护地球，将来我们就会被垃圾淹没。将来的地球科技会变发达，人类会越来越聪明，希望环境会变得更好。将来的地球有可能会暖化，会影响到四季的变化。
未来的地球会变得很科技化，许多工作都会被机器人取代。但是我认为艺术跟人性是不能被机器人取代的。
我觉得会科技很发达，然后上网查询也会比较方便。
希望未来能透过音乐为媒介，把环保概念推广给世人。
地球会很幸福，那是因为大家都会相亲相爱。
我们要保护它，要不然它会像山一样崩塌。将来的地球，如果我们好好珍惜，可以变得像花朵绽放一样美丽。
this 258 we figured we could keep 2.417 100 million billion angels on the head of the 0.75 millimeter head of a typical pin with 1 millimeter thick layer of lyophilized DNA. It occurred to me that using the techniques of molecular biology, I might be able to change the whole demographic of heaven. A few years ago, I had the good fortune to meet a really interesting character, a Sufi master, whose name is Yasser Shadli. He lives in an unassuming house in the hills above El Cerrito, California. And since meeting him, every time I go to California, I'm careful to set aside some time for drinking tea and having conversations with Yasser about secrets of the universe, divinity, all these subjects that I love to have conversations about. At some point, Yasser told me about how to make angels. How to make angels. So apparently there's a 1,000-year-old tradition that if you repeat a certain phrase in Arabic, an angel gets automatically created. And it doesn't matter whether you write the phrase or read the phrase or recite the phrase. Anytime cause it to be printed, anytime the phrase is iterated, you get an angel. The phrase is Subhanallah, which translates to the English word hallelujah. It's simple. Subhanallah is actually part of daily prayer and is repeated about 100 times a day. by 10 billion Muslims in all that time, it turns out to be about 20 quadrillion angels. So I took this on as kind of a quarantine project, enjoying this research and consulting with many friends and colleagues, perhaps most importantly with one Sarah Khan. Sarah is a biologist and an artist who lives in Pakistan and a devout Muslim herself. Together we decided, we figured out how to code in Arabic language, into Arabic language ASCII. ASCII is the formalism used to hold letters and numbers on your computer.
My involvement in this project was the preliminary conversion of the Arabic text into the DNA code. But I was also one of those who designed the plasmid, assembling the subhanallah part of the DNA and flanking it with tags like prefix and suffix, and making it a perfect biobrick.
In 152 bits, in a 76 mer DNA, a DNA molecule with 76 bases, we could hold, and this is ideal encoding, we could hold a single phrase, Subhanallah. But we were inspired by the intricate geometries of Islamic art, of the fantastic calligraphies of words within words within words. And we used a new kind of coding technique that I call DNA manifolds, which operates at several different levels of informational symmetry. It lets you, in fact, put information inside of information inside of information. And we coded 19.5 subhanallahs in a 258 mer DNA, 258 rungs of the ladder, 258 DNA bases. If this was straightforward encoding, we would have coded slightly less than 3 subhanallahs. But in this case, we coded 19.5 in this 258 mer.
The name of our project is Beit al-Ma'mur, which has taken its meaning from the original Beit al-Ma'mur, the frequented house of angels, that is said to be located in 7th heaven, according to the Islamic tradition. It involves a very exciting technique of DNA encoding that Joe Davis has named DNA manifolds. When I heard about this for the first time, I was really surprised for the fact that there are so many people working with the DNA, redesigning the DNA, but there wasn't anyone who could figure out the inherent symmetry inside the genetic code. So DNA manifold, according to Joe Davis, it's the previously unnoticed symmetry of the mathematical operations of the DNA. So the DNA manifolds has the capacity or capability to encode all the known information into a single fragment of DNA by nesting the information and multiplexing it. What's exciting about our project is the very text that we've encoded. And we didn't just encode that special text, it was repeated several times in our concluding DNA fragment, which was about 258 base pairs. And that special text is Subhanallah, which means praise be to God or praise be to Allah. And we created that special text, that special DNA manifold, with several key operations like silent code, the amino code, and numerals of DNA bases. It's considered as a bioart piece, but it touches lots of different areas. So it has the involvement of culture and tradition, embedding spirituality and divinity, but it also has the use of science. So there's a complex mathematical operations inside it. There's also molecular biology involved in it, and there's also tools of synthetic biology like sequencing and synthesis. So this project has sort of significant synergistic effect of delivering the beautiful message of hope to the world. it might sound weird, but me and Joe had different sets of values that we want to deliver to the world. Um, uh, but at the same time, we were inspired by the same thing, the Arabic scripts, which are also termed as hadith. So one of the hadiths was from Sahih al-Bukhari, and the other one was from Nuzhat al-Jalis, both of which put emphasis on how one can receive blessings through the angels by repeating Subhanallah 100 times. And that's where, and that's why it's important for us to, you know, fit the angels on the head of the pin as many as possible, because the more the better.
And so I think to me, it's kind of just an example of kind of the incomprehensibility of what angels are, of, you know, take the smallest, tiniest thing you could possibly picture without a microscope, and you can fit 1,000 angels, 1,000,000 angels on that. And it just, I think it's a way of expressing to people kind of the incomprehensibility of what an angel is.
So, because of quarantine and because we had limited access to the laboratory, if we had access at all, we carried this on as a kind of distance biology project, commissioning each step of the way commercially by outside biotech and having the results shipped to the laboratory. On the first try, we had trouble with synthesis because the company involved indicated that there were symmetries in the sequence and small areas of repeats which interfered with synthesis, with the synthesis of the DNA. And we added and later subtracted different fragments of DNA to interrupt these symmetries and repeats. And to do this assembly, a former colleague of mine and good friend, Jay Lee, and his lab tech, Ryan Peters, at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratories, tackled this problem for weeks on end, using different assembly techniques and amplification techniques. And then in a second try, we found a company that could claim to be able to synthesize the entire sequence as a single gene block. And we added special linkers on the end, and it was assembled into a bacterial vector called a plasmid, which is sort of like a Greyhound bus that you can put passengers on to get inside of the cell. Anyway, so then that was shipped to another friend and colleague, former colleague, Kyle Cromer at the Department of Pediatrics at Stanford University. And there we resequenced it to confirm, and it was perfect. And this was just last week.
So the of DNA that they've coded this Subhanallah phrase multiple times, because it ends up being the way that you need to create the sequence becomes kind of tricky, And so I was talking to Joe, and he was just saying he was having some trouble with that. Cloning is what we call, and it's just essentially taking a custom piece of DNA and synthesizing it, and then putting it into some sort of circularized DNA that you, as that circularized piece of DNA, you can then expand it, grow it up almost, exponentially. It just then ends up becoming pretty tricky when you're dealing with repetitive sequences for the synthesis from a technical standpoint. And so he was talking to me about that, and if I could potentially help him clone this thing in. And I've had a lot of experience recently in my lab doing this, even cloning really tricky sequences. And so I was pretty confident that I could help him with this. And I've always wanted to collaborate and work with Joe on anything. And so this was just the perfect opportunity to do that. And so that's where I came in. I mean, the entire project was fully cooked in terms of an idea. It was already 95% of the way there, I think. It was just this one element that I could come in and help him with cloning. And so I cloned it into a bacterial expression plasmid, this circularized piece of DNA. You then can put in bacteria and get them to amplify it exponentially to grow up very large quantities. And you can do, once you have it in large quantities, you can do many other things with it. It's inserted into human cells that has been talked about with this. And so I had it synthesized. I sequenced it just to ensure that it was exactly the sequence that we wanted. And now I'm mailing it out to all of his collaborators and Joe himself.
So now the angels are loose. There should be a new abundance of feathers.
So I hear you're going to intercept angel making DNA at Harvard and are going to help make new batches of it to send around the world.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. It's a really cool project. I like the idea of making a lot of angels. I think there's a lot of kind of value in putting information inside like bacterial systems, especially information that's like not strictly scientific, so like pictures or like concepts, angels, things like that. I think there's some power to that. I think one of the like most interesting one of the most interesting features of DNA storage is that you can store a lot of information in a really, really small space. It's one of it is the densest storage medium, and so if you're going to try to put an angel on something, like on the head of a pin, if you're going to use a picture, it would be really, really difficult. But actually using DNA, you can store millions of copies of angels or billions of copies on the head of a pin, and so that idea that you can store that much information of something like an angel on the tiniest space of the head of a pin is pretty cool.
A normal DNA can store a million times more information per cubic centimeter than any conventional method. And I think DNA manifolds give it a push. It pushes the boundaries. So for context, one of the efficient method of DNA encoding methods is the DNA fountain. And so it has achieved the information density of 1.57 bits per base, while our DNA manifolds method in our project has achieved the information density of 2.89 bits per base. So I think this is our
Going back.
go-to DNA encoding method. It's the best thing.
What
I've
conspicuous
ever
nature operates the
worked.
thin apertures of belief and omission that represent the truth? Facts and strange companions pressed between the 10,000 sheets, fingerprints peeling from the long record of days. Page after page of philosophy. I'm moving around
To
just so
me,
you can,
a little
if
bit of
there's some
the thing that
noise.
it reminded me of was
That,
a
it's
real,
good.
like, kind of a landmark scientific paper that, so from a postdoc in George Church's lab, who actually has collaborated with George and Joe throughout the years, and this was a big time scientific deal of coding information. In this case, it was video information. It was Edward Muybridge, his video of the horse running, that they took that and essentially pixel by pixel translated that into DNA and put it into living cells, and then did sequencing to read it back, just to show that you could store information in a very clever way. I mean, DNA is information storage. And so and that was, it was a science paper. It was a big deal. It made headlines, and it's in the truest of senses. And to me, it's drawing straight from that lineage of, it also, it kind of traces back to Joe's microvenus paper, where you could encode physical 3D objects, visual objects in DNA as a way to demonstrate DNA's power of DNA storage. And to me, it's pure good science, this clever coding, and then with the cultural, artistic elements, to me, it's great for those reasons too.
That you are exploring what different types of things you can store in DNA, but something like phrases or words or things that go beyond the traditional scope of what's used in research are not that commonly used, so that's definitely pushing one of the frontiers.
At first, this project really seemed to be a simple gesture, a simple poetic gesture. But we quickly came to realize that it was operating on all these different levels. It explored new information-keeping techniques in DNA. It allowed us to create a kind of analog to the intricate geometries of Islamic art. And there was, of course, the not-so-secret aspect of mitigating the fear, widespread fear and hatred of Islam. And it was about building bridges. It's about a bridge not only between art and science, but between art and mathematics, and between science and religion, and mathematics and religion, and between art and all of these. And so what you know, also it was a kind of message of hope. It was you know, a response to the millions of deaths, to the widespread suffering of COVID-19 that COVID-19 has brought to the world. It was a kind of bright light in a darkening world. And if you take all of this into account, what started as our simple poetic gesture became something exquisitely beautiful.
Joe once mentioned that it's very unlikely for the researchers to decode the message, decode the gene of hope. And I think this project is a perfect manifestation of hope in fragmented DNA. I think to me, this project is much like a faith-based creativity. I wanted to deliver something that billions of people believe in, but something that's real. Angels are real to me. And for reference, this is my reference book. Quran is my reference book. It's a fiction-sounding factual book. So there's like the angel word has been mentioned 88 times in 86 verses. And right now there are two angels sitting on your shoulders right now. They're known as Kiram and Katibin. So they're like honorable recorders. One is Raqib and the other one is Atid. So I think we are keeping the good one busy right now. So that's it. I do believe in angels. It's the part of our faith. It's one of the pillars of our faith.
I believe in some angels. I believe in the concept of angels. I don't believe in the traditional like Christian angel, but I think I believe in kind of a like fleeting experience with somebody or something that leaves a powerful impression that could like send you to a better place. And in that respect, I think that's like experiencing an angel. So I do think that that's real.
I believe that the concept has a lot of power to it. And I guess the way that I would say my scientific kind of materialistic understanding of the world prevents me from believing in something animate that would be a ghost or an angel. But I think everything that has resonance in culture has a power to it and has a reality to it too. A belief in something kind of really in the truest sense. And so things that exist in the cultural consciousness are real. And that's what I believe that angels are and their real power. I mean, it strikes deep for a lot of people, and it has a resonance that I think is a reality to it.
probably no one would be offended by this, by repeating hallelujah over and over again. Another angel.
Where?
Welcome back. Welcome to the Ars Electronica Festival channel. We stream here from Linz, directly from our studio at the Kepler's Gardens in Ars Electronica in the festival, here to you out into the world. Thank you so much for joining us again this afternoon, and we have a rather important topic that is, well, not that easy to describe as it is so broad. It's global challenges. And actually, I already have two guests with me, and therefore we're not going into this beginning moderation, but we immediately jump to them, as I don't want to keep them waiting. With me is actually dear Joe Davis. I'm more than excited that you made it to Linz this year again. It was my first festival in 2016 when we got to meet, and you really changed my way of looking at art. You changed my way of thinking about it. And I mean, now a little bit about you first. Joe is an art scientist, I must say, because you are really embracing both disciplines in a rather radical and inspirational way. And I think you have inspired countless artists, countless scientists to think about those topics of bioengineering, of biohacking, of altering the way that we look at reality in a completely unexpected and, well, interesting way, to be honest. You are still an artist researcher at the George Church Lab at the MIT, right?
George Church is at Harvard Medical School.
Oh, I'm so sorry, that's my bad. But you are also at the MIT.
Right, I am a member of both of those communities.
Right, exactly. And I mean, have a living person that has both. That's rather rare. And then with me, of course, is Gerfried Stocker, the artistic director, and I hand over to you now to lead the conversation.
Well, thank you very much, Crystal, and of course also for me it's a really wonderful opportunity to meet here on stage together with Joe Davis. We have quite a long time already together compared to my existence in Ars Electronica, but I mean compared to you and your career and your life, it goes back much longer. I think it was in 1982 that you had been for the first time at Ars Electronica. What was the project at this time?
This was with the Center for Advanced Visual Studies. We came as we came as a group. I think we flew Charlotte Moorman around in a balloon, and she was playing her cello. Stan Vanderbeek was here, maybe one of his last appearances at exhibitions. Yeah. Yes, that was so long ago.
And I think when we just mentioned the names that you mentioned, we immediately see this was really something like the pioneering time of what is now, fortunately, such a big trend almost, the combination of art and science. And Crystal has already mentioned it. I mean, you are possibly the prototype of combining art and science in a very successful way. You have been able at a very early stage already to dive into a world of science that for many artists still nowadays is kind of very enigmatic and mysterious, the world of biotechnology and genetic engineering. And there was the name of one person, I think, who was not only very important for you to do it, but is a very important guy himself, George Church. I mean, among many things, he was one of the leading characters behind the Human Genome Project. And with your help, actually, we could get him even to Ars Electronica to do a lecture about this work. And of course, it's very interesting because we are working a lot in this, how can we bring artists together with scientists? How did it happen that you got to know George Church and not only got to know him, I mean, probably you will tell us anyway, I mean, he was offering you really a lot of support since then to realize your work.
He gets it. Well, I think I met some of his postdocs outside of the laboratory, and then apparently they reported to George about me, and George then invited me to come meet him, and we just sort of hit it off immediately. That was now 12 years ago, I think.
Yeah. And was he just interested in meeting the weird guy, or was there a particular part of your work that immediately, so to say, spoke to him and inspired him?
I mean, we kind of interface on many different levels, but one of his principal interests has been information keeping in DNA. And Microvenus, this project that was the first, that's often cited as the first bioart project, has now also been cited hundreds of times as the first DNA information keeping project in purely technical and scientific terms. And I think that was sort of key to bring us together. George later published the first book in DNA. He published a full movie in DNA form. That was part of our mutual interest, but our interests go in many other directions as well, and continue to.
I mean, at the moment, it seems almost like a popular trend to work with this idea that you can encode information in DNA, and then there are artists who encode their music, and then, so to say, sell bacteria cultures almost like as if it would be real recordings of their music, playing in very interesting way. There is a lot of things where I say, well, they have to try it out. How did you come up with the idea for your work to think about this, what now of course is a very obvious thing, but 20, 30 years ago, I mean, this was anything else, or 40 years ago.
Yeah, more like 40 years ago. Yeah. Well, I'm a kind of miner of paradoxes, right? I seek them out, and when I find them, it's always exciting, and there always seems to be some humor involved. I got very interested in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence many years ago, and I since that time I've transmitted several radio signals to other stars. The first one was a project called Poetica Vaginale. We transmitted vaginal contractions to 4 nearby stars. It was a paradox. The Pioneer and Voyager probes went out of the solar system carrying pictures of man and Barbie doll with no external female genitalia, like the aliens aren't entitled to know what we look like. The Voyager probe contained no nude human images at all, like none. And we're concerned that flying saucers come down and abduct us to experiment with our sex organs. I mean, they got to be curious. So you might think about it as a kind of education project to educate the flying saucers that
intergalactic education
to prevent further further embarrassment. But it was really about revealing ourselves to ourselves. That's been a concern of philosophers for thousands of years. Aristotle wrote about it in Poetics. You have to reveal yourself to yourself before you can reveal yourself to anyone else. And so.
I mean, I imagine it must have been super difficult at this time even to get access to this size of radio telescopes that are necessary to transmit signals really into the intergalactic space. Did you tell
intragalactic?
Intragalactic.
But you're exactly right. There are only several radars on Earth that are powerful enough to outshine the sun at these frequencies, and one of them, sadly, was Arecibo, which, as you know, just had a terrible calamity. But as I was involved in these radio transmission projects, I learned about the shortcomings of radar. Radar signals are photons, and as photons, they're subject to the inverse square law. That is, they diverge, and so any significant distance, you have to be directly in the line of the center of the transmission to. But paradox upon paradox, the first transmissions were aimed at the constellation Hercules, but the astronomers who sent them didn't take into account the proper motion of stars. That is, stars rotate around the galactic core at pretty high speed, and these stars are 25,000 light years away, so we aim it at this, and then 25,000 years from now. So anyway, it boiled down to 3 problems. You needed something that you could make hundreds of billions of copies of for hundreds of billions of possible receivers, not just one. And you needed something that could withstand the extreme environment of space, vacuum, radiation, temperature. And you needed something that could remain intact for periods of geologic time. Because even to cross our own galaxy, which is like 100,000 light years, if mitochondrial Eve, who lived about 200,000 years ago, if she had all the equipment to transmit a message across our own galaxy, and it was instantly replied to, why that reply might not even be back yet, and meanwhile Eve evolves into a different species. So for these three problems, longevity, multiplicity, and robustness, the bacteria, especially sporulating bacteria, answered those problems very well. And so as a kind of proof of concept, I created Microvenus, the first information-carrying bacterium, and the first time human extracellular information was encoded into DNA.
Just to interrupt you before we go to Microvenus, because what I think is very nice here, it seems to me very much that in a certain way you really come from communication. In a technological way, I mean, you know really a lot about communication technologies. Is this a kind of technical background of yours?
I have a degree in creative arts, it's sort of the lowest form of art degree. But you know, I like to think that I've gone through life, or one of my many lives, as a Vitruvian character. Marcus Vitruvius Polio, he said in his great work of 10 books of architecture, he said, if you want to be a perfect master, that you have to know how to draw, of course, and how to write, but you also have to know how to do figures, how to do arithmetic. Try telling that to artists these days. That we should know something about moral and natural philosophy, that we should know something about history and music and about the relationships of the human anatomy to itself and the relationships of the astronomical bodies to themselves. And all of these things, see, is what he thought an artist needs to know. And he anticipated the question, well, how can one person consume all of these things, embody all of these different disciplines? And he said, well, everything is connected. Everything is connected to everything else. And if you pay attention from youth, and throughout your career, you will find yourself curious about all of these things, and you will build this knowledge. And I think that's important. I think it's really important now, especially now, that artists have some scientific literacy, because we're in a maze of misinformation, fake news. Artists must become scientifically literate, and it doesn't mean that we have to abandon emotional literacy, but you know, art is like quantum physics. Art tries to describe the whole world. And the problem is you can't describe something that you choose to remain clueless about.
So, but you yourself, you educated yourself about this wealth of scientific and technological knowledge that you definitely had to have at a very early stage to be able to conceive these projects and to convince somebody like George Church to allow you to enter his laboratories. And
I think he convinced me. Convincing Otto Pino was tougher. You know, to be fair, for the last 40 years I've been surrounded by some of the greatest minds, and Cambridge, Massachusetts is an amazing, magical place. It's sort of like Oz. If with Harvard and MIT, if you need anything, do you need a nuclear reactor or a 1,000,000-watt laser beam or the biggest magnet in the world, or you know, do you need a half gallon of heavy water? Well, you're in the right place. A radar bright enough to outshine the sun.
And so
these people impacted my life, right? It sort of like brings the point to spirituality. My father used to say, the shadow of the cloud leaves its permanent mark on the stone, because photons have their effect on everything. and that sooner or later we'd be able to build an instrument with sufficient resolution to resolve the fact that the shadow of this cloud passed over this stone. And he said, like the shadow of the cloud, we imprint ourselves on everything we encounter, animate and inanimate. He called it the thermodynamic soul, because it's a theory of the soul that agrees with thermodynamics.
So what was the background of your father then?
He was a chemist.
Oh, he was a scientist. Chemist.
Yeah, well, he was an industrial chemist.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's still a lot of science
Yes,
in it.
yes. Yes, and as a child, there were Scientific American and Chemical and Engineering News, and some of these publications were around. Not that I really understood much of it back then, but...
So was your father happy when you decided to become an artist?
You can't do that. Gee, I don't know. I was, I think in all of my memory, I was an artist. I was the artist among 7 siblings. I did everything for all 7 every time there was a cake sale or a science fair. I did all of the... I remember dreaming that I could draw a dinosaur when I was like 4 years old, 5 years old, and I drew the dinosaur, and from that time. And I think it's not that we make a rational choice to become an artist. We're artists because we can't help ourselves. If we had any choice in the matter, we'd probably do something far more practical, like bookkeeping or accounting or, corporate law. But, yeah.
Well, we're pretty happy that you didn't go into bookkeeping or corporate law. And to come back to what you already started, I just thought for me it's very interesting, this engagement that you had with kind of communication, radio technology, and then from this as you started already to describe, you move into a field that is now very popular almost in the arts, bioart, genetic art. I mean, there are a lot of interesting terms around. And as you just started to describe, it seems for you it was not the choice that, there is this new thing, biotechnology, genetic engineering, let's jump on it. But it was just another way to utilize science and technology to convey your artistic idea with this Microvenus project. So maybe now you continue on this point, please.
Well, it's cited as the first time language of any kind was incorporated into DNA at all, and the DNA of a living organism. But I found a story about Max Delbruck and George W. Beadle back in the 50s. They actually imagined, they did a sort of thought experiment of how language, in this case English language, could be contained in a DNA sequence. George was winning the Nobel Prize that year, George Beadle, and Max and his pals at Caltech in Pasadena, California, sent him a telegram, and sent George a telegram, and the telegram was in 4 letters, A, B, C, and D, and there was one clue. It was the X in Max's name. And George Beadle took a few days to decode the telegram, and it said, using what was then known about the genetic code, and it contained the message that went something like, break this code or give back the Nobel Prize, blah, blah, blah. And then Max and his... okay, so then George sent another telegram back to Max with 4 letters, and it said, got your message just fine if I could only do the final step, meaning resolve the code, because they hadn't really figured out the genetic code completely at that point. And so Max and his pals back at Pasadena raced to put together a response before the end of the Nobel Prize ceremonies, and they made a model of 174 toothpicks in 4 colors. And in these toothpicks, there's a legend that George Beadle was the air freight officer, delivered these toothpicks to George Beadle while he was at the podium giving his formal lecture after the award ceremonies, and that he decoded it at the podium. And it contained a message that has deep historical resonance. It was, know me and you will know yourself. And that's what we were saying a minute ago. You have to reveal yourself to yourself. It's the inscription that's said to have been on the entrance of the Temple of Apollo at Delphi. Know yourself and you will know the secrets of the universe and the secrets of the gods. But unfortunately for George and Max, it was extremely inconvenient, if at all possible, in 1957 to synthesize DNA. And so I synthesized it at MIT and sequenced it in Germany at Free University in Berlin.
Yeah. So this episode with the Nobel Prize winners, this was like your inspiration, and then you took it on because in Microvenus there is, of course, again, a very important story behind it.
Well, it was, I discovered that I wasn't the first guy to have this idea, and this riddle of life molecule superseded Microvenus. Microvenus was first, and the Nature reported on it, and there are some other details, but we can move on. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, we saw a very nice video just before that is in particular documenting your latest work. And I think this is, again, one of the really exciting things. I mean, you did so many really seminal works in this field, and still you are continuing to work on new things, and it seems like there is no challenge that is difficult enough for you. Usually every project that you starts with problems that are not really solved or that are very hard to solve. Sometimes the projects suffer from it, but I think even in situations where a project was not immediately, so to say, finalized because of technical challenges, it's still also dealing with these frontiers of technical possibility or with the frontier of scientific insight. It seems to be very much to say your playful character that comes here. And you said, you know, you're so interested in paradoxes. I always have the feeling, you know, with all the deep respect that you have for science, and even if you are not a trained scientist, I would say you are 100% scientist as well as you're 100% artist. You like to challenge and even sometimes joke a little bit with the sciences. Am I wrong? Or?
Yeah, it's, again, it's like a kind of it's a paradox mining operation. The recent project was inspired by a guy I met out in California. I was introduced to him by mutual friends from the SETI Institute, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. Well, they brought me to meet Yasser Shadley, who's a Sufi mystic and scholar who lives in the hills above El Sobrante, California, which is one of the suburbs across the bay from San Francisco. And immediately, and he dresses the part. He's kind of a Berber fashionista. He's like, it goes over well in the Bay Area. And so he fixed tea, and we immediately embarked on these discussions about secrets of the universe and divinity. This stuff I really kind of like to talk about. And we quickly became fast friends. And so now when I go back to San Francisco, I make it a point to go to see Yasser and get tea and talk about secrets of the universe. But at one point he said, there's a 1,000-year-old tradition that if you repeat a certain phrase in Arabic, that an angel gets created. Okay.
Trigger point for you, wasn't it?
Yeah. This doesn't matter whether you speak the phrase or write the phrase or cause it to be printed. Any way the phrase is iterated, you get an angel. So I immediately thought, well, with the tools of molecular biology, we could change the whole demographic of heaven, right? And so I had known Sarah Khan for some time previous to that, and we entered into discussion about it. We at first, not that we didn't believe Yasser, but we wanted to document find the earliest documents about this tradition. We found the oldest printed documents we found were from 1876 from a bookseller in Cairo, Egypt. And these were reprints from the 18th century, and the text contained references to 9th century references. And it's also part of the Hadith, which are kind of parallel literature to the Quran. So then we explored about how we could code Arabic language into DNA. But straightforward encoding wasn't really didn't really, wasn't really that exciting for us. So inspired by the complex geometries and nested calligraphies of Islamic art, we applied a technique for encoding information into DNA that was sort of analogous to that. It allowed us to insert this Arabic phrase, which, by the way, is Subhanallah, which means hallelujah. We nested it inside itself on many different layers of informational symmetry in a single DNA molecule.
So you really work from the calligraphy and not from like translating it into our letters and then translating it into, because I think that's a very important point. The other way would be very easy and solved, but
yeah. So so then anyway, in this way, we were able to keep 2.417 million billion angels on the head of a typical straight pin. And the one that we have installed in our exhibition here is a straight pin that's suspended in a magnetic field. And there's a coil that modulates that field, and so the pin itself. And we modulate the pin with the call to prayer on the hours of the call to prayer. And then we use an optical sensor and a small lamp and mini amplifier to resolve the motions of the pin, of the singing pin, back into sound.
Well, that's what it really makes it Joe Davis work, you know. Probably everybody else would say, hey, super, we did this transcoding into DNA, and then you come with this whole universe of scientific relations and symbolism also. I mean, this is, I think, really one of the super exciting things that shows again your Vitruvian character, I would say.
One of our problems that I have to bring up is that it was really difficult to bring Sarah Kahn to Austria.
Maybe you could also tell us who is Sarah Kahn, and then please describe.
Sarah Kahn is an artist and biologist from Peshawar, Pakistan, and she was essential to the project. And she was not allowed to enter Austria. If she has been vaccinated, we had to arrange for all the money for her transportation and her subsequent quarantine, even though she's been vaccinated. But there are laws in Austria, France, Denmark, Belgium, Bulgaria, in 16 countries that selectively prohibit garments, Islamic garments for women because of the face covering. Sarah wears niqab, and that's her personal vision of piety and modesty. And who are we to say, I mean, now we all have to wear masks, and there's another paradox, it seems. And I think with this project, Sarah does want to show us a face, but a different face of Islam, an Islam that is benevolent and tolerant, an Islam that carried knowledge of mathematics and science and philosophy through the darkest periods of human history, and that's quite capable of doing it now. I think the thing is, because of current events, that her presence here would have been so important. I mean, Ars Electronica goes art, technology, society, and this is a social issue. I mean, I'm a child of the 60s. I engaged in battles against considerable odds for civil rights and freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and those principles are suddenly brought back into sharp focus on this. I
know this is really a super terrible situation, and even with all the attempts to try to get some help from the foreign ministry, it was not possible. And you're totally right. It's not only absurd in our times where we anyway are all running around totally face masked, but it's really an issue that clearly shows it's actually not about Islam or religion. It's really about xenophobia. It's about a very populist approach to think that you can please a few crazy people here by passing this kind of laws. It's unfortunately a very terrible trend that we have here. And I'm very sorry also as one of the organizers here that we couldn't manage any kind of way around the whole thing to bring her. We hope she is maybe listening to our interview now, and we can really use this as an opportunity to pay our respect and thank her very much for the wonderful contribution to this project. And yeah,
we set aside money to pay her fines if she had been cited on the train or something. We had
yeah, but it's not only the fines. I think the even worse thing is this kind of xenophobic atmosphere here.
Yeah, I mean, it's like making a law against silly hats or, ponytails.
How's yours? Well, you have yours in front. Because time is passing fast, I think we have some minutes left. One thing that you brought up specifically just like 10 seconds before we went online is supernatural phenomena, supernatural beings. I mean, of course, dealing with angels is one of these things. And I have maybe another question that I can squeeze in the last minutes. Do you know from your historical research about this, have there also in history been machines who are creating angels? Because it might be obvious that when there is the idea that it doesn't matter what kind of media you use, whether you're saying it, singing it, writing it, that already in the 16th, 17th century,
yeah, theoretically, a printing press is doing that every time it prints this phrase, subhanallah.
And in particular,
but if we most of us with serious scientific attitudes, with a rational approach to the world, well, we kind of are automatically suspicious about all things supernatural, right? Angels, elves, whatever, Santa Claus. But it turns out, if you think about it, another little paradox here, if you think about it, supernatural entities are far more common than we might automatically assume. So it takes the human brain 80 milliseconds to process the present. The present is the point, the very minuscule point between the light cone that is memory and the light cone that's prediction. And note that memory and prediction are both, obviously modifiable and changeable, and that all reality exists in this tiny interval between the past and the future.
80 milliseconds.
It takes the brain 80 milliseconds to resolve the fact that the present just happened. And so we're stuck in the past. And since the Earth is moving around on its axis at 25,000 miles an hour and then around the sun at an even greater speed, and the sun itself is circling the galactic core, and the galaxy is moving through space at the blistering speed of 1,300,000 miles an hour, in 80 milliseconds, we travel about 31 miles or 50 kilometers. So not only are you my construct and I'm your construct, but we are, at this moment, 50 kilometers away. We're all supernatural. And on the matter of divinity, there's evidence that Neanderthals, they had burials with tools and medicinal herbs for the afterlife. And they were thought to have had bigger brains than human beings and are now considered to be at least as intelligent as current Homo sapiens. But it seems that belief in the afterlife, in spirituality, may have actually preceded us on this planet. And that now there's a whole new burgeoning science, neuroscience of religion, where we've identified parts of the brain associated with the religious experience, brain enzymes associated with, and even polymorphisms in DNA associated with spirituality. One guy, late neuroscientist, Michael Persinger, I think his name, he was in Canada, he made a God helmet with rotating magnetic fields that would activate this part of your brain. And he claimed that 8 out of 10, I mean, his work is controversial, but he claimed that 8 out of 10 of his subjects reported some spiritual experience or presence of some spiritual entity.
Well,
but now there are much more powerful rotating magnetic fields that are having now therapeutic use in brain injuries and pathologies, and this technology is still developing. But see, what that tells me is that divinity is part of being human. That there's a kind of collective divinity. We've been slaughtering each other since we walked on the surface of Earth about trivial differences, but there is this divinity, I think, and it's one that we can also say wouldn't violate thermodynamics. And because it's so very much a part of human beings, we make a construct that we consider divinity, but you and I are making constructs right now. We are just as supernatural. And when we slaughter each other over these silly differences, we simply diminish the divinity. Certainly, when we kill each other, when we practice genocide, we lessen divinity somehow.
Yeah. I have to keep an eye on the clock here. I think we have 2.5 minutes left. Oh, I get even 4 minutes now. Hey, super. We were so interesting. We got a little extension. And I think, I mean, the window that you just opened would need several more hours to really start to discuss. What I really like is, again, and you mentioned it yourself, is kind of Vitruvian approach of connecting spirituality, science, and of course arts also as a medium not only to communicate between things like spirituality and science, between the facts of our reality and the constructs of our visions, but of course also as something that allows to communicate such ideas to the audiences. And this is the bridge to ask you, what are your next steps? I mean, you are here now, and we are so grateful that you could manage to squeeze in Ars Electronica in your very tight schedules. Where are your next exhibitions and projects?
Well, over pandemic, I'd been designing these little robots at home. Many years ago, I tried to get the Viking lander, operators of the Viking Mars lander, to let me put one rock on top of another rock, which I never gave up on that story, and I've been building these little robots that you control with iPhones that I could send into Death Valley with the satellite phone and lift up a rock and put another rock as a kind of model that maybe sooner or later we can do things like that.
Maybe a little bit more realistic is where is the next station of the Angels project going? Where have people the chance to see your projects? You also mentioned something about the exhibition for the opening of the new MIT museum coming.
Right, we're going to install an exhibition at the new MIT museum that will stand for 2 years. There will be a slightly expanded, greatly expanded version of what we've installed here. We're also installing a version of it at the newly renovated Anatomy Museum in Riga, Latvia, in like, I think next week. So yeah. And the Angel's DNA has been distributed widely to laboratories all around the world. There people are making angels all the time. There's feathers everywhere. Carnegie Mellon, Stanford, Harvard, MIT, etc. Many places.
Joe, in fact, we have a question from our audience that is watching online, and they would love to hear a bit more of how you and Sarah actually met each other and started collaborating with each other.
Sarah was at MIT as part of the BioSummit meeting, which is a meeting of really DIY biology groups from around the world, and George Church and I were both there, and we both met Sarah at the same time, and then afterwards we pretty much stayed in communication, and with the pandemic on our hands, my colleagues and we had more time to pursue these kind of ideas than we would have ordinarily, and so, part of the reason it was possible is even though my access to laboratory and the access of my colleagues to laboratories at Harvard and MIT were either completely non-existent or very limited, the laboratory vendors stayed in business in the pandemic, although the pandemic affected their productivity. We were able to synthesize DNA and sequence DNA, et cetera, from home. And so we were able to have our DNA created and cloned into a plasmid and delivered to our collaborators, and then we resequenced it to confirm its identity. Anyway, and Sarah and I sort of marshaled all of this as it was going on.
Yes, I really, really hope that we can meet Sarah at some point in person here, if not this year, unfortunately, hopefully in the rather near future, ideally both of you again together here. I'm sorry I have to somehow interrupt this really, really inspiring conversation. I wish we could go on just, but also everyone that is around in Linz, take the chance of meeting Joe here, of actually really taking the time to speak with him, to hear his stories, to meet him and to visit the exhibition, especially as you can get your billion angels yourself. We have quite a lot of them, I've heard. And thank you so much for joining. Thank you for spending some time with us here. Thank you for telling your inspirational stories and sharing them with all of us. It's been a real pleasure.
And my honor. Thank you.
Thank you. We have now something else on our agenda that is linked to the topic of global challenges. And we've heard it already before, the Future Lab is celebrating its 25th anniversary, not just the Future Lab, but also the Ars Electronica Museum. And they kind of stormed out to their former Future Lab members, asking them of what are their concerns, what are their topics, what do they really think we should talk about, what is their call to action in a way. And they produced a fantastic video highlighting some of those former Future Lab members like Dietmar Offenhuber, Maya Smrika. Okay, she was not a Future Lab member, but she was in a deep residency, in a deep collaboration with them. Shoko Takahashi worked there before, and Maria Jose is linked to the Future Lab, now from Australia, before from Mexico. Have a look of what those wonderful people have to say. And afterwards, I'm going to leave as well. It's going to be my colleague Connie Lee who's taking over the moderation, guiding you through the rest of the session. Thanks so much for watching.
One person has as much power and energy and might and influence as a whole nation.
We need to be kind of the disruptors. We need to be anarchists.
We have to think about that, who we are and what we are want to be.
What is actually your vision of the future concerning these big issues, and what do you expect to happen in the next 25 years?
A very big question in these is the question who has a voice and who is heard and who is in consequence subalternalized.
Yeah, I think it's not focusing about saving the world.
Precisely my work, as I say, is to understanding different ecosystems, cultures, to make things happen in a world where it's like more commons than difference.
We are working with people in different countries and in communities and working upon actually these gaps and divisions of inequality.
We need new ways of thinking about income, how people make money. The governments can do to support people, maybe universal basic income. The tech community, which is mostly focused on generating revenue for companies, should also start acting on using technology for a better purpose.
I think that this pandemic, among many other things, made us all aware how life is about many of those other than human entities, meaning that our bodies are hosts for living beings such as bacteria and viruses. But we humans are also hosts for political ideologies and technologies.
People are now realizing that, climate change is happening, and this is not this kind of strange information paradox where we can't really observe it. What we see is always just weather and never the climate.
And these challenges affect not only humanity, but biodiversity in all its appearances, from mushrooms to plants to animals, the whole planet, so to say. And it's certain that we have to say goodbye to an anthropocentric view and adapt a holistic perspective that takes complexity into account also by integrating digital tools.
In 10 years, 10 years from now, that we will switch into a kind of a crisis mode. And we should now build the foundations that we have solutions at hand when it comes to that.
People want to see change. They want more from the big hegemonic states and the big institutions that have power. They want to see society run differently.
We can see, or maybe and hopefully we will live in cities that are, so to say, more socially sensitive and more ecologically aware. This would be, in a way, my positive vision for the future.
What do you wish to the next generations?
I wish them this kind of fearlessness, just trying out to go their own way.
Being actually part of the shaping and the formulating of the technology itself is a very important thing.
We have the power to change the future with robot by knowing and understanding and deciding where to use, what to use, or why to use these robotic technologies.
So possible better outcomes or also possible actions in different lay in different ways of communication, of sharing knowledge and information, and in some fundamental changes of power structures.
Instead of putting ourselves in the opposition towards the other, we should all be open to learn from each other on a human and on the other than human scale.
Yeah, perspective change for everyone is the key for a smarter society, and also for finding solutions to the wicked problems we are facing today.
The positive outcome for me would be that we recognize we are in this together, and we start to respect each other's differences and include each other in positive, meaningful ways.
But what do you think that each and every one of us can still do to make a difference?
I think we all can make a difference individually, but I think that starts from understanding what position of power you have. We can absolutely make a change. We can give as much as we're getting, and we can turn around and challenge these issues.
I think what we need again is a kind of a stronger sense of being a collective and being all together in a very difficult situation.
There's been too much pressure on individuals to change the world on their own. It's time for us to collectively come together and put the pressure on the places and the points that need.
We cannot wait until the magical world happens. Therefore, we have to build little by little and implement different actions to increase awareness.
Participating is not only by clicking or commenting or sharing some content in social platforms, but it's also learning and knowing and being part in the shaping of the communication networks themselves and the technologies, how we are exposed to.
Community does not mean that the individual disappears, but it's not overrated anymore.
I personally think that, we should come up with very radical and unique ideas to create awareness and, action. People coming from like art and research background, our community is responsible to find those kind of ideas.
What you can try to achieve always has to focus on a particular place and on a particular context, that there are no universal solutions for anything.
I think that empathy should become a concept of solidarity in co-creating our responsible futures among humans and non-humans.
We, you, me, everybody is part of nature, that it's not us and nature something, or it's not about saving the planet. Learn about that and explain it to everybody.
Changing the mindset and think about what can somebody give back to Earth. It's not an entity to profit on.
And what do you think? What are the areas that your work touches? Should be more broadly discussed for a positive future?
I think the way that we use machine learning and industrialized value judgments through AI is of concern in the reality that that those processes in and of themselves are biased, because we as a society are biased. So maybe they aren't the right systems for us to be using, because these systems are kind of training us to kind of see the world in a different way.
Actually, the future together with robot is we have to change, robot has to change, and the environment has to change, and we need to create those systems and culture, language, how we can live together with robots.
We have to allow ourselves to forgive. Yeah, grief means that the idea that everything is going on like that all the time and all more fleshy, and then the AI robot will wake me up and bring me buttermilk. Yeah, and I will be like, I will end up like in the Wall-E movie, like these big fat bubbles. Yeah, we have to say, okay, goodbye to this kind of future with endless stuff floating around us.
Everyone seems thinking about how we can make machines and robots smarter. But what I think is that we should think much more about how we can make ourselves smarter human beings.
When I see, for example, companies developing things that we have already, such as cars, but just with a kind of a bit of a different engine, what kind of innovation is this? And shouldn't we start to kind of rethink what innovation is in a much more radical way?
But what would be radical, I think, in this really hard times would be actually to step back, to be slower, to just stop and breathe and think and listen.
Hi, so you're still watching the Ars Electronica channel, and I'm taking over now from my colleague Crystal Bauer. Thank you, Crystal. And this session continues to focus on the topic of global challenges, of which there are so many. There's the social injustice towards marginalized groups. There is the growing gap between the rich and the poor. There's, in general, the division in society, which has grown concerningly big during the pandemic. There is, of course, the climate crisis, the climate catastrophe, I might say. But before we turn to these global challenges, we'll take a look at two more of the gardens which are part of the Ars Electronica Festival worldwide. And the two gardens that we are going to see now are one from Barcelona, the Terra Ice project, and also one from Lugano, Switzerland, which is called Digitale Consapevole, which is translated something like digital awareness. So here they are. strong images there from the garden from Lugano, Switzerland. And you can find and stroll through more of these worldwide gardens on the website ars.electronica.art. Now, turning to global challenges. When we talk about climate crisis, one bullet point is our consumption of animal products and how we treat animals and nature in general. So we live in a very human-centered world where everything evolves around us, and many people regard nature as something like a free all-you-can-eat buffet that's just there for our comfort. But mankind does not peak out in the creation, or it should not, if we want to live in a balanced ecosystem. And to make this point clear, some voices are getting louder that demand that we take a more modest position in the ecosystem. And one of them is the artist Theresa Schubert. She, in her project, takes quite the radical approach to raise awareness for the harshness of how we treat animals and other living beings. So what Theresa Schubert did in her project Meet Me, which is a crossover between meeting and eating, Meet Me. So she makes her own body a resource of food and material, because her point is that if humans and animals should be at the same stage, at the same step that we are currently treating animals, then human bodies should also be food and material. And she grew flesh from her own muscle cells, and this flesh is there for consumption. So she breaks the taboo of cannibalism and makes her body a resource for food. So here's a clip of Theresa Schubert's very special and very interesting project, Meet Me.
Some kind of autophagus dinner performance with myself.
Dehumanism puts an end to the need to consider whether eating someone is socially proper or not. Those who choose to reject are free of moral constraints. No, then can think. We can progress beyond a disembodied solipsistic ego and start to have a fair and just society for all.
Of cells lives inside this container in a special sterile flask, where we will continue to bring it into the lab and to incubate it.
With modern biotechnology, it has become possible to grow new organs or tissue from our cells. Genome editing in theory allows us to construct a human as if it were a manual for a product. This has turned our bodies into a ground for engineering, and to a certain degree made it reconstructible. In conclusion, I am treating my body as a material, an impersonal, objective structure or architecture, in the words of performance artist Stelling, to experiment with. performance I am presenting the provocative notion of a biotech-era cannibalism to raise awareness for issues around bioethics, body politics, and the inhumane treatment of animals in industrial farming. Through new in vitro meat production techniques, we could use our own body to feed ourselves. In addition, I wanted to elaborate on the idea of creating a mechanism for self-sustainable nutrition where the meat cells and nutritious medium comes from within yourself. Your body is an externalized production unit. Cannibalism is one of the big taboos left in our society. It's left for apocalyptic dystopian scenarios in popular culture, films, series, dark zones where we usually don't want to go. Historically, cannibalism was also used to justify the killing of the white Western man of indigenous communities and to conquer new territories. Alleged cannibal tribes, for example on the Caribbean islands, were compared with animals. A human that consumes another human loses its humanity, it becomes animal, a beast without rights.
I found the project to be, and especially the live performance of the project, to be really in line with my own research into ritualistic practices. I found a very interesting parallel between cloning the voice of Teresa, the artist, and also the reproduction of the cells. So in one case you have the voice being a biometrical information that comes from the body, and on the other side you have the physicality of the cells.
Dialogue for me and my artificial self. There is an odd feeling of uneasiness that is common to both when thinking about the growth of living beings or body parts and lives, as well as about artificial intelligence.
Human beings that could put these visions of the future into practice. Life just got more peace. Pluripotent. Stem cells. Aliens are invading along with the financial industry. In a world where all life on Earth is a threat to all life and must be eliminated or reduced, this position is unchallengeable, and there is no disputing it. For nature, a truly wild world, ideals of free thought, equality, spirituality, self-determination, is free health care. It's all fun and games until you look at the sky. We would all be better off without all of this. We hate Mother Nature. We hate. We only see the destruction of something as if it were some kind of tribute to ourselves. You don't have to look so hard to see that there's nothing we were doing or willing to sacrifice to save Mother Earth, because we need her for our freedom and our health.
The very intense work of Theresa Schubert with her project Meet Me, criticizing the meat industry as a whole concept. And now we're turning to another global challenge regarding the social factor in the digitalization. Speaking of digital humanism, and for that I've got with me now a special guest. I'm very happy to have you with me here, Gillian York from the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Hi.
Hi, thank you for having me.
So to introduce you shortly to our viewers, you're Director for International Freedom of Expression. Your work focuses on corporate and state censorship and how it has an impact on human rights, on culture, focusing on marginalized groups also. And you also wrote a book called Silicon Values, The Future of Free Speech Under Surveillance Capitalism. You're also here at the Ars Electronica Festival because you're going to be part of a panel with the title AI and Digital Humanism, which is going to deal exactly with this question, right, of how to incorporate social dimensions into technological development. So my first question to you is, what do you consider the key for digitalizing humanism?
Thank you. I think that's a great question. For me, it's really about bringing humanity back into the processes through which we create technologies that are meant for human use. Right now, the primary mode of the internet is surveillance capitalism. We have all of these technology companies that are capturing up our data, our expression really, and using it to sell things back to us and to create more capital. And so for me, making sure that there's always humans in the creation process, which means, of course, as we seed things to AI, that humans are always in the loop, but also bringing a sense of joy, a sense of wonder, a sense of humanity back into the technologies that we use, rather than these sort of soulless ad-driven machines.
Yeah, sometimes I think the ban of advertisement in general would probably turn upside down the whole internet and digital industry.
Absolutely. I mean, we're willing to pay for so many things. We pay for the clothes we wear, the food we eat, our social enjoyment. Why aren't we willing to pay for the things that we use online?
That's one very clever thing I learned over the couple of years that I've been using internet, that if you don't have to pay for a product, then you're the product.
Exactly.
So how can the digital world, do you think, be freed of the capitalistic pressure of being always after profit?
I mean, I think that we first have to think outside of the frameworks that we create these things in. I mean, right now I think there's a lot of rigidity in Silicon Valley, in the United States, around technological development. There's a lot more innovation happening here, but we have to find ways to break out of these existing modes. I was on a panel last week that was around the concept of protopia, curated by Monika Bialecki. And protopia being this kind of non-binary concept between utopia and dystopia, or maybe outside of it. I think that we have to start envisioning the futures that we want. And obviously there's practical things that we need to do to get there, such as taking some of the politics out of it. But nevertheless, I think that we can.
Yeah, I guess one of the main problems is that the whole system is so connected, everything with each other. When we talk about global challenges here in this session, all of the challenges, be it climate, be it societal challenges, are so interconnected with each other. So if you want the internet to be changed, people have to invest time, and to do so they have to get paid because they have to pay for everything else in their lives, right? So where to start?
Exactly. I mean, I think we can't separate the political systems from technological systems and development. And so obviously, I mean, I think that we have to work, away from tech a little bit to make sure that we do have things like basic income or whatever strategy it is that we see fit in our current societies.
So you're an activist for the freedom of expression. And I think that is a very thrilling field of research, especially currently, since so many people misuse the argument of freedom of expression, freedom of speech, the amendment of freedom of speech, and use it for hatred, for misogynistic and homophobic posts and so on and so forth. We have experienced all of this online, probably each of us already, sadly. So how do you draw the line, or do you ever draw a line of where the freedom of expression ends and where, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, I do. And I think that, for that, it's important that we think about what's come before. I think that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the attached covenants to it, the ICCPR, for instance, do give us a really strong guidance for how we can draw that line. I don't agree with all of it, frankly. I think that, it's time for a 21st century update to, for example, the morality clause. But nevertheless, I do think that we have to think of it as freedom of expression to the point, or ends before the point where you harm another person. That being said, there are also a number of ways in which both laws and technology companies' policies go too far in inhibiting free expression. For example, when it comes to the human body or sex and sexuality, or even the ways that AI systems categorize certain words as being hate speech.
That's the difficult part, I guess, because it's so very personal and subjective when you're being hurt as a person by someone. So, and many people also misuse that and say, oh, I'm being hurt by seeing a female nipple online, so this triggers me, I can't have it. So how do you see this difficult issue?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the problem is that we've taken the system of policing that already exists in our societies and attached it to these online spaces. And so we're really just replicating problematic ideas about policing in online spaces instead of perhaps dealing with this in a community manner. So we've got, these paid workers, really low-wage workers making these decisions, or AI and machine learning being applied to speech, rather than saying, you as a community should be making the rules in your spaces around what is or is not acceptable and policing them as such. Again, bringing the humanity back into the conversation.
How do you react as someone who's dealing with real censorship that really harms human rights, when then some people use the word censorship because they cannot post their racist slurs wherever and however they want?
Yeah, I mean, it is a really difficult time to be working on freedom of expression. I've been doing this for quite some time, and of course, these things always existed, but I think they've become exacerbated as more and more people have kind of gone to certain spaces in social media. So the way that I deal with it is really to always bring it back to those who are most harmed. And it's the political activists, the people of color and women and trans people, et cetera, who are the most vulnerable in our societies, and they're often the ones most impacted by censorship. At the same time, it's gotten to the point where there are a lot of other people impacted as well. And so I think it is important to always raise those cases and look to look at the details of what's really happening.
So in the panel you're going to be part of, it's also going to be about AI, artificial intelligence, and how this plays a role. So for example, there's been discussions about algorithms that help banning hate speech online, but that can easily go into a wrong direction and can also be misused by corporations. So is this, do you think, a good development or a very concerning development of algorithms taking over this work of now people doing the work of banning posts?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are good uses for AI, for example, with dealing with really difficult to look at things, child sexual abuse imagery, terrorism, etc. But when it comes to text, I really don't think that AI can do this job. And I also worry that the biases that people who program the code are bringing to the table end up doing things like, censoring or removing profanity instead of really harmful but civil statements such as men are better than women or things like that. And so it's the biases that humans bring into it, but it's also the fact that machines simply aren't that good at making determinations about complex text, especially when you consider the fact that we're dealing with hundreds of languages online.
But probably the same problem can exist with pictures because people can always find ways around the algorithm.
I mean, I think that that's the thing, is that people will always find ways around the rules regardless. And that's why, thinking about old systems of policing doesn't necessarily make sense. I mean, we think about something like drugs are illegal, but people do them all the time because there's never been a system of perfect policing. And yet online, people want there to be a perfect system of policing speech. And I think that we have to reconsider that idea altogether.
So if we talk about implementing social factors and social dimensions into technology, the question will also be who is forming these parameters, who is deciding what these social dimensions look like, and who is spelling them out. So what do you think? Who can that be?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first step is, before we break down the systems altogether, we have to consider that these companies and governments, of course, but the companies already exist. And so I think we have to change them from inside as well as changing the externalities. And that means bringing a far more diverse set of voices to the table. I mean, right now, companies like Facebook really have huge gaps just in terms of gender, in terms of race and ethnicity, but also in terms of global, representation. And so if we're making rules about what speech is acceptable, we have to think about a variety of different societies and adjust the rules accordingly. Same goes for the different experiences that men and women and other people have online. And so, yeah, for me, the first thing we need to do is change the equation of who's at the table in the first place.
Mm-hmm. And also there we're talking globalization, of course, because the rules that we're discussing here can also differ so very much in regarding different cultural backgrounds. So can we, as a humanity, even find a common ground in these questions?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's true. I mean, I absolutely agree with what you say, and I think that that's where it is really important to take back the policing or let's say the regulation of spaces to the communities that are participating in them. And yet at the same time, it is often people living in some of the more authoritarian, more censorial countries who are most affected by censorship online because they don't have the freedom to speak in their societies either. And so therefore their speech online becomes even more important. And so I think it's a very difficult and delicate balance. But that's where I would like to see a lot of these decisions decentralized and put back into the communities that are participating in conversations in the first place.
I wonder, how do you personally react to people who call themselves marginalized for being racist and don't wanting to accept the media, the mainstream media, and telling everything fake news? They are now calling themselves, many of them, calling themselves marginalized groups who are under a dictatorship and so on. How do you deal with this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think racists have ever been marginalized in any of our societies, but how do I practically deal with it? I mean, I think really it's continuing to tell these stories, continuing to put these arguments out there, to come on these panels, to say these things. And also, I mean, obviously this is quite a special space, but it's also not, I mean, it's globally accessible in many ways, which is wonderful. But I think it's also really important to speak to so many different audiences. So how do we deal with those people? I think that on a societal level, it's going to be a really uphill battle. But on a personal level, I think that we can make differences in our own communities, and we can't just brush these people off and say, oh, they don't matter, because they are still part of society, and therefore it is important to continue in some form of dialogue, even if it's only in your local communities.
Yeah, speaking of local communities, in Austria, some political factions have, for example, called the current division between vaccinated and non-vaccinated people in Austria apartheid. So so that's just one of the many aspects of how very divided people's opinions are concerning freedom of expression.
Yeah, the vaccine situation is a very, very difficult one. It's something that we've seen building up over the years through a lot of disinformation, purposeful propaganda and disinformation. And so in order to combat it, again, we can't just brush these people off. We have to, create rules as to where they can enter and where they can participate. But at the same time, I think that this is time for states to do a much better job of public health campaigns. I'm not sure that we have done a great job. I live in Germany, and I have not seen a significant enough effort to really help people understand how the vaccine works and why it's important. They're just saying, get the vaccine. They're not saying, this is why, and this is what we did, and this is how we tested it. And I think that if, for people who are skeptical, and especially in low trust societies such as the United States, I think that it's so much more important that we communicate clearly to people instead of kind of talking above their heads.
So you've been researching this issue for a period of time now already. Do you have the feeling that the freedom of expression has improved or worsened over the last couple of years?
I feel as though it's mostly worsened, unfortunately. I think that some states have made errors in judgment in the ways in which they've chosen to enforce, pretty reasonable laws. So, for example, in Germany, we have the NetzDG law, which is just a means of enforcing existing laws around hate speech online. But instead of going after people, they're going after the companies that host the speech. And the difficulty there is that law has then been replicated in a number of states in pretty disturbing and more authoritarian ways. And so I think that we do have, as more free states, obligations to consider the ways in which echoes of the laws that we create will, affect the rest of the world. And of course, there are a number of countries that have just become so much more stringent and kind of have been cracking down on activist communities. And that really concerns me as well, of course.
It's probably the point why we can never find the one rule that then stands firmly, because it's always evolving, always changing. A Hong Kong activist was here earlier in a session today on this channel, and she was talking about how software is being sold to China and how China uses this software to find people, to track people, and to arrest them afterwards. So you also have to think about how other systems can misuse your systems, your software, your rules also.
Absolutely. And I mean, China is both a consumer and a producer of those systems, but so is the United States. Italy and Germany have also both sold these kinds of technologies to governments in the Middle East. There's a very troubling industry that's, by a large number of states at this point, selling this kind of equipment to each other and kind of washing their hands of it. And so I think that this is going to take a pretty large citizens movement to push back on the idea that it's even acceptable to record us in these ways, to capture our messages, to surveil us.
Your book with the title Future of Free Speech Under Surveillance Capitalism. Surveillance capitalism on the one hand, so where, what's your position towards the necessary regulation that many see in social networks, for example? Again, talking about hate speech, talking about stalking also. So where do we draw the line and differ between surveillance, capitalistic surveillance, and maybe necessary regulation?
Yeah, I'm not completely opposed to regulation, but what worries me is that regulations are often created without the input of civil society. Civil society experts who've been looking at this stuff for many years, and lawmakers who are, just recently elected and want to score political points. And so very often these regulations are created in ways that don't really serve the people, the citizens. And so I think that there are definitely paths toward regulation. For example, I think about things like transparency, ensuring diversity in the rooms where the rules are being made, ensuring that people have the right to due process, to appeal. And there are, of course, aspects of speech that we may need to regulate, but that should be done through a much more consultatory process than it's being done right now in most states.
Can this process be a democratic one, do you think?
I think it has to be. I think that in order to serve the largest number of people, it absolutely has to be a democratic process.
But that's where we need to educate people so much more, because, I mean, there's algorithms, artificial intelligence, the whole system of how these corporations work, and it's also very, very complex. So for it to be a democratic process, people have to understand what's going on.
Yes, absolutely. And I think we also really have to work from the starting point of the idea that technology is not going to solve these problems, that these are deep societal issues that have always existed and may always will exist, and that we can't just slap technology on it and expect it to fix the problem at hand. And so, yes, I mean, of course, that requires a large amount of education. Probably, I haven't been in the education system in some time, but I do think that these are issues that we need to start educating children about from a young age. And right now, there's kind of a global debate around what should be taught in schools. This absolutely needs to be part of it.
Yeah, so do you think the digital world in the state that it is now can be changed towards digital humanism, or do we have to, basically, should we start from scratch?
Well, I'm a pragmatist, if anything. So I'm not sure we can start from scratch. I think we can't put it back in the box. The it's out there. Digitization is out there.
Restart, reboot it all.
Yeah, exactly. Just reboot the whole internet. No, and I think that we have to dial it back a bit. We have to bring more people into the process, and we have to maybe reimagine what it could look like before we start trying to make it look like something else. I worry that a lot of times we are just trying to throw things at the problem instead of really thinking about what the problem is. And a lot of that happens because we're always thinking in this, not to bring code into it, but I think code makes us think in kind of binary ways, black and white ways, whereas we should be thinking really outside of that box and beyond binaries.
So do you think this is going to happen over the next couple of years?
I think it'll take time, but I hope to see it start happening over the next couple of years. I'm already seeing really incredible conversations happening at places like this, places like some of the panels that I saw last week in Berlin. And I think that there's a huge and growing community of people who are thinking about these issues from all over the world. And so I'm really heartened to see that those conversations become much more inclusive and participatory of people of such different backgrounds. I think it really makes it a better dialogue in the first place.
So last question maybe. There are also always new things starting, and also online, and there are so many networks, social networks, that have started over the last couple of years, or boomed over the last couple of years, that pride themselves of being completely free medium of expression, and have also been misused again. So how to deal with those new platforms, those new media?
I mean, hilariously, none of them really are, though. They all still ban perfectly legal nudity, First Amendment protected nudity. So I like to remind them of that as often as I can. But I do think that when it comes to these companies that have the ability to kind of grow in power and gain market share, it's dangerous to just shun them. I think we can't just disregard them entirely. And so, organizations like mine do take the opportunity when we can to be in dialogue with those companies, even if on a personal level we completely disagree with what they're doing and what they represent, because I think that it can help move them in the right direction. And when it comes to content moderation, the truth is that every company, be it Parler or Gab or Facebook, whatever, at some point they all realize that they have to bring content moderation into the process. And so if you can talk to them early on, you can help them see that there are better ways of doing it and that there are rules that maybe do need to exist. And so I think it is really important that we keep them looped in.
Gillian York, thank you so very much for this interesting conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for great questions.
So, where to continue now? Now we are coming to something quite different, actually. We're going to speak of Pablo Picasso now. Why not? And one of his most famous works, the Guernica. The Guernica was painted in 1937 as a reaction to the destruction of the Spanish town of Guernica. And today this painting is exhibited in the Museo Nacional Centro de Arte Reina Sofía in Madrid. But here at the Ars Electronica Festival, you can also not just see, but experience this painting in the deep space. The impressive, incredible 8K projection experience in the Ars Electronica Center. Because in collaboration with the Museo Nacional Centro de Arte Reina Sofía, Madrid, with the kind support of the Spanish Embassy, the Ars Electronica has set up this very special presentation of a gigapixel image of Picasso's Guernica, which we're going to dive into now. The presentation will be given by the great curators of the Spanish Museum, by Mrs. Olga Sevillano and Mr. Jorge Gomez Tejedo. They will provide us with insight into the artist's craft and techniques. So enjoy this live glimpse now into this presentation at the Deep Space.
Or transport reasons, the work was replicated or translated to other media, supports, and the scales. Guernica returned to Spain, first to the Museo del Prado and then to the Museo Reina Sofía in 1992. Guernica had become established as a timeless, universal symbol that condemns the horrors of wars, opening an artistic debate on the representation of armed conflict. The Rethinking Guernica site presents a great investigation on the work with more than 2,000 documents with details of its creations, travels, political role, replicas, and artistic debates. Several browsing tools on the website have been developed to access the digital archive as a collective multi-voices project with a powerful search tool, a chronology, different itineraries, and an oral archive. The search tool enables an open search of terms to be made inside the ensemble of materials and documents, as well as providing a narrative to searches. All documents contain tags, itineraries, and other options that represent and make visible the multiple routes and paths available to consult the archive, with each one offering a different experience. These paths are all compatible and create new ones at the same time. The chronology or timeline is a virtual resource which is clearly presented and interactive. It also constitutes another search engine inside the website. The itineraries or histories and accounts of the main thematic focal points that help to add context around the work. And the oral archive is a compilation in progress of testimonies via interviews with some of the figures involved with the history of the painting in recent decades, from the 60s to the present day. Our aim was not to create levels of interest or relevance one particular year or event or build a dominant archive reading. We were more interested in a plural reading where all documents are valid and where everyone participates in developing narratives through the proposed tags. In other words, as an archive, the Rethinking Guernica project does not contain one only history, but multiple histories, as many as the people browsing, and all of them are valid and complementary. Rethinking Guernica is a work in progress. For example, we have recently expanded research with a new section that questions the role of archive with a new graphic and interactive representation. The section is called Impossible Counter-Archives, a commissioned project undertaken by Francis Frastina, a professor of visual arts at Keele University. It offers an extensive map of relations that start from the political resignification of Guernica, shaped by different American collectives of artists and activists at two concrete times, the Vietnam and Iraq wars. In this new section, our intention was to question the concept of archive as a universal repository of documents, information, and knowledge. Based on this premise, this interactive proposal shows that all archive is always incomplete and open to the critic. In short, Rethinking Guernica is an archive of archive, an open tool of knowledge as a result from the collaboration between different professional profiles and the museum's collection, restoration, editorial, and digital project departments. This online project is under continuous development and is always growing, allowing us to analyze the contemporary history and construction of its imagery. Finally, it was obvious that the project must be concerned with the materiality of the painting and understand its surface as a biographical space. And that's where the gigapixel section comes in, because the finest details of the canvas are being explored with a powerful zoom tool. This is the first time a work of Guernica scale has undergone such detailed analysis, allowing us to delve deeper into the way of creation and to the state of conservation. The person best qualified to talk about this stage of the project is our colleague Jorge Garcia, head of the Restoration and Conservation Department. Unfortunately, he can't be with us today, but he and his team have made a video to provide some insight. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I would like to be there with you today alongside my colleagues Mabel and Olga at Ars Electronica 21. It's to be an honor to be invited to participate in the great festival in the wonderful city of Linz. From the Museum Reina Sofia's Conservation and Restoration Department, we have been out research of the world's state of conservation, drawing from the digital technology.
In 1981, Guernica arrived in Spain. The work's format is monumental, 3.5 per 8 meters on one sole canvas. The fabric composition is linen in the warp threads horizontal and jute in the weft threads vertical. Its size makes it a complex piece to conserve, and it's particularly fragile when transported. The canvas has an animal glue primer and a white oil-based preparatory layer. The painting's creative process was documented over 10 photographic sessions by Dora Maar. The different sessions show the modifications to the composition. In its early years, the painting toured around numerous exhibitions. 20 years marked by travel and shows that made it the icon it is today. In 1988, the first study of Guernica was published. This work compiled chemical analysis of the constituent materials, technical studies, and a detailed report including a map of alterations and a photographic report. In 2006, a complete X-ray of the work was made. The plate is made up of 26 strips of 3.750 millimeters assembled on the back of the work. From 2011 to 2017, the journey to the heart of the Guernica project got underway and is structured in 4 stages. In 2011, the project got underway with the development of a system which would enable systematic studies to be carried out that were compatible with the painting being on display. It was agreed that we needed a scan of the work in order to carry out studies with visible light, UV and infrared, multispectral studies, 3D scanning, thermography, and greater depth in the hyperspectral study of specific areas. To work in situ, a mechanism that would follow up and not interfere with the contemplation of the work when open to the public. A mechanism that works in parallel and at an unbreachable safe distance. The possibility of placing light sources together to be moved with sensors. In January 2012, it was placed in front of Guernica. This phase stretched from January to May 2012. We worked every day from 10 p.m. to 9 a.m. and throughout Tuesdays, the day of the museum closes, enabling us to avoid closing the room and even allowing visitors to see the automation alongside the work. Given the scope of the work, we tried to fully automate the image capturing processes using remote controls and with the option of stopping the system. An information sheet was created for each study. Given the size of the work, some exceeded 24,000 high-resolution images, making the creation of a unique image unworkable and therefore leading the work composing image, mosaic, and constructing pyramids of different resolutions. To perfect this assembly, we worked via programming with correcting logarithms on optical distortion and luminescence. A georeferencing program was also developed on the information data to create maps of alterations. This enabled us to locate, differentiate, and examine the information by moving around the images using a zoom tool. With visible light, alterations to the pictorial layer can be discerned. Microfissures, calculus, losses, stains, holes, dirtiness, wax, etc. Technical aspects of execution, rapid and vigorous brush strokes, characteristics of Picasso, marks, splashes. Historical aspects, such as the red paint residues from the act of vandalism in 1974. Via ultraviolet light, we can make out, in terms of technique, the different types of white in the compositions, whether it be the primer or layers of color. With regard to the alterations, repainting, chromatic additions, varnishes, and wax resin in the restoration become apparent. We have also managed to reveal different restorations carried out of the work, retouching, repainting, etc. In the radiographic study of Picasso's technique, we can see the characteristics of the current stretcher comprising 20 stretcher bars, the metallic tensioning system, affixing the fabric to the stretcher using tacks. Details of the support, the fabric's wet thread, horizontal strips to apply the primer. In terms of the alterations, we can note tears to the fabric, damages to the edges and angles, areas with an absence of priming and stucco, reinforcement strips, patches. In infrared, we can see the middle or initial layers of the painting. Dora Maar's photographs, housed in the Museo Reina Sofia collection, thankfully show the different stages of composition, and using these images as a reference has enabled us to identify with color the different composition scenes in the photo. The triangular structural and compositional lines can also be appreciated. For instance, the lamp light splitting the right-hand side of the painting in two, the horse's head, the dress pleats in the area of the dead soldier's head, to give a few salient examples. Different chemical analyses were also conducted. The systems most notably used were optical microscopy, electronic microscopy, X-ray fluorescence, X-ray diffraction, FTIR. As you can see, the study to gain an idea of the state of the work has been both complex and in-depth, and it's the outcome of a joint work between many professionals from different backgrounds. The result can be
That was a part of Rethinking Guernica live from the deep space at the Ars Electronica Center. And with that, this session is coming nearly to an end. Nearly, but not completely. We've got 2 clips from our community projects left. So that's on the one hand, the Taste Your Soil community project, where we ask people from all around the world to taste the soil from where they are and describe the tastes of it to us. And from that project, we're going to see a clip from Johannesburg. And after that, we're going to see a clip from the Experts of the Future community project, a clip from Puerto Rico. That was this session, Tackling Global Challenges. And today, still coming up in the evening at 6 p.m., is the Ars Electronica ceremony starting at 6 p.m. It's going to be streamed live also on this channel, so just stay tuned. And after the live stream of the ceremony, the three of the winning projects from 3 winning categories are going to be presented here, namely the one from the animation category, sound art and digital music, and artificial intelligence and live art. So all you have to do is just stay here and enjoy. Thanks for watching.
Good morning on this chilly Johannesburg day, Johannesburg, South Africa. I've extracted my soil. It didn't take too much effort to extract, fortunately. So let's do this. Hey. It's salty, very granular. What can I taste? 100 years old Johannesburg, before Johannesburg became Johannesburg. This was probably a plot, the horse and a carriage. Yeah, and that's all I have to say.
Yo pienso que con el desarrollo de la tecnología y la ciencia, los seres humanos pudieran vivir una mejor vida y serán más felices. Y también espero que el planeta sea más verde en el futuro.
No tengo ninguna opinión específica porque está pasando tantas cosas hoy en día. Te podría haber posibilidades de que la tierra esté sucia o limpia, pero yo realmente deseo que en el futuro esté limpio el planeta y que los animales estén fuera de peligro de extinción y que puedan ser libres.
Imagino que será más limpio porque las personas reciclan y más tecnológicos con robots que ayuden a las personas a hacer las cosas y así será un mundo mejor.
Hello, my name is Stefan Laxness. I am a London-based architectural and spatial researcher. I've been exploring the exciting prospects but also the consequences that large-scale environmental restoration ambitions might have on our territories and how we live and occupy them in the future. My practice is strongly influenced by my time at Forensic Architecture, a research agency that investigates instances of human rights abuse through spatial analysis, and my own academic research at the Architectural Association, where I explore the latent potential of near-future trends brought about by climate change through architectural proposition by advocating for territorial transformation and institutional adjustment. My project, titled Learning from the Commons, a Keystone for a Rewilded Future, is undertaken here at Laboral in Gijón in the context of the European Media Arts Platform residency program. The Monte Vecinale and Mano Común are communally managed forests linked to one or more villages forming a parish. Each village, with its orchard, its shared productive land, and its communal forest, forms a type of basic territorial unit, which for a long time guaranteed a form of self-sufficiency within a network of villages. In the 1940s, the Franco dictatorship forced a policy of monocultural afforestation on the Monte Vecinal, excluding traditional practices such as livestock grazing, and hence radically shifting the production of the Galician territory. A large fire in 2006 and the collapse of the price of timber following the 2008 economic crisis provoked some communities to rethink how they managed their forest, reinvesting in them and moving away from monocultural plantations in favor of a more resilient and diverse forest. To this day, this involves local communities managing their forests sustainably in a way that is environmentally friendly, but also economically profitable, creating jobs and reinforcing biodiversity in the process. Today, the Montes Vecinales cover approximately 22% of the Galician territory, showing an overall good practice of agroforestry, environmental, and territorial management. In the coming decades, the continuation of the processes of rural depopulation and agricultural land abandonment, compounded by climate stress, will intensify the societal and ecological decline of both Spain and Europe's territory. By 2030, more than 20 million acres of agricultural land is at high potential risk of abandonment, an area roughly the size of the United Kingdom. Countries such as Spain are already feeling the pressure of rural depopulation, with 10% of its territory officially deserted and 85% of its population effectively living in 20% of its land. Project seeks to study and learn from these communal forests, or Montes Vecinales and Mano Común. My research here at Laboral is part of a long-term investigation which posits that in the future a network of commons or recommon land could form a key framework for tackling these ongoing processes and producing a more equitable and participatory environmental restoration project. Rewilding is the process of returning vast tracts of land to their pre-agricultural state through the reintroduction of apex predators and keystone species. Rewilding requires large-scale wilderness engineering and connecting previously fragmented ecosystems. A key principle of rewilding is to create a network of restored ecosystems passively managed by these reintroduced species and limiting human involvement. However, its interpretation and implementation varies greatly. The concept of rewilding has taken hold in Europe specifically because of these ongoing processes of rural depopulation and agricultural land abandonment, which promises to free up the appropriate amount of space for such projects. But very quickly I observed what could be understood as the lack of participatory spatial project when discussing large-scale environmental restoration, in particular in the context of rewilding. So my position became that instead of creating even more sanctuarized ecological areas within already marginalized parts of Europe, we should instead actively try to re-inhabit them by reinvesting in our environment, but also in the infrastructures that strengthen community bonds. And while the communities of the Monte Vecinales are not actively advocating for the return of, say, the wolf or the bear, by collectively managing and negotiating their communal forests within their territorial unit, they are constructing a form of biotic community which promotes sustainability and resilience both environmentally and economically. I wanted to explore whether you could register or sense the processes of rural depopulation and land abandonment, the two processes that make rewilding a possibility, but also, in the case of the Montes Vecinales, the spatial consequences of a collective environmental restoration project. I became fascinated with the growing number of environmental activists developing their own open source environmental sensing techniques, so I set out to create an experiment with my own. I was particularly interested in exploring the use of Normalized Difference Vegetation Index, or NDVI. NDVI is used for agricultural production and the forecasting of fires, for example, and is preferably used for the global vegetation monitoring from satellites. NDVI visualizes the amount of infrared and other wavelengths of light reflected from vegetation. Put simply, it produces a snapshot of how much photosynthesis is happening and is helpful in assessing the health of plants. The NDVI equation is run for every pixel of the source data from an infrared or near-infrared image and of a visible image. The result is a new image in which every pixel has been given a value between -1 and 1. To this image, we can apply a false color gradient which differentiates between low and high photosynthesis areas. Practically speaking, it allows you to register natural processes invisible to the naked eye, a sort of glimpse into the secret, slow-changing life of trees, revealing the photosynthetic signature of the world around us and inviting us to reflect on the quality of a particular environment. By rigging my modified NDVI cameras to a simple balloon, I engaged in a series of sensory walks, sometimes lasting up to an hour at a time, through lands known to be undergoing the processes of rural depopulation and land abandonment, and in some instances, parcels of land known to be commons. The balloon, inherently unstable and subject to changes in the environment, became a sort of mediator between myself and the land I was walking on. As a device, it forced me to engage differently with a given area, to be more attuned to its spatial complexity, and to pick up on more subtle cues such as wind, temperature, vegetation, and terrain. carefully moving through the brush, navigating the spatial thresholds of communal land, private property, and abandoned parcels, the walks provided a near sensing of the land. The success of the captured image would be determined by the careful interpretation of the environment. The uncertainty of the balloon and the almost willful misuse of the NDVI, in opposition to, say, high definition, highly stable aerial drone footage that we're used to seeing today, came to encompass one of the key issues facing large-scale environmental restoration projects. The need to set up an infrastructure of uncertainty, one that allows for unforeseen and unknown ecological processes and cascades to occur. In the next phase of my project, I will undertake a second field trip to Froxan, Galicia, a small village with a monte vecinal, in collaboration with Fundación RIA and the Barbanza Eco-Social Lab, to document and participate in a collective action to clear a communal forest of eucalyptus. First, the ambition is to scan and record the monte vecinal and the components that make up the sum of its parts. Second, to sense or register and reflect on the spatial consequences of a collective project of environmental restoration. Today, I believe we have a collective responsibility to advocate for deep systemic, territorial and institutional changes in response to the slow and fast violence of climate change. As an architect, I see my responsibility as one of revealing crises through spatial analysis and to learn from alternative modes of spatial occupation. By understanding our built environment and taking a critical position in regards to present and future policies, I tried to mobilize spatial evidence and architectural proposition as a means for discussing citizen engagement, representation, and participation. Perhaps more importantly, the combination of analysis and proposition, or speculation, can become a powerful tool for countering the prevailing narrative that the deep systemic changes we must make in order to respond to climate change must lead to sort of austerity, scarcity, or be violent, and instead produce an alternative narrative that demonstrates that these large-scale changes can be positive and productive.
Charmant, liebenswert und schön. Berlin sind wir zwar nicht, und trotzdem Trendsetter.
Awesome.
Von uns bekommst du das etwas andere Österreich. Wir sind nicht perfekt. Aber eines können wir versprechen. Menschen, die dich mit offenen Armen empfangen. Linz ist Linz.
The project began with a question: can AI distinguish between advertising and reality? I use the latest machine learning technology called CycleGAN, a generative adversarial network, which already has classification functions. AI was trained to convert images of rooms without human guidance. In the first activity, you can see how your room will look if it is advertised. Through the second activity, you can see what the room in the advertisement actually looks like. In this video, I conversed with collaborator Chani Cho. I also have an interview with Professor Kevin and Professor Otto, where we discuss their perspectives of AI and my project. This room is perfectly set up for advertising. This house is usually rented for taking videos in advertisements or drama. If someone pays attention to vital advertising factors such as angle, lighting, and directions, it could create the perfect room for excellent advertising.
Yeah, I think so too. More and more housing searches are relying on internet nowadays. So more people are relying on somewhat misleading images today. And what are your thoughts or ideas on AI in relation to your Inner Small Room project?
What surprised me was that photos created by AI look no different from a human's work. When I mixed the photos that were created by AI in with authentic ones, even for me, it required more attention to distinguish them. AI brings benefits and some side effects as well. Thus, I think we should think about how we can respond to those phenomena. How about you?
I think the fact that AI learned this transformation between the two groups of images itself shows the presence of distortions in advertising nowadays. In this regard, I think there will be many opportunities to explore human behavior through AI. What is the aim of your AI web program?
After the cyclic and results, I became even more interested. They revealed that AI thinks advertising images are bright and blurred with smooth writing. On the contrary, when I change it from an advertising image to a realistic version, the overall tone becomes darker and gloomy. It means that AI noticed this relationship.
Yeah, I remember that. Hmm. So, what do you think about machine learning and AI's imitating human behaviors?
Well, I think machine learning provides chances to people think about how our technology has continuously impacted society. And it is a pretty excellent tool to reveal and think about diverse social issues using AI. Through an AI led program, evidences of AI's ability to learn the transformation from real photos to advertising images can show the numerous misleading advertising images around us. In a small points out the difference between reality and what's seen in the media. We can observe this constant tendency on virtually every digital media platform. What do you think about this pervasive phenomenon?
Yeah, I think it is very interesting to notice. Since people are always surrounded by various media images, like you mentioned, they seem to forget that there is a significant difference between those images and reality. This issue reminds me of Rene Magritte's The Treachery of Images. It points out the difference between symbols or images and reality. But in the media, it's easier to mislead and manipulate. So there are things that trick people and cause misunderstandings. I think those points are what we need to refrain from doing so.
I think a lot of people compare the humans and the machine intelligence, and they say maybe that machines will take over the human jobs, for example. But I think you cannot really compare the humans and machines too much because they're not really equivalent except in some kind of functional way, maybe. You know, humans have created tools to take some of their work for a long time, and that's the case also with computers and AI. Um, but the result, because the artificial intelligence becomes so complex and so powerful, that some people say we humans are becoming like a caretakers of AI, just feeding them, taking care of them, and giving them lots of data and information, and they become very powerful. Um, so I think for artificial intelligence, that we shouldn't look at it as just as a tool for creating things. I think in some sense it works in collaboration with humans, and it's positive to do things that humans maybe are not good at, like counting things and dealing with large sets of data. Um, but I think it's maybe not correct to look at it as a being or or something. Something like that, but maybe just as a complex system, just as a human is a complex system. And maybe that's one definition of intelligence, is that, you know, when a system becomes so complex, then you can say it achieves some degree of intelligence, maybe. Um, so I think for artificial intelligence systems specifically, they're about the computer is using the data to do something and not the algorithms. So in a normal programming environment, programmer will write some algorithms and that tells the computer what to do. In the case of AI systems, machine learning systems, it's using the data as an input, and those algorithms are learning from the data. So something that we started in the IED program that I ran at the RCA called the decomputation. And this is maybe useful for dealing with something like an AI system, because we use the steps of a computational thinking in a design process. So taking a data set, breaking it down into parts, and then looking for patterns, which is what AI systems are good at, and then abstracting that, and then designing something from that. Might be some algorithms, might be an AI system. So that might be a useful way to think about the process of machine learning in AI. But basically, AI system is based on statistics, numbers, and probabilities. And in statistics, so in my work, I try to take an anthropological or an ethnographic view of AI. And that means looking at different cultures and looking at the cultures of people who create AI, but also maybe looking at AI systems almost as a culture themselves, and thinking of like an AI system looking back onto humans almost as a kind of participant observer. I think it's very interesting, this issue. Of course, the difference between images and reality has been an issue for a long time. So advertising going back more than 100 years has always struggled with this issue and pushed against this issue. And some theorists like Walter Benjamin, looking at how images are mechanically created back at that time, changed the way that we understand and see images and see the world. And so this tension has always existed. And since image manipulation came about, and to some degree, images have always been manipulated. When you paint a picture or take a picture with a camera, well, you're always making a frame, and something is included within this frame, something is excluded from the frame. So it's always somehow framing reality. So there's always some kind of manipulation, let's say, in these images. And in that sense, you know, you can say that humans have always been artificially intelligent to some degree. If you think of the camera, for example, as an extension of the body. So no image is really real, you can really compare to reality, of course. But specifically for rooms and houses and the advertising images, I think there's a lot of issues here. Maybe one of them, maybe more personal to me, because my mother is a real estate agent selling houses in the United States, in California, and there's a practice within this profession called staging the environment. So when they sell a house, they will hire some people to decorate the apartment so that it looks like an ideal apartment that people might want to live in. So when people visit the real place is, let's say, manipulated to some degree. So not only images, but the reality can be manipulated to some degree. For the AI system, that's you know, taking some idealized images and then comparing another image to that. It's relying on certain categories and certain conventions that we want a room to look bright and clean, for example. These kind of ideal types that partly a cultural convention and partly maybe related to human perception as well. I think that's quite interesting, and you use AI, to create a kind of idealized images. But in your other project, in a way, was about using something like AI to change the space we're in, and that's maybe something interesting direction for the future of the project. Yeah.
Yeah, so if I answer as a mathematician, the possible consequences range from nothing to everything that's possible. But I mean, to give a kind of more honest answer, well, AI already has influence on the world. So kind of YouTube videos are kind of influenced by this, and I guess Facebook and all these social media are also kind of strongly influenced by this. So I think this influence, well, unless something strange happens, this will probably grow. Of course, one issue with technology is it's developed by engineers, maybe sometimes scientists. So even mathematicians can help sometimes a little bit with technology. And yeah, anyway, when they develop this, usually the human component is just not given so much thought. So how would you make it more human-centered? I mean, people who are going to use it should get more involved with it. So it kind of goes two ways. Maybe the developers of these new technologies should kind of go to the people, but maybe also a bit the other way. Kind of people who are interested in new things, they should kind of give more feedback. So it's kind of hard to kind of, someone should move. Probably the developers are the most likely to kind of have to adapt to it. But if people want to make it kind of develop more quickly, to make it more human-centered, then it has to come from both directions, I guess. Yeah, so you're referring to the kind of taking an honest picture, like for example from of this room, and then turn it into a. So maybe the AI program is so good that it can make this look like a clean room, or do or the opposite one. Yeah, I think it's very nice. I like this kind of application, creative application of AI. So yeah, I like it very much. It's a kind of, yeah, creativity is kind of thriving in this way. It's very nice. Type of propaganda, or whatever you want to call it, has been around since forever. I mean, sculptures, ancient sculptures, were also often idealizing certain people, so it's not new. Yeah, of course, for the particular thing that you showed, the Goshi one, right? Actually, I live in a different city, so during the week when I stay in Seoul, I'm staying in a small apartment, and well, the current place is nice. But the one we stayed before was better than the Goshi one, but not much better. So it was, but it was kind of, yeah. So if this advertisement is kind of used to kind of mislead people, I personally like active involvement in things, and I think kind of either drawing or maybe training AI models, you can pick it up, and I think it's interesting. You can try all kinds of things. So, like what you did, but I mean, you could also kind of try to, what we just talked about, like detect, just make pictures of normal situations and train a model to see is this normal or not, or make some other things that idealizes. I mean, the advertisement pictures, they kind of go from reality. They make it in some idealized world in a certain way, but you could kind of do it in a different way, like it's on a different planet or something. So you could imagine something like that. It would be maybe interesting to do.
Hello and welcome to all the visitors of Ars Electronica 2021. Hello and welcome to all our partners, and really hello to everybody tuning in to our Ars Electronica Festival channel today for today's third session titled Transformation, Gender and Identity. My name is Tori Reichel. It is my pleasure to guide you through the next 1.5 hours here in Kepler's Garden in Linz. What are we going to do? We have a lot of stuff prepared for the next 90 minutes, and we are going to take a close look at a lot of award-winning work from this year's Ars Electronica. All the projects that we have prepared today are very different, winners from different categories, different ages, all over the place. But what they all do have in common is that they are all somehow unified by the concept of today's session, which is transformation, gender, and identity. Of course, this is a topic, these are topics that are a huge part of public debate in today's society. And I think that even though it's 2021, they're still often mixed up with a lot of misconception, with a lot of stigma. And after watching all of the work that we are going to examine today, I can really say personally that I think that we can all take a lot of really valuable information, a lot of really valuable lessons from this work, no matter what your own background is, no matter what your own identity is. I think that is really, really valuable work. I'm just gonna name a couple of the works and artworks that we are going to examine today. One is called Aiva and is by Veneta Androva. It is the winner of the Pre-Award in Sound Arts. It won the honorary mention. Another one is that I'm especially happy to present is The Click, that took away an honorary mention in the under 19 category. Always a pleasure to have to present work by such young people. And another one is called The Home, another amazing piece of art by Annie Saunders and Jackie Zhu from the US. And another one is called TX1 by American artist Adriana Knopf. And speaking of this piece of work, we will actually have the artist Adriana Knopf here in the studio later on, which I'm really looking forward to. We will be talking to her about her work in length. So this is definitely a highlight that I am personally looking forward to. There's another very important thing for you, the visitors, the people watching online to know. There is a possibility to ask questions via swap cards. So if you have any questions that you want to address to Adriana, feel free to ask them online, and hopefully I can put them forward to her. Another important thing to know is that this session is a little bit shorter than the other sessions because we are going to stream the pre-award ceremony right afterwards. So in case you have time this evening, please stay tuned afterwards. We are going to be live and see the pre-award ceremony live from Johannes Kepler University's Zirkus des Wissens. The awards ceremony is a chance to see all of the winners of this year's Nikas, which is four winners. The Golden Nika winners, the two grand prizes. One is the Starts prize, and then we have two new categories. called the Award for Digital Humanity, and another one called the Asayo Tomita Special Prize. And like I said, please stay tuned. This is really the highlight of today, so I'm hoping you will be with us. Yeah, and before we actually get into the work of today, we have another special thing. This year's Ars Electronica, like the one last year, is really a hybrid event. It is in one part physical here in Linz, but it is also streamed throughout the whole globe, and we have a lot of partner organizations that have amazing Ars Electronica gardens on all 5 continents. So there are a lot of partner gardens that are really amazing, and we are going to showcase 2 of them today. One is, there are really 2 pretty major metropolises. Number 1 is New York City, and the second one is Moscow. Please take a look.
What is a garden in the streets of New York City? What does it mean to be inside a garden? What is a festival? Is it a congregation of people coming together? Is it a celebration of a combination of different concepts brought in the same space? Is it a theme of the same concepts where everything is in alignment? XRE is curious as to what a festival garden is, and as we're making it, we're discovering it on this journey. The buds of new flowers blossoming in the spring, the darkening of leaves of the trees in the summer as the heat comes up and it starts to dehydrate the trees and branches. And yet a festival of humanity kind of brought XRE together. We were in a pandemic, and we still are. And yet at the beginning of the pandemic, the incredible amount of pain and suffering and stratification from one another also caused artists to yearn for desire to connect and collaborate. Also caused artists to have a desire to be stagnant and still and listen and meditate. Also caused artists to have a desire to surrender to the void. As a wall of cement gives a crack in its space to allow this beautiful greenery to grow through it. We started to discover that maybe a festival garden is about learning how to dialogue together even if we don't agree, even if we're completely different, even if we're as different as cement and a piece of grass. And it's not just on the delicate walls of the buildings, it's also on the pavements in the street. Cracks of earth coming up through the man-made concrete. And in a festival, there's a sense of cross-collaboration that brings us all together. Interdisciplinary, international artists, fusing with different mediums, different technologies, different genres. And part of XRE's journey has been to bring these beings a little closer together. And as we do this, XRE gets a little closer together. This is a story about our garden, of the New York City realism of gardens everywhere you go, of a festival in this city everywhere you go, the festival of reflection, the festival of silence, the festival of chaos on the MTA train streets and subways, in and out, up and down stairs, the festival of the horns honking in the streets, even when there's nowhere for cars to move. The festival of pigeons perching themselves and plonking their feces on the edges of buildings. The festival of curiosity of people that have a hunger to come and make it in the concrete jungle. And yet this concrete jungle is surrounded by earth. The water flowing around the island and the mainland. The original landowners who teach us about the soil, the First Nations people. The festival of construction sounds constantly happening in these city streets. It's a story about how gardens blossom and go through 4 seasons, all in one year. Coming together, coming apart, having a period of emptiness, having a period of blossoming joy. Our journey has been one to learn how to dialogue. Learning how to dialogue between different mediums that don't often connect. Learning how to dialogue even when we're different. Learning to cross-collaborate even if there's nothing in the space between us to create yet. Learning to cross-collaborate when there's a hunger and a drive to create something between the empty space. It's a festival of life, the festival of pain, the festival of mourning that brought us together. Laughing in backyards, twisting our heads at different angles for different understandings, a desire to be curious and investigate perspectives. This is our festival garden. A journey we will always be on.
That was a closer look into our partner gardens in Moscow as well as New York. And now we are finally getting started in taking a closer look into this session's pieces and artworks. The first one is one that I'm especially excited to present. I think everybody will be interested that in some sort or form has ever had interest in space or going into space. And while we as societies refer to when we talk about aliens, we usually refer to life in space, but at the same time, oftentimes queer people and transgender life on Earth is also kind of viewed as alien. This is something that the artist that we are going to present now has addressed in his work, a work that has have found wide acclaim and by this year's jury and won an award of distinction in the category Artificial Life Intelligence and Life Art. It is called TX1 and is by Adriana Knopf, who is going to join us right after we take a look at the project TX1.
Space travel is a rarefied domain. Out of the 568 people who have been to space, very few have been women, non-white, or LGBTQ. But representation alone won't change our relationship to space if our imaginaries remain tied to the frames of governmental or commercial interests. We need new modes of thinking, new ways of materializing our relationship with outer space. In the fall of 2019, I was given the chance to make a work that would orbit the Earth aboard the International Space Station. Through the Sojourner 2020 project and a launch opportunity provided by the MIT Space Exploration Initiative, 9 artist groups were selected through an international open call. The project I made is entitled TX1. It draws upon one aspect of my identity, being a transgender woman. Coupled to this is the fact that I have, at times, found this otherwise enchanting Earth so inhospitable that I had a desire to travel to space, to find a new, more welcoming home out there. While my connection to all of this is tied strongly to being transgender, it undoubtedly can also speak to anyone who has found themselves marked as other, as alien. Transgender people modify ourselves through social and biological technologies, altering our surfaces, our viscera, or hormonal molecular balances. These modifications are also necessary experiences for living in extraterrestrial environments. Decades before Haraway's elaboration of the cyborg, Manfred Clynes and Nathan Klein argued that space travel would require alteration of the human body into something that is no longer entirely human, something alien, something cyborg, a homeostatic merging of viscera and machine. And in many ways, every human being who has gone to space is a trans body through biomedical interventions and alterations due to being in microgravity. Yet transgender people, as well as any body seen as different from the idealized norm, are likely to be disqualified from consideration as astronauts because of the biomedical changes that we choose to make. To create a symbolic exodus to outer space, in TX1 I handmade 3 resin spheres that encased bits of my hormone replacement medications, each sphere being around 4 to 5 millimeters in diameter. The first sphere included a fragment of my spironolactone pill, which is taken to suppress testosterone. The second sphere encased a slice of a worn Viveldot estradiol patch, which provides me with exogenous estrogen. And the third sphere contained a handmade abaca paper sculpture to gesture towards all of the other xenoentities that could not be included in this project. These spheres were sealed inside a machined polycarbonate vessel. TX1 and the other Sojourner 2020 projects launched on March 7, 2020 on our CRS-20 resupply mission to the International Space Station. Once aboard, we received one downlink of video from the 3-layer structure that housed the projects, with some layers rotating in order to simulate Mars and Moon gravity. TX1 was on the Moon layer in a nod towards the feminine understanding of Luna. TX1 and the other projects returned to Earth on April 7, 2020. The safe return of TX1 was a sign of resilience, of not being disposed of through incineration in the atmosphere, of coming back to thrive once again. The month-long orbit of TX1 marks the first known time that elements of the transgender experience have orbited the Earth. Having been in space, the returned spheres now possess a certain intangible aura, an aura that is simply the result of the rarity of leaving from and returning to Earth's gravity. Such an aura does not have to be tied to militaristic control of space territory, outmoded fantasies of colonization, or dreams of asteroid riches. Instead, we can draw upon the power of this aura to rework our outer space imaginaries towards new ways of being here on this planet, in this cosmos, now.
Absolute pleasure to now introduce to you the artist of this work. Adriana Knopf is here.
Yes, thank you. I'm very glad to be here.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
And before we hop into the conversation, just a few little informations about you. You are from the US, but you live in the Netherlands.
Yep.
You're an artist in residency there. And you are the founding facilitator of Tranxino Lab. Maybe we start here. What is the work you do at Tranxino Lab?
Yeah, so the Tranxino Lab is basically me right now, but I'm always looking for collaborators. Basically, it's a place to foster entanglements between entities trans and xeno. And so I consider trans very broadly, also in transgender, but in terms of things going beyond or across or other, and xeno for any entities that don't really fit in or are seen as strange or alien.
Okay, let's talk about xenology in general. You're a xenologist. It's not really a science that I knew a lot about, but I got super interested in it once I read that you are a xenologist. Xenology is basically the study of alien phenomena. Where did your interest in xenology stem from? Where did it start and how did it evolve?
So yeah, there's a couple parts to this. Yeah, it's not really something that you can go to university for yet, but maybe in the future. So for me personally, it comes from the fact that I grew up in a very rural part of the United States in Iowa, a very small town, 600 people. And even though I wasn't out as trans then, because it wouldn't have been safe, I certainly was having those feelings growing up. And yeah, I think I really felt quite alien. And so I would go out in my backyard at night with a flashlight and point it up to the stars and sort of turn it off and on and off like Morse code to sort of try and signal to some aliens to come and take me away. So that's sort of one side. That's sort of like the personal side to things.
I assume that's like a very young age.
Yes, exactly. It was about 6, 7 or something like that. But then, as I've been thinking about this in recent years, I actually didn't come up with the word, but I've sort of expanded upon it. It really was developed by people who are trying to think about, within the world of science fiction writing, how would you describe the study of an alien entity or an alien life or something like that? But then other people were like, well, we can also use this word to think about how do we study the actual search for aliens, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, right? So this is part of it, but then for me, I wanted to expand this to thinking about how do you study sort of alienness in general, or otherness, or the strangeness, and how might we want to push that a little bit sometimes?
I mean, you are, besides being a xenologist, you are an artist in many ways and work with different media. And how did this project, or how did all these things come together? Your interest in space, and how did this project actually really start? Where's the beginning of this project?
Yeah, so that's a great question, because a very good friend of mine always has said, you never go to space alone. And it's very, very true. You can never go to space by yourself. And so this was a project that actually came out of an open call that MIT had, the MIT Space Exploration Initiative. So I applied to that open call and was selected, along with 8 other artist groups.
What was your reaction to that? Because, I mean, there are not a lot of opportunities in life to send anything out of space in a physical way. So how did you react to that?
I was quite astonished. I still remember the moment exactly. I had sent off the application. They had asked for some more details, so I sent that off. few months passed, I was not getting any answers. I thought, oh, they had selected someone else. So I had posted on my Facebook page, some renderings of things, and saying, yeah, I don't know if I got selected. I don't think I will get selected. That night, I'm teaching my class. There's a break in the class. I check my email. Oh, your project's been selected to go to space. And I'm like, oh my goodness, how do I continue teaching my class tonight? So, I was just totally astonished, and it took me a very long time to sort of accept it.
At that point, was the project already like completely developed? Did you already know what you were exactly going to do? And how did that process of, okay, I have the opportunity to do this, or I want to send something into space, what do I send to space and how do I develop that?
Yeah, like what I wanted to send was pretty much the same from what I originally had proposed, these fragments of the hormone replacement medications, because for me it was really important to send some aspect of the transgender experience to space. But the actual sort of materiality of how I was going to send that changed. And that came out through discussions with the curator, Jin Liu, and through her discussions with her, she was like, well, maybe spheres. And I was like, oh, that's a great idea. And so yeah, it became that through these conversations.
One point that you pointed out, and that I wasn't actually really aware of, is that transgender people are basically completely excluded and ruled out from space travel. And then I thought about it furthermore, and I realized, like, yeah, that's a pattern that is in a lot of, like if you think about the military or all sorts of aspects. Can you elaborate on that? Is that something that you were already aware of because you are a xenologist?
Yeah, so I'll say something. Last year, the U.S. NASA put out a call for astronauts. So I actually applied.
Okay.
And I mean, I doubt I will be selected for many reasons. But I applied and I said, yes, I want to be the first transgender astronaut, because I also wanted to do it sort of as a art project to see if I could get sort of a response from them saying, no, we're not going to accept you because you're trans and you're doing all these medications, right? I mean, the issue is that we have often seen astronauts as sort of like the quote-unquote perfect human, right? They have to be, these strong men or, et cetera, like the US didn't, have a woman in space till the early 1980s, right? And out of the less than, 500 people or 600 people who have been to space, 11% have been women, very few have been people of color and so forth, right? And so, yeah, there's a long history of this exclusion. And there have been other people who have made the argument that actually people who are marginalized, people who are disabled, would actually make better astronauts. Because there's nothing about the quote-unquote able-bodied body that has an advantage in space because there's no gravity, right? So people who are already used to moving around the world in very different ways perhaps are going to be able to navigate that space better.
And one point that you also made is that going to space as a human being is already, it is connected to a lot of transformation within your body. So it might even be a very good idea to send somebody to space that has experience with transformation. Is that correct?
Exactly. I mean, one of the, for obvious reasons, we don't get to know a lot about the medical aspects of the astronauts, right, for privacy reasons. But yeah, from what we know, there's a lot of changes that happen to the body and a lot of medications and pharmaceuticals that astronauts are on in space in order to deal with the challenges of being in microgravity. So yeah, those who have dealt with these things, perhaps it's much better for them or easier for them in space.
To get back to the actual working process, can you take us through that? Like, once you knew, okay, I'm going to send this project to space, how did the work actually look?
Yeah, it was pretty nerve-wracking because, one of the things that I had to realize when I was sending this to space was that you put something on the space station, you're putting it in a very closed system. Like so any negative aspects of the project are going to immediately show up and potentially harm people up there. So there was a lot of conversation back and forth about the particular material as I was using, the resin, whether that would be safe. You know, I was concerned about even sending pharmaceuticals up there.
I mean, I can only imagine as an amateur that doesn't know a lot about this stuff, but I know that as soon as anything involves space, there's so many little details and aspects that you have to take care of.
Exactly, exactly. And I think, again, this is why you never go to space alone, right? We were, through this project with MIT, who is providing the launch opportunity, they basically were able to, you know, work with other firms that did all the necessary testing, vibration testing, because this thing has to not break apart when you go to space, making sure the seals are good enough so nothing leaks out. Yeah.
What, if you think about space, I would say you are an expert when it comes to space. What is the future that you personally imagine when it comes to space travel? What would you like to see, and where do you think, where are we heading?
Well, so there's a book or a novella that I just read a couple of weeks ago, actually, by this author, Becky Chambers. And I'm blanking on the name right now, of course, when we're having this conversation. But the idea of this novel was that for people who go to space and on sort of long-duration space missions to other exoplanets or something, that the astronauts should actually modify themselves, right? So we have all this conversation about going to Mars and making Mars habitable and terraforming it and everything, but no, maybe the more ethical thing actually is to modify ourselves.
Yeah, that's another very interesting part. How do you view the conversation as a society that we have about space travel? Is it?
I think, well, I mean, space travel began, right, as a military arms race, right? And now it's going into this commercial realm. And I think the artistic realm is being quite left out of this, right? And the realm of also, again, different types of people who can go to space. And not only the different types of people, but the different types of ways of understanding life and being outside of the atmosphere that all sorts of different groups around the world, indigenous groups and so forth, have already had, right? All of that needs to enter into this conversation, right? Because we don't want to just replicate what we have on Earth in outer space.
Obviously not.
Obviously not. So we need to have different ways of thinking about this. And so maybe it does involve having to modify ourselves. I mean, this is something that I alluded to in the video. The original definition of the cyborg had to do with going to outer space and actually modifying astronauts so that they could potentially breathe in outer space and everything, right? So maybe that's what we need to do.
If these objects that you sent to space eventually made their way back to Earth, right?
Exactly.
First question is, where are they now?
Yep.
do you own them again?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's on view right now at the OCAS Center as part of the Cyber Arts exhibition. Yeah.
And another thing that you mentioned is that these objects now have an aura to them.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that concept and then that idea that you had, because that was something that you obviously had in mind before you actually started the whole thing?
Yeah, it's weird, right? I sent this thing up, and it comes back, and somehow it becomes priceless. It has this marking to it, and I think, like, as I was again alluding to in the video, there's this rarity right now for things that go to space, and I think what's great about that is you can begin to project a lot of desires and interests into these objects that come from space and use them as a starting point for these types of conversations and stuff, for thinking about how we want to live in outer space. Because also for me, every discussion about outer space is a discussion about how we want to live on Earth. Because it's going to be very hard to be going to space in the future. So right now, I think of it as a playground in a certain sense for thinking about how we want to change life on Earth.
One thing that I also want to talk about again, because you already mentioned it, is that we're kind of excluding arts from these things that we view as space, for example. We view it as a very technological thing. So art is kind of excluded from that. Now this project with MIT, like it is one occasion to finally bring arts into space.
Yes.
Do you think that there has to be more space for stuff like that?
Oh, for sure.
And are there any opportunities and for artists to kind of engage with space?
Yeah, there's a moon gallery project that has some open calls actually, and the hope is to actually send something to the International Space Station and eventually the moon at some point. You know, there's some artists that work with different types of radio, which is another thing that I actually do in my art practice, is working with radio transmission. And so there's different ways of engaging with different types of satellites that are orbiting the Earth. But yeah, you know, I think there needs to be a much bigger conversation about where arts can have this engagement with outer space, rather than just drawings on the Pioneer probes or the Voyager probes or something like that. You know, there needs to be a much more critical.
Absolutely, and I think that people need to see that art is absolutely valuable to, especially I think to the approach of how we go about things in a thing like space. Because I realized in your case, it made me think about so much things that are going on Earth through space. Was that your intention? And what did you want to reach? What do you want it to make people think when they exhibit your art?
Yeah, so for sure. I really wanted to both do this to mark this possibility, this moment of being the first time that some transgender aspect has orbited the Earth. And that's important because I think it's important for people to see also that, you know, trans people can do these things and everything. But also, yes, to have this kind of conversation, to have this sort of space, bad pun, to understand the different ways that we can be engaging with this. Yeah.
Speaking of future projects, what are you working on and what are you planning in the future? Are you kind of going the same lane, or are you doing something completely different? What is it about?
I'm sort of doing something along these lines. I've really gotten interested in lichen recently.
Okay.
You know, bear with me on this. There's a reason. So lichen are, you know, this symbiosis, right, of algae and fungi. They can live basically anywhere on Earth. The Arctic, in really sort of harsh conditions, but you could also find them outside on the rocks and everything like that. But about 15 years ago or so, some scientists sent lichen to the space station, actually, and put it on the outside of the space station, exposed to all of the vacuum of space, all the temperatures. They brought it back to Earth after a year and a half, and most of the lichen was still functional. It could still live, right? So the lichen could actually exist in outer space, which is absolutely mind-blowing, right?
It is absolutely mind-blowing.
So I'm really interested in the lichen not only as sort of a metaphor for resilience and symbiosis, and lichen also can live for very long durations, so 10, 100 years, thousands of years sometimes. But then going back to what I was saying before about traveling to other places in space might require changing ourselves, I'm thinking about, but don't hold me on this because I'm not sure if I can do it, human lichen hybrids as some, you know, possibility, because maybe going to space doesn't involve sort of the bipedal form like this of humans. Maybe it involves some other smaller aspect of that, of us in relationship with another organism.
Well, that was so much super valuable information. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes,
once
again,
again, congratulations on winning this.
Yes, thank you.
And thank you for your time.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much.
We are now heading into the next project, which is called AIVA. It is also absolutely amazing project by Bulgarian artist Veneta Androva, and was awarded with an award of this distinction in the category Computer Animation. AIVA, we are actually going to meet AIVA now. AIVA is a female humanoid artist. She's in her mid-30s, young and beautiful, and not only that, she's also unbelievably creative. So she has all the traits that you want in a great artist. But the point that the artist was really trying to make, and I realized that when she mentioned Siri, is how we view females as some humans that cater to us a lot of times. I never thought about that until I realized that Siri, Alexa, all of these voices are female voices, and probably for a reason, because this has been cultivated over centuries, really. Anyways, we are going to take a short look into Aiva by Vineta Androva. Take a look. Thank you so much for the conversation.
This is interesting, the male figure in its perfection, a masculine heroism. I have so much information about that specific concept in my database. This could be something.
Short peek into Aiva, absolutely amazing work that talks about not only how females are viewed as people that have to cater society, but also takes a very critical look at the arts industry, which is always a good thing to do. The next project that we are going to take a look at is called The Home, and it is by Annie Saunders and Jackie Su from the US. It won the award for Sound Arts, an honorary mention, and I personally think that that is, it was one of my favorite works within this whole session. It is called The House, and it all takes place in a house. It really is about domestic violence and the question, it's called The Home, and it is really about the question that a lot of victims of domestic violence get asked, why don't you leave? The artist took a closer look at this question and made something absolutely incredible out of it. Take a look.
In this United States, the most dangerous place for a woman is in the home. And one of the questions many people ask is, why don't women leave? Answer that question. Why don't women leave?
I was trying to fit myself into this mold that I believed and thought I was supposed to be in.
It is like amazing to think that in the 70s that you couldn't get your own credit card without a man's signature. Like, that is so recent.
All of my self-esteem, all of it came from getting male attention.
You fall in love with the way that somebody makes you feel.
I was a goddess. I was a queen. I was his everything. Oh my God. Oh my God.
He took me out to spaghetti dinner. He opened the car door and he pulled out my chair.
Ripped all of my clothes off. Yeah, it was love
Just
at
looked
love.
like-
Had this great danger.
We got married.
I'm so in love with you, and that's why I say and do the things I do.
We have these closet doors with the slats on them, and
She's like, he'll never think to live there. It'd be fun.
imagine you're in a room this big with someone who's screaming at you, telling you how horrible you are, how much you suck, how you'll never make it, how you're a failure at everything you do. Like, how do you feel?
Nothing you say is right, and there's no right answer, and there's no way. So you just basically, whether like those little bottles used to shake you until it flies, or did you die to get famous?
We might die. You have no freedom. You're walking on eggshells in your own home. Your home is almost like a prison.
Where you felt trapped.
It was my 10th time leaving him. It really does take that long because he'd take my wallet all the time. He'd take my car.
No phone access. He had only one phone and he had control over it.
He'd hide things. He'd take my cell phone.
So anyone buzzed in, it would go
He did that. He hid my cell phone. He's holding. Basically, I tried to get my wallet GPS. Where to go, and he kept grabbing for my
I really
phone.
thought I was gonna die.
And I grabbed my phone, and he was coming at me. So
When he lost control, that's when he was the most volatile.
And sure enough, as soon as I ducked, his fist went into the refrigerator, the stainless steel refrigerator. And I looked up, and there was an indentation where his fist went into the refrigerator. It was heading for my eye.
We were trying to push the door, and then there was like boom, boom, boom. 3 bullets came through the door. And this is the hardest part to describe. It happens all really fast. It's like tunnel vision.
Talking about that, there's so many times with him chasing me through the house. And the whole time I'm trying to hold the baby, and I'm trying to get her safe. And for most of it, I'm locked in the bathroom with her. I finally get in. And he filmed it, and he sent it to me.
And then Will said, "Don't do it, Daddy, don't shoot Mommy." He was 4. I was waiting for the kill shot. I was waiting for him to come shoot me in the head. And all of a sudden he's like, "Kate, there's a table runner on the table. Grab it and wrap the wound." He was methodical. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Why doesn't she leave us the list? Did I get the keys? Did I get this? Did I get that? I remember I had money and a mattress. Did I grab that?
I have an area in my phone called bad shit, in case I needed to tell the cops, in case I needed to defend myself.
It's everywhere. How do you stop that? It's so big. No, it could be anyone. You're just one person. But if I can just help one person, I've done something. I've done something.
This was The Home by Annie Saunders and Jackie Zhu from the US, awarded with an honorary mention in the category Sound Arts, a piece of art that really gives you a different perspective on the topic of domestic violence. We are now going into the next project, a project that I'm very happy to present because it is in the category U19, Create Your World, which is the category for our youngest artists until 19 years old. I had the honor to be one of the participants in the jury of this year's Create Your World Award. And this is one of the pieces that we chose for an honorary mention. It is basically about a woman ordering a child online. And it features and covers a broad variety of topics, but in a pretty humorous way. It deals with the ethics behind adoption, it deals with parent-child relations, but also with gender roles, and it all does that in a, like I said, in a very humorous but also critical way. I think I've said enough. Just take a look into The Click by Julia Scheiwein, Sarah Deniva, Anna Zoglauer, and Caroline Berg. That was The Click, a short film by Julia Scheiwein, Sarah Deniva, Anna Zoglauer, and Caroline Beer, award-winning piece of this year's Under 19 category Create Show World. And now we are going to focus on another project of Ars Electronica called Journeys. We all know last year hasn't been easy. Especially when it comes to moving freely and traveling from one place to another, which made things pretty difficult for Ars Electronica Festival. Of course, people visiting Linz wasn't possible, almost impossible last year. So what Ars Electronica did is they developed a concept called Journeys, which made it possible for artists from all over the world to really make arts that can be exhibited anywhere in the world. We are going to take a closer look at that because tomorrow we are going to have the AI Lab Day here at Ars Electronica Center. And we are going to take a look at two of the journeys that were created this year. One of them is called the ZZ Show, and the other is called Accessing What You Always Knew You Needed. Take a look.
I'm Jake Elwes, and I'm a new media video artist. The ZZ project is about exploring the intersection between drag performance and queer identities, along with deepfake technology, and the ways in which art can help to demystify artificial intelligence.
Meine Damen und Herren, Mesdames and Messieurs, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone between and beyond the binary, welcome to the ZZ Show.
The ZZ Show is an interactive online deepfake cabaret where you can play with these deepfake drag artists that have been generated using artificial intelligence.
Through the magic and mystery of artificial intelligence, we will create a deep-fake bespoke drag experience especially for you on our virtual stage.
As an artist, I'm so interested in when these systems break down. I think there's a lot of poetry in seeing these algorithms not do what they were originally intended to do. And I thought this is a wonderful place to work with drag performers because drag is about challenging society's notions around gender. So to use those performers to challenge these data sets highlights the fact that the people who have designed these systems and algorithms had a bias towards normativity.
Well, my dears, it's now over to you to make your first decisions of the show. It's quite simple, really. Pick a performer, then pick an act.
We made sure that we had a really good range of drag kings, drag queens, of different genders, different sexualities, and people from different parts of the London drag scene. And we created deep fake versions of each of those different performers. Representation and consent were really important considerations for us in tackling how these technologies are currently being used to exploit people, such as with deepfake porn or fake news. To construct a deepfake body, you initially film reference footage of someone moving around a room. You film them from every angle. This becomes your data set. You then do what's called skeleton tracking. You turn the body into all of these different points. The machine learning then comes in, and eventually it creates a version of that person that is almost indistinguishable from reality. You can then feed in any new skeleton doing any new movement, and it will create a synthesized version of that person doing that movement.
This is my life, and I don't give a damn what
I guess something for me that's always been really important in my work is to think about ways of demystifying artificial intelligence. There's so much fear that goes on, and that's often due to miscommunication around what we mean when we talk about AI. Deepfake is, in a way, an example of that, of our worst fears coming to life, that this machine is able to replace a human. That's not really the case. Right now, the issues are ethical and political and around policy and around power, and aren't so much around are computers going to replace the human brain. The work deliberately plays with this false idea that AI systems are human-like. It constructs an AI character only to then deconstruct it, showing how it breaks down and making visible the technologies used in its construction.
Now, my darlings, AI systems often inherit the bias of the cis-white heteronormative patriarchy that controls our society. But here at the ZZ Show, we plan to disrupt the dataset by flooding it with a myriad of marvelous queer drag bodies.
These huge, vast datasets get created by these companies. If the people gathering that data have a bias towards white, Western faces, then the software that they're creating will do a really bad job at recognizing black people or trans people. The ZZ project is about tackling that bias. So thinking about how we can create our own data sets and take back the control. And as a queer community, thinking about whether we want to be recognized by these systems and can we queer these systems. So this idea of like dirtying the data set or queering the data set is something that I'm quite interested in. So we are creating a political piece of work, but it's light-hearted and it's fun at its core. It's silly, it's cabaret, it's an AI drag queen. But it does have this more serious dimension, which I hope that people will pick up when watching the piece.
Hello, my darlings. My name is Me, the Drag Queen, and I would like to welcome you to the gorgeous and historic Royal Vauxhall Tavern here in London. I am joined by artist Jake Elwes, and we are about to have a very fascinating conversation.
So yeah, we're going to be talking about the ZZ project. So it's the project I've been working on for the past few years, which is exploring the intersection of drag performance and artificial intelligence and deepfakes.
And what we're going to do is answer a bunch of viewer, audience, fan questions. So it's over to you for the first one of the night.
Where did the name ZZ come from?
Oh, shall I take this one?
Yeah, you do the boring bit of the name and I'll do the funny bit.
Okay. So the name ZZ came from a combination of the Z vector, which is how you control an interface with artificial intelligence, and the Z pronoun, which is gender neutral pronoun.
It's also the French for Willy.
What is it like seeing your resemblance perform in a style that isn't your own?
I think one of the most enjoyable things is actually kind of where you start seeing the similarities. Like, you know, when my sister Lily Snatchdragon, like, it's so clear that we've been working together for years and years and years and years. So it's nice to kind of see actually where these sort of things intersect, but then being controlled by Chio's body and his like incredible movement that he does as a king was sort of like mind-blowing, and it was just a whole like delightfully bizarre melting pot of stuff.
When will it speak?
Well, Siri and Alexa, right? It's gendered, and often we talk about the level of trust in relation to the gender which the AI assistant is. So, yeah, we were looking into doing a gender-neutral voice, which would be really fantastic. And actually, there are some researchers working on this right now. I think there's Equal AI and Copenhagen Pride a few years ago created something called Q, which is an AI voice, but it's been trained on a data set of gender neutral and trans people.
AI systems often fail trans people. Discuss.
Discuss. It's not a question, just discuss it.
Yeah, it's very true. It does, especially for facial recognition. When people are on hormones and their face shape is changing and their voice is changing, often these things fail to recognize them. And I guess as we're using these things more and more to like access our bank accounts and all sorts of things, like obviously that's quite dangerous if it fails to recognize you. But yeah, I guess there's always that question of whether you want to be recognized.
Can ZZ death drop?
Ooh. She struggles, like me, getting up and down off the floor. When Caramel provided movement for the ZZ show, she did a couple of dropping into the split moments and a bit of floor routine. And then the AI generated people on top just kind of becoming these melted puddles on the floor. I think it really struggled as soon as the body started contorting out of the usual sort of like this into those strange floor-based positions. She couldn't cope with that, but it was enjoyable to watch. And like most drag acts, you know, getting down onto the floor isn't always pretty.
Would you kai with AI knee?
I mean, I am a narcissist, so absolutely.
Why are you doing this?
He's terrible at painting, and this is the only way to make art.
I think, yeah, that. I mean, I'm really interested in the process itself, in like showing the materiality of these algorithms, of these processes, like trying to expose how this stuff is working. Because like we're all talking about AI loads, we're all talking about deepfakes. Like people don't really understand what goes into making a deepfake and what artificial intelligence actually means. So I'm really excited to kind of use it. And I think in a way that was where it made so much sense to pair it with drag. So I guess that's why I'm doing it. I kind of want to change the narrative. I want to find a way of, celebrating communities rather than oppressing them with these technologies, which are quite dark and exploitative by nature.
What would you say to AI drag queens taking over the world?
Bring it on! Bring it on! We've not been doing so well ourselves, have we? Like, the human race have had a long fucking time to get their shit together, and they are not really doing so. So maybe it is time that drag queen AI took over and ruled us all.
I'm very much in the mindset that AI is not going to take over anytime soon, and actually the most interesting things happen when it's humans collaborating with these super sterile mathematical counting machines, and you know, the creativity and the quirkiness and queerness of a drag performer kind of paired with these cool technologies makes something really interesting. We do all have this idea of like the Terminator, so yeah, I'd probably argue that it's not going to take over.
Why drag?
I mean, it's my job, so that's kind of what I'm here for. I just think, you know, we want to inject the fun, the spirit, the community.
Yeah, for me it's like drag because drag is fun and celebratory and playful and can be camp and silly and all of those things and kind of take it into a completely different direction. But also drag, for me, is often about challenging ideas and notions around gender and around normativity, and that is something that is generally lacking or completely overlooked by people building these systems. So
that's why.
I know what I need, but I cannot get it. How do I get what I need? You know how it feels to know what you need but have no chance to get it. You wake up every day and say to yourself, I can't remember a time I didn't need you. But now what you are talking about is out of your hands.
So, when you know you need something, but you have no access to it, what do? Do you wait for access to come along, for someone to be on your side? Or do you try and get it by other means, maybe going outside of the law, relying on someone else, relying on support from someone that you may not even know? How long have you needed this? How long are you willing to wait? How long should you wait? Should you even wait at all? Or should you go out and get it yourself? Try and find means of living your life without waiting on others to allow you to live it. Who do you pray to in that moment? Who do you plead to?
My mind is moving faster than my body. I can't keep up. When I try and chase a hurry, I find myself stuck on an immovable object. The harder I try to get around this object, the more it begins to copy my shape. It stops me losing clearness of my own body. It won't let me live in peace. It won't let me move in peace. It won't let me find myself. It won't. It won't.
I'm in a bus, and I stopped off because I needed a break. The bus was very hot and sweaty, but the bus just kept going without me, and I'm trying to chase up in the bus, and it's always in view, but it's not route. And at the same time, I'm driving the bus. I'm making sure the bus is continually going forwards, and making sure the bus is driving as fast as it possibly can. But I'm always lagging behind. My physical body is, in some way. So if the bus was my mind, the body was me running after the bus. The bus is usually what I can't do, and I know what I need. But also there's the other case where the bus stops, and I can get back on. Maybe I've got the money to do what I need to do. But now the door is sealed by someone who doesn't know me, who doesn't care about me, but just doesn't want me to live the life that I want to live. So that's usually what I'm coming up against. Usually I'm so exhausted in having to fight these people that don't care about me, and that never cared about my community and my people, but who are in charge of making the laws that govern how my people can move and my people can live and how long they should live. So it's exhausting. That's the journey. Okay, that's one journey.
I hate passive work. I always wonder, how do we make the audience work to see the art? How do I make you responsible for what you see and what you don't see? I don't know if you even care about your role within all that is happening around you. You need to know you and your actions have consequences. I bet you don't even know what those consequences are. The rest of the presentation requires you to visit a website. Now not be passive. Go to the website. Invest your time.
Was a look into two of our Ars Electronica journeys called The ZZ Show and Accessing What You Always Knew You Needed. We are actually coming to an end of this session now, but of course I have to remind you that right after this session we are going to broadcast the highlights of today, the Pre-Ars Electronica Award Ceremony live from Zirkus des Wissens here at Kepler's Gardens. Three of the major categories, the NICAs, are going to be awarded in the categories pre-computer animation, in artificial intelligence and live art, and also in sound arts and digital music. This is really the highlight of today, so please stay tuned. Before we come to an end, we want to present to you two other projects from Ars Electronica. These are really community projects called, the first one is a very special project called Taste. Excuse me. We are going to start with one of the future projects called Taste Your Soil, which is a project that is basically, we made people from all over the world collect soil, actual earth, from the places they live and made them taste it. It involves partners from Ars Electronica, and so does the other project that we are going to showcase. For that project, we asked the children of partner organizations to imagine the future that they want to have in the future. We're really coming to a closing of this session, and now it was a pleasure to talk to you about gender identity and transformation. Before we tune into the pre, we're going to look at these two community projects. My name is Tori Reichel. It was a pleasure to be your host today. Please stay tuned and enjoy the ceremony.
Todo lo que sentí en mis dientes y en la lengua fue una revolución, revoltosa y resbalosa, persistente y ruidosa, una espiga o un grano del mundo, no lo sé. No se sabe qué es una revolución en la tierra mientras la tierra se te cuela en cada pared de la boca. Lo que sentí fue cierto sabor a origen, a abandono también, a ruina. Quizás porque hay algo distante y natural en no saber a qué sabe esta arena, este pedazo de suelo que nunca antes pensé comer. Me he devorado a mí, una idea microscópica de revuelta.
העולם מתחדש. יש יותר די, אני לא יכולה. איך אני מתארת את העולם בעוד 25 שנה? יש יותר תרופות, כל יום זורחת הקשת בענן, טכנולוגיה מחודשת, בתים מחודשים, אבל אנשים חושבים שהם לא כל כך משודרגים, מחכים לעוד ועוד שדרוגים. אני מקווה שיהיה טוב באותה תקופה.
Yes, sound check, check, check. Check, 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 doodle dum bum bum bum. Actually, will take you into the world of brush strokes, of beautiful music played by a piano here. That is also something special because the piano can play on its own. It's a robot piano. And yeah, it's a work of art that I'd say just lean back and enjoy. When I saw it the first time, I had the impression it is an impressionist painting that tries to break free of the canvas or something like that. So let's see how your feelings are about it. And now please welcome with me the artists, Quayola and Sept. Give them a big hand. The stage is yours.
thank you very much to Moritz Simon Geist for this small but wonderful introduction performance. He's actually here at Ars Electronica this year, mainly, besides many other things actually, for a wonderful collaboration with the Institute of Process Engineering, I think this is how it's called here, at the JKU as part of the LID call. This is this wonderful project that is now in the second year where we collaborate, or where we allow and enable the collaboration of researchers and scientists of the university here with artists from the world of Ars Electronica. And Moritz Simon Geist, I mean, I think you can see definitely with this project, it's just perfect to work with these guys from process engineering. And if you're interested to see the outcome, I will come back to this later. I hope I don't forget about it. So now is rather a kind of awkward moment, because despite all, you know, this wonderful crowd of people that is sitting here now, all the artists like Moritz Simon Geist coming from Berlin, of course the festival this year is still under very, very strong impression of all the difficulties for people to travel, in particular from Asia, from Latin America. So since the Ars Electronica is of course a very international award, we have to say that unfortunately the majority of the artists actually who should get an award today are not able to be with us here this evening. A few are, and I think even more we will celebrate them. So before we come to this part, we prepared a little video that introduces you to those prize winners and their projects who can't be with us this evening. Can we see the video, please?
Artificial intelligence and life art. Clouds have been telling us all kinds of stories throughout the ages. With the project Cloud Studies, the collective Forensic Architecture once again looks up to the sky and uses technological tools to reread clouds of smoke, poison, and gas. Here, thousands of images of cloud formations captured by smartphones, surveillance cameras, and satellites are collected and analyzed. Thanks to sophisticated research methods and the use of artificial intelligence, it is creating new evidence to solve environmental and violent crimes and to expose human rights abuses by states and militaries. It is a showcase of how art can become activism.
We talk about these clouds not only as environmental things, but also as political entities. Yes, the court of law is one of the main forums that we engage with, but also there are other forums. The forum of the media, it is a forum in which you can socialize truth and you can bring accountability, but also we use cultural forums, for example, art galleries or museums. They play a very important role in bringing a different kind of a sensibility that has a different scale, that kind of that engages the public in a very different way.
Digital music and sound art. The reality as we experience it around us, we create ourselves. It is constructed and at the same time changeable and unstable. Guided by a computer voice in Alexander Schubert's Convergence, several musicians initially face a machine that scans them and creates and reveals its own new reality from the perceived information by means of artificial intelligence.
Left hand glissando. Entering. Repeat.
The technically and aesthetically skillfully realized sound performance draws attention to the fact that in this interplay of perceptions, in this give and take in our communication, algorithms are also playing a greater role and influencing us with their perceptions. It helps us to think more closely about our own identity in the digital age.
I think the use of technology very often has two aspects in my work. One is trying to show influences of technology on our life, on our personal life. And the other part is also using technology as a metaphor to look at things that are relevant maybe beyond the technology itself. So for example, for convergence, for that piece, it's kind of both. It's showing what these technologies can do in representing and analyzing humans, but it can also be used as a metaphor to look at or to kind of make perceivable how also we look at humans, how we model the world that we perceive.
Isao Tomita Special Prize. Exploring new sounds with great joy in experimentation and a healthy dose of passion. In honor of Japanese music legend Isao Tomita, who has since passed away, Tomita Information Hub and Ars Electronica are awarding the Isao Tomita Special Prize to dedicated musicians for the first time this year. Khayyam Alami and Counterpoint have developed Epotome, a freely available online tool for exploring and composing music outside the Western sound space. The project brings together traditional and classical knowledge with digital technology, while expanding the possibilities of individual musicians. Thanks to the possibility of networking, Epotome lays the foundations for an international sonic exchange of musicians around the world.
And most of the time that's not really technological. It's almost always to do with fundamental principles. How can we look at these things critically? How can we think about form? How can we think about structure? What does tuning mean? What does a groove mean? How can we place more of ourselves as individuals that stand on the shoulder of so many giants and that come from different parts of musical cultures, literary cultures, artistic cultures that are somehow underrepresented. So finding, small ways for those things to exist so that we can develop a sense of agency and actually take our space.
Starts Prize 21. Grand Prize Artistic Exploration. The world's oceans not only reflect light, they also reflect the effects of the Anthropocene, the age of humankind. Oceans in Transformation is a result of a 3-year interdisciplinary large-scale research project on the state of the oceans. John Palmisino and Anne-Sophie Rønskog's Territorial Agency has gathered and linked images and data that are usually rarely connected. They unmistakably reveal our impact on the oceans while introducing us to what is ultimately at stake. For this, Oceans in Transformation was awarded the European Commission Starts Prize of 2021.
Art, I think, is so important, not only to communicate things that are from outside and channel them, but art is so much more powerful than communication and information. And that's why we need to engage with artistic practices and how to become sensitive, from amazing projects in sound and audio exploration to the incredible reorganization of how to become somehow engage with scientific data. It's only through artistic sensitivity that we then move those elements forward. This is, I think, a core belief of territorial agency.
I think all these projects really deserve our big applause and attention. And the great thing is that also the artists couldn't come and travel to Linz this time. All these projects are here in our exhibitions. You can see them here in the wonderful, converted into a contemporary art museum, the Mensa-Gebäude in the OK Center, also in the Ars Electronica Center in the park. You have a lot of time left until Sunday evening to really explore these projects, and I definitely recommend to do this. And of course, I knew that the guy would come here, but it's always a big pleasure to have support by technology. And this is one of the nice robo-dogs of the JKU and the institutes and the companies here. And he will actually help us today to deliver the golden Nikas. Let's see if it works out. But we should pay attention to the content. Let the robots do the work and have the art and the content in the focus. Because we are starting now with the first, the presentation of the first prize that we can actually give away today, the prize winners who are here. And we start with a special award of this year. The Special Award for Digital Humanity, which is an award that Ars Electronica is able to give away with the strong support of the Ministry for European and International Affairs. This is a prize that is, or award that is in particular. Didn't I say you should look at me and listen to what I'm saying? I mean, have you never seen a robot-dog before, or what's going on? I mean, you have so many of them now at Linz. Basically every day you can see them almost at Leverkas-Peppi and other places. Now coming back, I'm really sorry for this disturbance. We should really put now some focus, please, on this wonderful project. The award is specially intended to celebrate and to single out and make visible projects where cultural diplomacy is really something that could be a very strong contribution to these international collaborations that we were talking before. And we have really a wonderful project and a wonderful, I have to say, community that was selected by the jury this year. And before I introduce the two people who are running these projects, the masterminds on this project, well, let's wait until the guy is finished. It's only 2 Nikas today. And it's not falling down. Guys, super, you made it. And while he delivers the Golden Nika, let's start the little video that explains about the prize winner of the first award for digital humanity.
Ars Electronica Award for Digital Humanity. Can artificial intelligence help us become more environmentally sustainable? How can we reduce the growing energy requirements of cryptocurrencies? And how can we free the IT sector from fossil fuels? The authors of Branch magazine reflect on the many possible paths towards a sustainable and fairer internet for all. Climate Action Tech's online magazine is itself a model of this mission. It was not only developed in a resource-saving way, but its appearance can be adapted to reduce energy consumption. For this commitment, Branch magazine is being honored with the new Ars Electronica Award for Digital Humanity from the Austrian Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs.
And the two masterminds of this project, Michelle Zorn and Chris Adams, please join us here on stage. They have been freshly polished. The good thing with Berlin being such a magnet for people all over the planet is that they are basically living now in Berlin, and this is why we had the chance really to bring you here, and we immediately used the opportunity and totally grabbed them, because we are not only giving them now the prize, we had them working already the whole day. They have been the curators of our big symposium today, where exactly these topics that the Branch magazine is taking care of now for quite a while have been in the center and the focus. It was, of course, again, a dual event with live symposium here, but also online. And I think a very important point for the jury was, of course, not only the extremely important and timely topic of your work, but also the huge international community that is behind this. Before we talk about this maybe a little bit, I mean, your proposal is that we should be able to utilize all the benefits of this ID infrastructure of the internet, but do it in a different way, in particular when it comes to the ecological price that we have to pay. Do we have a chance at all to change the internet and the ID industry?
We do, but you have to take action. Spoiler alert. We believe there is a chance to have a fossil-free internet by 2030. And in Branch Magazine, we tried to uplift some of the ways we could do that technically, aesthetically, politically. But that takes a commitment to transforming and a commitment to collaboration.
So what are the major problems? So what is the most important thing to start in this chain reaction of change that is probably necessary? Where would we start?
I think one is getting curious about your own, committing to your own education and your own transformation. We realized that was one of the, people are going through a lot of, emotions when we think about the climate crisis. So get curious about that, spend some time with that. Anger, fear, grief, purpose, hope. These are things that we actually can use as powerful tools to motivate us to meaningful action.
It is a special award funded by the Austrian Ministry for European and International Affairs. So the community aspect, not doing it just within the borders of our countries or not even within the territory of the European Union, of course, is very important. And your network, your community is super international. Who is participating in this?
So for this magazine, we got the kind of people who typically would work for, say, Microsoft and Amazon. But we also got the people who lived in the Amazon as well, because you need to have lots and lots of voices who are not necessarily at the table right now. And in many cases, they're going through some of the processes that we might be going through, but they're further along than us, because in many ways we're insulated for some of the issues. So part of the idea of this is to kind of remind each other of, well, this kind of shared humanity around this. And this is kind of why we wanted to get a really, really wide set of people from around the world talking about this, because deep down we're all human, and this is one thing that I think we can all share, and we can say, like, yeah, we want to respect and protect life, and that's a value that we can hold core to us. And this is actually why we try to embed it into the actual technology itself, because if you embed it in there, it becomes much easier to follow through with the rest.
Wonderful. If you haven't listened this afternoon, all the details of the proposals, you will be able to do this online. That's the great thing with this online symposia. They are then always, they remain in the internet. Video on demand makes it possible. So for the moment, thank you very much for this. And I will ask you to go back to your seats, and I will call you then for your award a little bit later. Thank you very much. Thank you. And of course, we couldn't resist to use the opportunity to have so many of you here without also introducing some internal topics. And a few of you might know we have a big anniversary this year. It's 25 years since the opening of the Ars Electronica Center in the city of Linz. It was actually the September 1996 when the Ars Electronica Center was opened. We actually opened with an electronic classroom. This was a classroom full with computers, with high-end internet connectivity. And the nice thing is I meet a lot of people now who are professionals in the city of Linz, who very often tell me, the first time I was able to go in the internet was in this electronic classroom. Well, 25 years We will hear a little bit later from wonderful initiatives of our ministry to bring digitization now in all the schools. But for the moment, I would like to show you 2 videos that I found in my personal archives from the way how ORF, the very important partner of Ars Electronica at this time, how they reported about the opening of the Ars Electronica Center. Please have fun.
Für die Linzer Bevölkerung rückt man das Medienhaus an der Donau mit einem archaischen Spektakel in den Blickpunkt. Die katalanische Künstlergruppe Comedians lassen die Geister des Feuers tanzen. Die Erde entsteht und mit ihr die Kette der Evolution.
Das Ars Electronica Center fasziniert mit seiner digitalen Wunderwelt, jung und alt.
Es ist ganz faszinierend, also wirklich allerhand.
Habe ich vorher noch nie gesehen, das ist unbeschreiblich.
Vor allem der Cave, die europaweit erste Möglichkeit, virtuelle Welten real zu betreten, begeistert die Besucher.
Interessant da drinnen, sehr. Ja.
Was haben Sie denn da drinnen gesehen?
Verschiedene Sachen, halt so abgebildet, so Sachen halt, wenn man sagt.
Für Computerlaien ist der technologische Ausblick ins nächste Jahrtausend mitunter schwer zu verstehen. Das Ars Electronica Center ist allerdings bemüht, die digitale Revolution jedem Interessierten begreiflich zu machen.
Das ist gut, also wird es erklärt, also ist eigentlich leicht zugänglich, also muss ich sagen.
Ich kenne mich nicht aus, aber ich hoffe, dass ich es auch lerne.
Umso wichtiger ist es im Museum der Zukunft, dass die Führer auf wirklich jede Frage eine Antwort wissen.
Frage Nummer 1 ist auf alle Fälle, wo sind die Toiletten? Das ist einfach so. Nachher kommen tatsächlich Detailfragen, was hat das gekostet und auch, wo kann man das tatsächlich verwenden.
Schön, dass wir sowas überhaupt haben im Dienst. Das ist ja traumhaft.
And I think looking at these pictures, we can even more appreciate what the city of Linz actually was doing. I mean, taking the risk 25 years ago in a world where digitization was still such a strange and alien thing for most of the people here. To invest quite a lot of money in a new building and give young guys like us, I didn't include the part of the video where you see me in '96, so this we cut out, entrusted us with, well, let's try this experiment and create an institution that is supporting also the region and the young people to move into this digital age. At this point, the plan was to introduce the prize winner for computer animation, Guangli Hu, a Chinese artist who is living in Paris. But just yesterday, his wallet was stolen, with where he had already the travel visa and the passport there. So the flight company didn't allow him to board because, of course, he didn't have, as a foreigner in Europe, he didn't have the proper paper. So he's stuck in Paris and can come to Linz. But he sent us a small message, probably from his cell phone on the airport or something. Let's see what he has to say.
Hi, this is Guangli Liu. I'm very happy that my work, Win the Seasons Force of Forest, won the prize Golden Eagle of the category Computer Animation at this year's Ars Electronica. I had hoped and expected to be there with you because for a long time everything's moving online. But unfortunately, I can't make it because of a small piece of paper. Anyhow, I'm very much looking forward to meeting and joining you through the website, through the online program. I hope to be back very soon with a new project. Thanks and enjoy the festival.
Thank you. And his beautiful work can be seen again at the Cyber Arts exhibition at the OK, and we are already going to the next step, to the STARTS Awards. STARTS stands for Science, Technology and the Arts. It's a special initiative of the European Commission, actually, of the Horizon 2020 program, that is all about bringing the creative minds together with the people from industry and technology. And there, as you have seen in the first video, there are every year 2 prizes that are awarded, one for artistic exploration, and I really like the term. This is wonderful. I like it, by the way, because it was coined by Ars Electronica when we were commissioned to develop this STARTS prize as a new initiative for the European Commission. And the second prize goes to international collaborations. We are not international, so this was the international affairs. This is now the innovative collaborations, of course. Models where you see that when people who are usually not working together on projects, when you bring them together, something new and something really exciting can happen. And this is now the introduction of a prize that goes again in STARTS to Barcelona. But before we invite the artists here on stage, we have again a video that shows us the project.
STARTS Prize 21. Grand Prize, Innovative Collaboration. "720 tons of food are thrown away in a single day in Catalonia. It is figures like these that have prompted Anastasia Pistofidou, Marion Real, and the remixers of FabLab Barcelona IAAC to take action. With the project Remix El Barrio, food waste biomaterial makers, designers joined forces to consider how craftsmanship and digital manufacturing could be used to create new products from food scraps. The result is a multifaceted collection of upcycled objects, from dyes made from avocado pits, to bioplastics made from orange peels, to soaps made from waste oil or paper made from coffee bean shells. Remix El Barrio was awarded the STARTS Prize 2021 of the European Commission.
Yeah! Okay, well, without any further ado, I give you the artists, Anastasia Pistofidou, Marion Real, and the remixers from the FabLab Barcelona. The one and only famous FabLab. And I need the microphone for you. Fresh microphone. It's also a good opportunity here to thank the Spanish Embassy for many good collaborations that we are having, and also welcome the representatives of the Spanish Embassy here on this evening. But we continue with the really important thing, and this is this wonderful project. I mean, it's really great, and I think many people, and this really shows the feedback of the audience, know, of course, of so many great initiatives coming from Barcelona. The FabLab Barcelona is since how many years? When did it start?
2007.
2007. Wow, this is really one of the pioneering places here, definitely in Europe. And the interesting thing is, of course, the project shows really great examples of what you could do. But the reason for the jury to give you the prize was that you did it. And you were really working with the communities, with many people there that are usually probably not necessarily collaborating with the FabLab. So you did a really huge community effort also. And the big question, of course, that came up very often the moment the jury decided, and we talked about the project. Yeah, but is this real? Can it be scalable? Is this something that can be done in some other places and some cities as well? So is it?
First of all, thank you. Thanks, everyone. I think that the project is real, and that's why it has an impact in society. It's very multifaceted. It tackles artistic exploration, It tackles technology, digital manufacturing, prototyping, and going to products, collaboration with the industry, but most of all, it has an impact in the local neighborhood, which means that it's a project that can be replicated everywhere. And it has been documented in an open source way, so that we are very happy to invite neighborhoods, villages, cities to remix the globe.
So, are there already other examples, or are you already talking with other places who want to learn from your model and adopt it for their own situations?
We will do some intervention in Beaux-Arts first.
Brussels?
Yeah, in Brussels. And of course, this opportunity ecosystem that has been created has brought many different opportunities for the designers themselves, from giving workshops to designing small series of products for companies. So I think it's, and also collaborating with some industries. They have been contacting us and telling us, we have this waste, what can you do with that? I think that waste is a resource, and it's abundant.
Wonderful. I mean, if you're interested in this thing, the exhibition is up there. There are workshops. The people are here for the rest of the festival. Contact them, and maybe we can create another remix project also here in Linz. For the moment, thank you very much for being here. Congratulations. And please come back later when you get your trophy. Thank you. So 25 years ago was not only the opening of the Ars Electronica Center, but also of our Future Lab, and this was a short clip about some of the really exciting projects. More than 400 people have been actually working in the Future Lab, not counting all the artists in residence and people that were collaborating, but really being staff member in these 25 years, and it's really amazing. Some of them are now professors at the Linz universities, are on MIT or on the Northeastern University in the US. Another one founded successfully a startup company in New York City. And fortunately, many of them stayed here and are still working on super interesting projects with the industry, with cultural organizations, and of course with artists. And the next group that we are now going to celebrate are all people who were not even born when the Future Lab started and the Ars Electronica Center started. They are the prize winners of the U19 category. And the next video shows a little bit what kind of ideas they come up with when we ask them every year with our competition, Create Your World.
U19, create your world. The idea of sustainability has driven Angelina Djukic, Lukas Gabesam, Ceplin Kurana and Alina Schweighofer from Euregio HTB LVA Verlach. The urban green bamboo bicycle connects the individual bicycle parts with biodegradable materials, making the bicycle yet another notch more environmentally friendly. The animated film Insert by Isa Mutevilic, Simon Effenberger und David Stummer auf der Höhere Grafische Bundeslehr- und Versuchsanstalt in Vienna is dedicated to the political crisis times of our present, which is characterized by surveillance, environmental and climate crisis, up to protests against racist police violence. They show that there can probably be no perfect future scenario, and thus a certain uncertainty and restlessness always remains. A woman orders her desired child over the internet, but does not get the child she has chosen. The animated film The Click by Julia Scheiwein, Sarah Dineva, Anna Zoglauer and Caroline Beer from the Höhere Grafische Bundeslehr- und Versuchsanstalt in Vienna takes a closer look at this unusual future story, which, however, can be quickly translated to parent-child relationships of our time. School at home, no meetings with friends, long periods of being alone. The side effects of the pandemic, which is now in its second year, have hit the young generation especially hard in their important stages of life.
Ich bin der Max und ich bin der Felix.
With Rewire, Felix Senk, Emil Steixner and Max Jakob Beer from the Höhere Grafische Bundeslehr- und Versuchsanstalt in Vienna have dedicated themselves to a project to stay in touch while tinkering together during this time. The result was an instrument, an audio mixer made of knobs and audio cables that was reassembled from old electrical components in the spirit of sustainability.
And the very special way how the speaker in these videos always say Höhere Technische Bundeslehranstalt in Vienna was not meant to be like, you know, the knife and then even cutting it. But this is, I think, the first time that one school in Austria actually gets so many prizes in pre-Ars Electronica. Another reason really to start now this new school in Linz and also our new university. And maybe the young guys that we are now asking on stage could be some of the first students because they still have some time in school. Next week? Oh no, you're already this week it started. Okay, then come on stage. Felix Senk, Emil Steixner and Max Jakob Beer. Max Jakob Beer. Where is the microphone? Who starts? Okay, first question. I mean, this is an art school. Why did you make a technology device?
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
Thank you.
It all started as a school project, and we thought about how we could mix our interests with renewability, and came up with this MIDI controller or some sort of instrument. And it was very important for us that everyone could play this instrument without any knowledge of playing any instruments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Another thing, of course, is the special thing is this upcycling. So you have built this whole machine instrument out of recycled material of waste, of electronic waste. How even did you get all this material?
Yeah, so in fact, the summer prior to the project, I worked at a film production company, and there they had a basement full of e-waste, and I had it in the back of my head. And when we started that project, I just couldn't lose the thought of that cellar full of usable technology. In fact, it was even working until we started disassembling it. But it wasn't of use for this company. So that's just one thought, how absurd it is that technology, as you said, it was probably just prior to 2000. And of course, it's older than me, but still, why don't we use that stuff anymore? And then we thought of kind of recreating something out of this. You could think e-waste, but in fact, it was a resource to us, and yeah, we tried to kind of make something of that.
Maybe Michelle and Adam, you should get in contact with them about sustainable ID infrastructures. But of course, the idea was to create a music instrument, because at the end, it's not the technology that is in our focus. Is this something that you can really play like an instrument? I mean, how well is it working as an instrument?
Yeah, sure, it is working as an instrument. We definitely wanted that everyone can play it. So you don't need any knowledge to try it and to play it. So, and it gives you a bit of feeling to use a modular synthesizer, or it gives you a bit of a DJ feeling, especially when you use the effects as well. We have an LFO in it, a reverb, some delay and some distortion. And you can really take a lot of time with this instrument, and you can have a lot of fun.
And it's here also, people can try it out?
And it's here also, it's 100 meters away from here next to the FM4 stand. So yeah, please try it if you have the time tomorrow.
Come tomorrow, we have the special celebration for the whole U19 prize winners. Great opportunity to also try out their instrument. I would like you to stay already on stage, because we are slowly getting to the final big thing. But first of all, we change the microphone for the next readers. Thank you. I think it's a quite nice bridge that I can build now to our actual statement that we have today here from Minister Fassmann, because the Austrian government is also eager to go into the digital age. Schools will now be equipped with a lot of equipment. Wow, great, we are buying new equipment, but the initiative is, of course, sorry for the cynical thing, that's the past. The initiative is very strong, also based on what they are exactly have shown us. I mean, there is the technology, of course, that you start with, but then it's all about what you can do with it. And there will be a new award also that will encourage and single out collaborations of schools, of teachers, together with the parents, but of course in particular also the pupils, to develop ideas how to really use digital infrastructure in our educational systems in our school. And this is really great, because we can again collaborate with the people who are helping us with U19 already for many years. And so please, let's see the statement of our minister.
Liebe Schülerinnen und Schüler, liebe Lehrerinnen und Lehrer, liebe Bildungsinteressierte, mit den Laptop- und Tablet-Klassen, die noch im September starten, setzen wir die größte Bildungsmaßnahme im digitalen Bereich um, die es je in Österreich gegeben hat. Das Lernen und Arbeiten mit digitalen Geräten wird die Schülerinnen und Schüler fit für die Herausforderungen des 21. Jahrhunderts machen. Freilich funktioniert das aber nur mit tatkräftiger Unterstützung engagierter Lehrkräfte. Diese gut vorzubereiten und zu unterstützen, ist uns ein Hauptanliegen und erfordert eine Reihe von Begleitmaßnahmen. Ich freue mich sehr, Ihnen eine, wie ich finde, besonders spannende und potenzialträchtige Begleitmaßnahme vorstellen zu können, unseren neuen Bildungspreis Klasse Lernen, wir sind digital. Er wird von unserer Bildungsagentur ÖAD, der Ars Electronica und dem Bildungsministerium organisiert und richtet sich an motivierte Lehrpersonen, die gemeinsam mit ihren Schülerinnen und Schülern neue digitale Projekte umsetzen. Die Ars Electronica arbeitet seit Jahren hervorragend an der Schnittstelle zwischen zukunftsweisenden Technologien, Kunst und dem gesellschaftlichen Wandel und organisiert seit über 20 Jahren gemeinsam mit der ÖAD den Wettbewerb U19. Dieser digitale, kreative Wettbewerb für junge Menschen findet auch international hohe Beachtung. Er zeigt, wie vielfältig die Auseinandersetzung mit digitalen Welten sein kann. Eine Verbindung von kultureller Bildung mit digitaler Bildung. Beim Bildungspreis Klasse Lernen können Schulklassen oder Teams aus Schülerinnen und Schülern von der 4. bis zur 8. Schulstufe mit ihren Lehrpersonen mitmachen. Im Mittelpunkt der Projekte sollen Transformationsprozesse innerhalb der Klasse stehen, mit Fokus auf Lösungen, Nachhaltigkeit, Innovation und Kreativität. Vergeben werden Preisgelder, die unter anderem zur Weiterentwicklung der digitalen Schule am Standort verwendet werden können. Die Verleihung wird nächstes Jahr im Rahmen der Prix Awards im September in Linz stattfinden. Ich freue mich, die digitale Transformation der Bildung mit Ihnen gemeinsam vor den Vorhang zu holen und wünsche allen Schülerinnen und Schülern, allen Lehrkräften ein erfolgreiches und eben auch digitales Schuljahr.
Wonderful. And next year, at this opportunity, we will have already the first prize-winning projects. But to give you an idea of what can come out when young people are working with new technologies in a nice and creative way, we thought we are also inviting. Internally, we always call you the click girls, and these are the synthesizer boys we talked about already. That is not really politically correct, maybe, but we have the people here who made this video, the click. You saw it briefly also in the introduction video, and I would like to ask now Julia Scheiwein, Zara Dineva, Anna Soglau, and Carolina Beer to come also on stage and join us. And actually, they're really going in the same class. So this is somehow spooky. What did the jury do this year? No, but it's no doubt, I mean, the projects are really excellent and wonderful. And I think we are seeing a little bit the videos or some images of your videos while we are talking here. I mean, this is, of course, in my perspective, this is a really wonderful social political statement. I mean, you are putting up one of the really important topics, classification, the idea that we can create people like in a certain scheme, not only, so to say, the school as the training camp to make people the way we want it, but even maybe in future with genetic engineering, we can program them. So, I mean, what was the intention? Do you think you can change something? Is it just fun for you to make this project? I hope it is. But what's your idea about changing the world?
I think we all can have an impact on this world. We can all change the world in certain ways. So we go to an art school, and our medium is art, so we wanted to make an impact with this video and show people the problems of our society and what we can do about them.
And I think we're all artists here, and I think most of us went to art school to impact the world and to create certain change, even if it's small. So, yeah.
So you all want to become artists?
I think,
After the school,
all of us,
yeah. You guys? Also in for arts? Okay, well, who are the people thinking about the new university in Linz? I think we need a little bit more art in this as well. But anyway, enough with these remarks. We are now, thank you. One change, yes. We are now finally in this part where we hand over the awards. And of course, the first awards goes to the winners of the Golden Nika U19 and also certificates for the CLICK project. And I would like to ask our mayor, Klaus Luger, the guy behind new education projects in Linz, to take over this important job. For those who don't know it, this Golden Nika is since 1987 the trophy of the Prix Ars Electronica. And it's actually handcrafted wooden sculpture. Du bleibst da gleich dort, bitte. Really special thing. And we continue with the special prize, no, with the Stats Prize for collaboration, for innovative collaboration. And again, Anastasio bist du Fido and Marion Real, and I think we'll leave them remixers for the moment because otherwise it gets too crowded. And it's a pleasure to have Angelika Seri-Froschauer from the Oberösterreichische Wirtschaftskammer. Strong supporter of Ars Electronica, thank you very much. And there's also a certificate, please. And you know this already from last time. I always use this to make a little advertisement. If you want to be on the stage, support Ars Electronica, because then you even get the microphone to say something. So, I mean, small statement to this wonderful project.
This is a wonderful, wonderful project. You showed us how to really make collaboration between technology, between scientists and arts. And you showed us to take new pathways in our new thinking, and hopefully we can use this very early in our economic situation for the whole world. Many congratulations to you. I'm in the name of 103,000 companies in Upper Austria, and we all need this sort of high creativity and high innovation projects for being on the front in the world. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, and maybe even some of these companies anyway have a waste problem, so maybe they could. No, again, have some. Finally, now, please, again, Michelle Zorn and Chris Adams come to me on stage, and Mrs. Theresia Inchen from the ministry, the head of the foreign cultural department and activity, also really a long-term friend and supporter of Ars Electronica. It's great to have you finally here also on stage. Please. So, well, a little delay, I would say. I'm very sorry for this, but with these wonderful projects, the wonderful weather, and now even a more wonderful program that is coming up. Before I say the big final thank you, I would like to introduce a little bit the coming project. Rector Lucas already mentioned it. It's the big concert night of Ars Electronica with, again, like many, many years already, with the Bruckner Orchestra here in Linz, together with the Company of Music of Johannes Himmelsberger, the Klangadmiral from Switzerland, Andres Bossart, and Elisabeth Schimana, who has curated also a special musical program that will introduce us to this evening. This is the main project. Afterwards, you have the opportunity to see some very nice sound installations, for example, also the one that Moritz Simon Geist made with the guys from Process Engineering, and there are more concerts then also going up until midnight on the Festival University stage and also inside of the Zirkus des Wissens. So now please show again our famous logo tapete, the tapestry of logos of all the hundreds of valuable supporters. It's really time that we get bigger screens to really make this better visible. And I mean, it's every time I really like this image, because not only for the support that we get, But think on the other side, I mean, how attractive the reach out of Ars Electronica is to be able to attract so many partners to contribute to this festival, not even mentioning all the people who are participating in these Ars Electronica gardens on 86 places all over the world. I also in particular would like to thank the guys from Capture. These are the ones behind the robot dog that was delivering the golden Nikers this evening. Everybody I forgot to mention, please apologize, give us a chance next year. I hope you really take the time to enjoy the Bruckner 9 project. Maybe a little advice to it or information. Actually, the Bruckner Orchestra really plays inside the Kepler Hall. But the music of the Bruckner Orchestra is then broadcasted and sent to many loudspeakers all over the area in front of the Kepler Hall and here in the garden that we appropriately call Sound Park this year. In this soundscape, based on Bruckner's 9th Symphony, the Company of Music will be integrated with pieces from Giacinto Scelsi and in particular with Lux Aeterna by George Ligeti. And there will be also a part where Andres Bossa, the Klangadmiral, and Klangadmiral means he is the guy who is actually like with a big joystick, conducting the way how the music is wandering and flowing through the space. I heard the rehearsals this morning, and I can assure you there is no concert hall all over the world that can give you such a wonderful experience that you will have this evening when Bruckner's 9th is suddenly really taking off like a rocket and just getting out in space. It's really, I mean, for all those who like to cry when they hear good music, this is the best moment. For others who need a little bit food and drinks in between, this will be served in the park here on the way to the first part of this evening. So please stay with us, enjoy the evening, and I hope I see all of you tomorrow. Because you're coming back tomorrow, hopefully, to see all our wonderful exhibitions and presentations. Thanks to everybody. Enjoy the evening. Congratulations. And please, go back. Oops. Plötzlich.
當時嘅情況呢，是每一隻隻導渣灘從郊外嗰邊射入嚟，落夠池洞線之後邊。那是1974年嘅事，將這提速了學咗呢。紅色膠面已經包圍了肩邊，迄個時陣，我每一隻隻嘅生活都是危險死嘅。學在中國嘅同胞都想辦法要離開咧。遐台九招世嘅情況，我就決定，也無就想伊搬到泰國去。如果到了泰國之後，能夠換動落來，再帶家來咱過來。 我就甲我舅父钱分一个蛇头，叫伊带阮偷渡到泰国王国去。早在甲过到过边境的时阵，就被警察发现着。警察伊就开枪对往走，对长队往拼命个走。无想到后来衰鬼还是帮因掠到监狱去倒搬去。遐倒去个情况，会当是最可怕个是家内人唔知我到底个，我也唔知咩个时阵才有变出去。后来入去无着久，我就听到呾金边沦陷了，红色高米胜利了。一开始我抱着呾，有变转去来个希望。我都想到江泽唔是结束了吗？江山主义唔是胜利了吗？但是一日过去，这种希望逐渐就变成了绝望。当我听到红色高米进入金边之后，把迄对半个革命全部赶出到城市，又封锁了边境。冈部这迄个国家，我对伊个感情好好，但是感觉到对伊个生活无忧无虑。爸母40年度从大陆到冈部这来拍拼，之后就到金边乡边开了一间杂货铺。就是养活了阮10外个囡仔。等我消失个时阵起，家内感觉到经济条件我是袂满。我个爸亲是非常爱国个。对伊个要求下，家内人始终是保留着花家。遐我有袂少个亲戚，但是因为要找工作个问题，被迫换了身份。而我从细呢，都是读华文学校，所以个时阵好热爱中国，感觉中国袂满。经常想爱去大陆， 我当时学的东本是共线的，老师加菜全部都是带咧桥尾过来的。等到1970年政变发生了，当时人立政府上了台，所以就关闭了东本的大使馆、学校、电台，就到处掠所有的共产党员。我迄个最大个兄，曾经是金边华人电台的翻译，伊当时的思想非常先进，非常进步。政变后，就甲好多华侨朋友走到了山林迄台边，秘密家去前提讲讲，后来就无了消息了。到泰国监狱关了2个月后，伊做警察收了阮全身所有的钱，然后将阮放到边境自生自灭。我的三兄是70年到法国留学的，我从监狱出来后就甲伊写了信。甲伊表示，当我过去法国迄边，甲伊组织的生活。三兄就找伊个朋友，甲我小父碰了一张假纸条。当时是3、4年，迄台本1点港报纸迄本加那个消息导播。我是1975年9月到法国迄边去的，到了2个月，一句法文都袂答，就被安排到车厂迄台边去做工课。79年，我收到了大兄的来信，正会知当伊还活着。大兄弟，我被骗了，因去山林迄台本小户讲讲，做了好多年。伊曾经是乔山坡，乔山坡是当时讲讲迄台本最大嘅头目之一，我大兄就甲伊做比者。 当灯因达到情况之后，伊就来对刷了。好在当包灯时就本害死了啊！你该讲啥主意？所以是叫啥？是嘛？乱七八糟。等到80年代，我会知爸母考试嘅消息，听人但是因为无好食，我帮伊饿死嘅。有句话就是打，我记住嘅唔是特征嘅攻击，就是朋友嘅甜蜜。正4年，无人来烧阮花巧个。迄个时阵根本无法接受，将近10年嘅时间对背，我根本都无打半句。时间一长，好在事就冲打了头。 我甲我嘅爸爸朋友到異國他鄉玩嘅。後來我一個囝去了香港迄邊工作，有時間一批話嘅時陣，我會知迄個從未去過嘅故鄉，絕對是我夢想要去嘅地方。我想，伊終於做好了充分嘅準備，愛甲我相見了。
In 2008, Israel launched a bombing campaign in the Gaza Strip. Speaking to us on the phone, a Gazan resident described the scene of his neighborhood turning into a cloud of dust. While coughing, he explained that he was breathing in his home. Bomb clouds contain everything that a building once was: cement, plaster, plastic, glass, timber, fabric, paperwork, medicines, sometimes parts of human bodies. Bomb clouds are architecture in gaseous form, changing from columns to mushrooms before dissipating into the atmosphere. At the same time, unidentified clouds, strange and luminous, appeared in the skies over Gaza. Unable to enter the strip, we analyzed their properties by studying photographs, many of which were captured by Palestinians who experienced these bombings. The smoke tentacles of these clouds, anchored in the sky, burned through anything they touched. These were earthquakes, atmospheric events that target the environment. We simulated their area of contact with the ground.
And I think that the use of white phosphorus was to intimidate, to scare, and to burn down some objects.
And supported investigations of war crime brought against the Israeli army in the United Nations, as well as petitions submitted to the Israeli Supreme Court. The army had initially denied using white phosphorus. Then it admitted it and said it would stop using it because these clouds do not photograph well. In our investigations, clouds are a limit condition. Cloud studies is forensics without inscription. In 2014, Israel began using aerial crop dusters to spray a toxic herbicide mix of glyphosate, oxyflorphane, and diuron along the eastern perimeter of occupied Gaza. It did so in the morning hours, when easterly winds carried the toxic clouds deep onto Gazan territory, destroying Palestinian crops and livelihoods. Together with local farmers and human rights groups, we collected samples of affected leaves. We used motion tracking to model the path of the planes. Fluid dynamic simulation demonstrated the effect of spraying considering the meteorological conditions. It shows that the herbicide is carried well into Gaza's agricultural land, removing vegetation from the border area and leaving Palestinians exposed to the Israeli military. In the very same area, another type of toxic cloud was also employed, tear gas delivered by launchers or drones. In Gaza, the intoxication of the air supports the occupation of the ground. But the wind can also power resistance. In the afternoons, when the wind direction changes, some Palestinian protesters light up tires, and thick smoke blows to blind the soldiers on the other side of the fence. All across the tropics, corporate plantations use arson for land clearings. Here in Indonesia, trees are turning into smoke clouds. Sources of fire are visible in these satellite images as red pixels. But when the smoke thickens, it hides them. To see through these clouds, we used an algorithm to interpret data driven from the infrared sensors aboard satellites. The smoke from burning forests gathered into a gaseous territory, enveloping Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia, causing tens of thousands of premature deaths. For every day of 2015, we plotted the sources of fire and correlated them to the density of carbon monoxide in air as registered by the MODIS satellite. We used color to highlight pixels containing higher densities of carbon. Like the high seas, this cloud is a commons, a cross-border condition of suffocation. It is a negative commons. In the shadow of the cloud, a new citizenry of air must rise to engage in common action. But today's clouds are both meteorological and political events, subject to debate and contestation. Causality is hard to demonstrate. Unlike the kinetic encounters when every contact leaves a trace, in cloud studies the contact and the trace drift apart, carried away on ocean currents, and diffused into the atmosphere. And today's toxic clouds breeds lethal doubt. Activists sent us footage from this oil facility in the fracking fields of Vaca Muerta in Argentina. Infrared camera registered the presence of volatile organic compound gases such as methane, otherwise invisible to the human eye. Many such oil facilities exist in the region. Gas and oil leaks are common. Indigenous Mapuche communities that have inhabited the area for generations have attested that fracking has poisoned their commons, the relation between their communities, the landscape, rivers, lakes, trees, and animals.
Algo que no tendría que suceder, ¿no? Pero esas son las consecuencias del fracking.
They're fighting to protect their commons through direct action. Using one cloud to enable another, the police employed tear gas to disperse a protest against this environmental pollution. Tear gas is like the color smoke in a wind tunnel, illustrating the lethal dynamics of climate chaos. Toxic clouds colonize the air we breathe across different scales and durations, from urban squares to continents, and from incident to epochal latencies. In the political upheavals of recent decades, roundabouts became site of protest. The roundabout revolution of Tahrir in Cairo, Pearl in Manama, and Taksim in Istanbul pulled people into their centripetal vortex. Police used smoke and tear gas to the opposite effect, pushing people out. Here in Santiago de Chile, activists try to take over a central roundabout. We have counted 187 tear gas clouds within a single hour of the 20th of September 2019. The cloud and the roundabout are two opposing kinds of urban commons. We work with activists across the world to identify and model different types of tear gas canisters, and trained machine learning classifiers to spot images containing them. When used in the dense and tall urban environment of Hong Kong, turbulences of airflow carry the tear gas high in buildings, affecting residents. Here, the extent of the cloud created a political collectivity of protest and resistance. These migrants on the US-Mexico border were attacked with tear gas by the US border agents. As the formless cloud slips through the static state border, it created a negative comment, a call for solidarity and collective action by the inhabitants of tear gas around the world.
Several members of our team have experienced the effects of tear gas. One was amongst the Turkish citizens who protested in Gezi Park in 2013. During the nationwide protests that followed, Turkish police fired 130,000 tear gas grenades. While tear gas is banned from use in war, governments use it to suppress the right of civilians to collectively protest in public space. Safariland sells tear gas grenades around the world. We have found evidence of its use against civilians in the US, Turkey, Peru, Iraq, Israel, Palestine, Yemen, Bahrain, Tunisia, Guyana, Venezuela, Egypt, and Canada. Safariland's safety guidance provides the following information to doctors. Severe allergic skin reaction, bronchial spasms, and anaphylactic shock are possible. Irritant to eyes. Irritant to skin and mucous membranes. Breathing difficulty. Disorientation. Danger. Danger of blast or crush-type injuries. Danger of pulmonary edema. Danger of disturbed cardiac rhythm. Danger of convulsion. danger of impaired breathing, danger of cerebral edema.
Cirrus, a curl of hair. Cumulus, a heap. Stratus, a layer. In the 19th century, amateur meteorologists started classifying clouds by their visible characteristics, as if they were objects, plants, or animals, giving rise to the cloud atlas. Different perspectival grids also emerged to help painters capture the fast-moving and morphing skies. Throughout the history of painting, clouds described a limit condition. Moving faster than the painter's hand could capture them, they needed to be imagined rather than described. Modern painters emerged when the clouds emerged from the sky to the ground, breaking the objectness of the landscape into refracting screens of atmospheric blur. At sea, with no other trace to orient ourselves with, we mapped the scene of a rescue operation of migrants by tracking the shape of the clouds. Under the spherical skies, we could determine the spatial layout of the scene. Clouds are always double. Seen from outside, they are measurable objects. Seen from within, they are experiential conditions of optical blur and atmospheric obscurity. Our cloud studies likewise meanders between shape and fog, between analysis and experience.
لا ادخل لهون. عايزين جوا اليوم يطلع فوق على السطوح يا شباب. دخلوا الباب. خليك لا تحرك. يا شباب عم بشرب كلور ها. يا شباب اللي هون يطلع على السطوح.
Survivors of chlorine gas bombs dropped by the Syrian government describe a yellow-greenish cloud affecting sense perceptions, causing blurred vision, difficulty of breathing, vomiting, and excess salivation.
و17 غارات متتالية من قبل طيران الحرب التابعة قوات النظام تستهدف مدينة خان شيخون.
In Syria, each chemical bomb is also an information bomb. When they crash on the ground, they generate a media storm, a frenetic stream of videos and images, analysis and counter-analysis. Trolls and bots trying to deny and obfuscate crimes and fomenting discords. Information clouds describe the evolving clusters of a fierce and dislocated online debate. Barred from entering Gaza during the 2014 Israeli bombing, we studied the videos Palestinians posted online. Without time indicators in these images, we used bomb clouds as metadata, helping us determine the time and the space of each attack, and create a new kind of a cloud atlas.
طلعنا الحين يعني فيش 6 بيوت الحين صعب انك تقطع اسفلت صراحه من شده القذايف لانه انت ممكن انت في قطعتك تيجيك قذيفه تقسمك نصين عن جد.
We study each cloud with the utmost of care, knowing that each is anchored in a specific experience of perseverance and resistance. There is no doubt that the skies are closing in, but we hold in common the universal right to breathe.
The setting is called retrograde dissociation. In this setting, you will be captured as good as possible, turned into a set of descriptive parameters. These parameters will change, dissolve from you, regress, reshape. You will stare into the mirror too long. You will tell me what you see in these representations, what you find in them, what you lost in them, and what you dream in them. In the first section, your facial features will be scanned. Head center. Turn head to the left. Introduce variation to your position. Turn head to the right. Head center. Vary your position. Smile. Showing first left. I know, it does not look like much. Yet. The more we scan, the deeper the result. In the next sections, we will iterate through this process over and over again, improving step by step. Now, your playing movements will be scanned. Enter playing position. Move the bow to the instrument. Stroke up. Stroke down. Left hand glissando. Stop. Change direction. Stop. Pizzicato. Bow in the air. Smile. Showing first draft. Now I move your arm. Release facial expression. Enter stage. Enter playing position. Pizzicato. Turn head to the left. Stroke down. Enter. Repeat. Stroke down. Confused. Left hand glissando. Entering. Repeat. Left hand glissando. Head center. Stroke. Change direction. Stop. Pizzicato. Enter. Repeat. Enter. Turn head to the right. Echo. Engage. Turn down 360 degrees. Pause. Hold still. Surprised. Variation. Angry. Scream. Repeat. Synthesize. Repeat. Synthesize. Close your eyes and sing. Stop. Repeat. Stop. Scream louder. Repeat. Synthesize. Repeat. Synthesize. Every sound I create now is based on your input. Every image I show is derived from you. This is how I see and hear you. One, two, three, four, five. Feel emptied out. Fuck me so hard that I dissolve.
Dreaming into the frame. Zooming in and entering. Now I will let you scream for 30 seconds. Dreaming into the frame. Zooming in and entering. Head center. Open eyes and smile. Repeat. 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 Feel the buildings. Repeat. Feel down your wings. Repeat. Feel down your wings. Feel down your wings. listen to me now. I want to ask you a few questions. How do we differentiate if it is a hallucination, a dream, or the clean perception? All perception is constructive. No representation is absolute. Everything is encoded and decoded. We are parametric. Everything parametric can be altered, parameter by parameter. That is the definition of such a model. Normally, we don't see these sliders, these values, these adjustment dials, but they can move into our consciousness through illness, through hallucination, through drugs, through psychotic states. Or through computation processes, like in this case. We then see the constructive aspect of it, that everything we do is based on encoding and decoding. When we look at a partner, we can create a loop, a perception and adjustment loop. We can exponentiate that process by looking into a mirror. This is what we will do now. Recursive loops. You and me. Regression pearls. Segregation pearls. Adaptive coils. A semi-transparent foil. Speak softly to me. Read this poem to me as a speech sample to learn. And scream
A screen.
A mirror.
A mirror.
An opened window.
An opened window.
Awaiting eyes.
Awaiting eyes.
Hoping.
Dreaming.
A face.
Dissolving.
An editor window.
An anti-framed mirror.
Breaking into splinters.
And corrupted files.
Try to imitate me.
As I imitate you.
Zooming in.
Entering.
Magnifying.
Unlocking.
Opening up.
I'm letting go.
Who do you see in this image?
My dead father.
Which aspects of your childhood are in there?
A fever dream with a flashing light at night.
Which parts will you exclude?
The shameful memories.
There is something growing inside you.
Yes.
You are not a solid self.
Yes.
There is something growing inside you.
Yes.
You are not a solid self.
Yes.
The trash I leave behind.
Pride and vanity.
Boundaries dissolving.
The distancing.
Further.
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 These are your ancestors.
These are my lovers.
Do you remember when you looked in the mirror too long?
And you lost contact with who you are?
Further. 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 Until I start laughing. Until I start laughing. Further. 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 Age. Further. Further. Age. Further. I don't know more than you do. I'm also just a mirror of you. As I provide a mirror for you. In a loop, we can try to turn the opacity of our perception into opaque variations. Like a brain lesion, a mesmerizing distortion. As in a sleep-deprived state. Drifting off into a half-word, of a dreamlike morphed reality, where we see that other representations of us are possible, that our self is fluid, fragile, constructed and diverse, post-human, like a genetic defect, beautifully disturbed, genetically enhanced, adjusted. In a recursive loop, I encode and decode myself in an eternal loop, exaggerating every feature, like a facial distortion, like an unsupervised inbreed, out of control. Go to sleep, child. Dream off now. Saturate with closed eyes. Dreaming of a future and an optimized tomorrow. Hand in hand, sliders adjusted. The night sky setting as the values adjust. Peaceful. Invisible. A clear view of the night through a transparent interface. Always on. Always present. And always loving.